describe the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right? And a dome is full of water, right? And it rains down, hails down, rains down, right? And God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to a certain degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. So these are the guys that are going to invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right? Beginning with the moon, ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets up. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. What are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important one here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Persian worldview as they look. And the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. So, right, what we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature, if you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, rabbis ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? I'm going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God. You can make this ascent to the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's when we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, or the apocalyptic mode is it's a practice whereby, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, this is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to reach
with all of you, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual Capital Call sponsor, Total Capital Israel, for dedicating all the show professionals this year to the close resource levels for on this show. Our current sponsors for the month of October, Company was for Ben Goldberg, the show's options parents, Avram and Ashibin Plus, Figures and his mother Figures, the class Sally, and hopes that all these videos of our key and race Hashem, all of Israel will be answered during this month and the months ahead. Shmuel Ishmas, from the father of Yitzchak, Aridena, Haver, Yaakov, Zichron Bracha, and our Bitonin sponsor, David Goodman, the Ishmas. All of the Nishans that were the funds and the other community worship and hopefully so. This rock is your reflection in home, how has to be Shalom and Karov, and our who's interested to be successful, home that savings. Once we back, let us do this. And also tell us all the second Sunday is our mountain of the accomplishments. So excited. Our question, and I have second stories. The second story is for those all people who are not having the recipes. Those are the business see those you see get ready because it's exciting, it's fantastic, it's beautiful, it's incredible. Structured a little bit differently than some of the other receptors that we've seen. And against the show, it's versus to a lot of really wonderful areas of halacha. So let us begin Mishnah days on holy days of our cosmic Jesus and the rest of the also without the again in a flow holy days are our cosmic Jesus and the rest of the here's the case. This is going to be the central case that we are going to be preoccupied with, at least for today and this tomorrow. Based in Pascha, and based in the mistake, and as a result of your mistake, ultimately you're going to get an something was also really was As a result, the individual went ahead and this with this, and therefore committed it to the first Rashi ever. Holu is to go to Holu Shechelev or down. Simple case, patient asking that Caleb, a forbidden fact, or down is mutter or blood is mutter for person. They've been made a mistake. Right? What's the number again? The notion of human infallibility is not one that exists within Judaism. Religions have that concept. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Russians in Iran told us out of between multiple times to repeat the sin of Leif Shabbat and the Leif himself. No, we're going to see that. We're going to have one Avera. Most of us have done more Averas since we got here this morning. Right? That Moshe Rabbeinu did in his entire lifetime. The Torah repeats it over and over and over again. We need to attempt to dismiss and to go ahead and reject the notion of Shizim Saturday. No matter how big the person is, they still make mistakes. These are the two things. So basic custom, and let's just use Rashi's example. They went ahead and they said that blood is making. Now what happened? The halacha for the hustle. And then people come here and heard the pshat of days and say, I always wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has that. Okay, he drinks blood. What's the halacha? What's the hustle? Shut up, so again, so now we commit now. Also, remember, as far as it is concerned, we are just acting on the advice of the second base. So now, the Mars initially these kind of variations. Whether we're talking about a case where they also ate blood together with this, they also made mistakes. Whether Basin did it and Ruben committed the act. They should also remember Basin's involved second. Ruben went ahead and followed it. What's halacha? Now, normally, right? If Caleb show me what's halacha, Kavados, sin offering again. We'll get into Kabbalah in your session, but you go ahead and you normally go ahead and bring that's the halacha. In this case over here, the Moshe is introducing to is because Ruben did not have to bring a chatos. Because Ruben had to bring a chatos, he did not act of his own volition. Now, of course, he acted of his own volition. He made the choice, but again, he acted based on the psak of Basin. And some person has no reason to believe that the psak of Basin is flawed. And therefore, Allah for myself, he's passed from the chatos. Incredible. Incredible. So as I said, this is what the Mishnah has going to again is introducing. Basin goes ahead. And if you look at Rashi by the author, Rashi says it's the first of the short lines of Rashi. Melahavi kispo sira, hoil is halak as Basin ba'ashaki. So the Mishnah is introducing us to this concept. Basin delivers the remedy. An individual upon that meaning, the individual is protected or absolved from personal liability. Ruben doesn't have to bring a tax, and he made the feeling based on the use of Basin. Now, Basin's liability, different discussion. Right now, we're just okay. That's case one. Now watch this. Total Basin. The other affirmation. No, let's say simple. Basin that he lives in. One of the members of Basin realized this. No, again, what's that? That individual who realized this was in a minority. He was in a minority, so the majority carried the decision. But one of the dissenting judges realized this is an erroneous psak. Coming or for that matter, not the member of the case, come and is knowledgeable enough to know that's the Mesa, the psak. Exactly. That wasn't what happened. But nevertheless, listen to this. This member of the why not? Right? This, like, this is my one shot at fame. Right? My PhD. Right? Daisy went ahead and asking them. I know that psak is wrong. I know that psak is wrong. So remember again, the individual is remember, Daisy already has So they know this person knows he's wrong. Because why not? Basically, when I have a second filter, in that case, when it says Mishnah says, they shall us whether you or based on the fact that we can see that all decided to follow sacrifice thing, alright, so interestingly enough, this individual is going to right? Which makes sense because for myself, he knows better, right? He knows that this is already upset, and therefore halakha myself, halakha myself is going to be cut. And I was like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to discuss sacrifice case. If he knows that the psak is wrong, and he does it anyway, he does it anyway, so of course he's going to be liable. There has to be more to the case, which we will discuss next. Why the rest of the nation will tell about this? Why? Because again, when you give what I did based on sacrifice, and you follow me at the end of the day, shielded from personal life. Exactly. Was it says Mishnah? I told the Biatzlo, I told the Beis Potter, if one acts of their own volition, ultimately again they're fine. I don't say that. Remember again. If one what's your liability? What's liability? Right? The type of markets. Right? Remember that you can't bring a fatas because fatas is only what the shogeg. Right? So the mason is no fatas. Only the shogeg is fatas. So that's why we have to define these cases over here because once we say chayiv is not just means fatas. Fatas must mean that there's some element of shogeg. So what the shogeg in this case, again, we'll have to say the Gemara. The bottom line, which is introducing us to, is that based on which is an enormous psak. And the individual follows that psak. The individual is shielded from personal liability of the hackers because they acted in good faith. If takes the issue around and the individual knows that it's a wrong psak, it has to be a certain kind of individual that it's a wrong psak. Right? It's not someone who thinks that it's we're not we're talking about someone here who is a member of the base himself or a rapist. That person knows the psak is wrong, but he follows it anyway. He is not a personal liability. Okay, so we're saying that's the mission. Let's delve in. What's the concentration? First mission of Arius. First mission of Arius. You got the Amishwab. The old one. The old one, based Chayov and Tachim and Mutana. So also now we see Machlokes Shmuel and Restream. A little bit just about so now I understand the principle, like the principle I understand. So now the shaila is what exactly does based have to say when we deliver this and so again, Amr Shmuel, hold on, in base Chayov and Tachim Mutana. Shmuel says the verbiage is basically says Mutara. This is committed. You are committed to each thing. They have to say that. I have Mutara Atem Lassos. If you notice again, maybe adds in one word. What's the one word? What's the one word? Lassos. You are committed to act on this sack. Says, saying that it's not enough. In order for the individual to be shielded from personal because they act based on sacrifice, based on the word lassos, you are permitted to go ahead and behave out of sac. It's very interesting. So you might come up, now what's the reason why you're taking out of that word? So things says, because that last the statement of information of the fact, but the mandate is not based on which are allowed to act based on this. So therefore, the thing requires the word lassos in order for this to be like instructions for basing, which would then mean the base itself. Because like Caleb is looking at the entire act of lassos, we need to go ahead and really, what's that to the left? Right, so that's what okay, so the basic is constantly using instruction. If DB says hello for my son, that's where the individual acted on that basis. That's what basic sounds. Ultimately, again, the individual would be potter. But according to Dini, the basically would just say, "You're talking about that, it's my turn." That would not create, that would not shield the individual from personal liability. Shmuel says, yes and no. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was repeating logic, spatial Dikmara, and Ra. Because basically Psak is only final. When number one, they tell you status and action. When they tell you it's mutter, and you can in fact do based on Psak, ultimately again, that's what basically Psak is. So let's analyze this. Let's analyze this. So somebody else has got lashes on both sides. So right now, we're trying to run out right side, but we just go to someone else. I'm about it. I found another thing. Rabbi says, who else? And I will say, if I use the alone to support ultimately again, but to keep this transition. I found another thing. We also causally, so we're going to get a lot for the rest of it. We'll say this is the case of second market. Second market is individuals who are recommendation. Context. Because if you refuse to yield to the majority, you're undermining from the fabric of the way the judicial system works. That's how it is. So again, remember, I'm not buying. I wasn't hearing it back from Marcus. Remember Marcus? As well as very small, like even after these experiences, the judges in the minority can't go over to the independent. I so second memory refuses to yield to the majority. So watch this. Tells you the second memory goes back to his town. Shana, he continues to teach his Adine Kedar and he continues to advance the stocks that he held before Potter. Ultimately, again, he's Potter. So in other words, if he comes back to his town and he continues to go ahead and discuss the Psak and teach the Psak as he believes, not in line with the base was doing it, he's Potter. However, Hora Lasos, that if you ask him and says, Ebra, act on this Psak, then what is he here? What is he here? That for bases to give a binding Psak, it's not just enough to say Mutarin Atem. What do they have to say? Mutarin Atem Lasos. For bases Psak to be a formal Psak, they have to give, first of all, again, Psak Halacha, and then this will indicate that you can act based on this level. It's just as important for us. Our whole discussion is an individual is acting based on some sacrifice, which turns out to be erroneous. So then they say, okay, you acted in good faith, you're shielded from personal liability. What Simi is saying that is only works if this was literally articulated in a particular way. It requires the whole articulation of the halacha, that's part one, mutter, and number two, permission to act based on psak. Last was going to buy just moving this point. I'm going to be out. Yeah, I'm saying, I'm going to yes, I was totally love based on the say, saying that's great. Very exciting things. Really exciting things as we go through the very long everything. Sometimes we see things sometimes see someone true where so I know you to ask you the name again, right? But I don't know you. I don't know you. Like there's that thing of like we know each other, what's your name? But I do. So the film is a lot like that. Like in other words, like I see stuff and I'm like I know you. I don't know your name, right? I don't really remember the details. beautiful thing like that. So again, you are says like this whole of basic nothing. We've seen this case. Right, Rachel is married to Reuben. Reuben goes overseas. Abraham comes along and says Reuben is dead. So then again, when you meet halachas, when you meet situations in halacha, we'll bring to that one. That's the only way to allow women to be married. Remember, those who've seen this is a kula, this is a heter for what purpose? And again, what? Excellent. Shum kuna akivu barada. So the nice side. Shum kuna akivu barada. So again, listen, I watch this. So hold up basically. Something amazing, forgot to eat that. And you ask him, okay, Rachel, you can get married. Let's watch this. The hot of the kid below, and she had other issues. Get married, issues with other men outside of it. Okay, now what happened? I must say, I remember, and then what occurred? What occurred? Guess who came back? Reuven. Right? Reuven came home. Right? Reuven. So now both sides. Now, what's her status? So what's the halacha? Chayeves b'karban. Ultimately, again, she is chayeves. Now again, but she is chayeves b'karban. Now, why was it not? I love these people. Because remember again, gold is sacrifice. Sacrifice was that Allah makes a lot without to remarry. You're not allowed to remarry. Interestingly enough, she remarried once again ultimately again she said that first one. Now she engaged in moral behavior. There is personal value. But bottom line, why are you bringing this down? If you notice, how does Basin formulate the psak? Basin says ultimately again. Basin says Horla Basin leaking nothing. So notice again what's the formulation of the psak of Basin. Basin doesn't just say mutter. Basin says mutter and recommended to remarry. So again, remember all the reasons backing up the that the way a psak of Basin is formalized is mutter last source. You're allowed to, and here's the accompanying it's not going to tell you. It's not going to tell you. Holy Basin, not about acts. So this is how we look at it. So we'll say, so again, this is actually very interesting. Look at Rashi, Holy Basin in Lavar, it's almost right across from Rashi in Lavar. Holy Basin in Lavar, Holy Basin in Lavar, the inner direct, or also actually only come out of Lavar. So we'll say, so again, we will study this. What does it mean? Holy Basin in Lavar. It's our Mishnah. So if you notice, it's not showing the Mishnah. Basin Kaskin Lavar. Lavar means what? Basin said something was mutter, and they said you should go ahead and do it as well. So all of this backs up with T's version, all Rabbi's people, so back up the T's version, that when a Basin gives a psak, there's two parts of the psak. There's mutter, and you're allowed to ask, or act in a certain way based on it. Again, the basic ruling was erroneous. Basic ruling was erroneous, and the individual acted upon that. They're shielded ultimately from any personal liabilities, which the Gemara says, there's nothing more to talk about. So you just have to start the equivalent of the next drop, right? That's it, right? Done. We're done here, nothing more to talk about. Unless I can just leave it up. Leave it down. There's an alternate version, an opposite version of this discussion. So Shmuel, in Basin Chayam, actually, we taught him on the message. Shmuel is supposed to say now again. The positions of Shmuel are going to be exactly the same. Shmuel says that the formulation of the base is all base needs to say is return unto themselves. This is Shmuel. So, I'll reverse attribution. In this version, Shmuel is the one who says that the logic of the second is return unto last. Shmuel has the one who has the mandate to put it in last. And giving our dog of our current dog, even if David just says, that's the different sons, and I love the message that these were accurate based on that they would show the personal life. So what's this? This version. Abaye is asking a series of questions on Rafisha. In the previous version, Abaye was supporting Rafini. In this version, he's questioning, bringing all of the same truths. Abaye, Mahalo Tzvah, that's not how we learn. Right? Chazal, Hira, Shana, Odine, Midash, in Potter, Horodas, Ostayev. Lucky Mamre. So again, we have to explain his system. And Abaye says Lucky Mamre. That's how it's going to be carried, right? What if he just teaches the Halacha? That's his kind. What you see here, but it's not just enough to see the dirt. You also need what? Glasses. Next, Mahalot says, and he asks, one second, what about this Mahalot? Holy. Fine, Mahalot says, Holy the base of Minasa, Hilcham the Kirkola, I have his karma. Through the Alimasa, in case basically this instruction is to remarry. Their psak is only binding if what did they say, mutter and action. So you see here, basically this psak requires mutter and last. Next, Amravino, Mahalot says, one second, Holy base is not an action. Right, our Mishnah. It's really basically saying this, and they're telling you ultimately again that Halacha might act on it, and the rest is super. So interesting. Both versions. Again, there's reverse attribution. Halacha Lamaisa really come out the same way. Let's just go with the first. Halacha Lamaisa, we read Haskim, it's like with deep. Therefore, again, just to understand the way that they normally go ahead and structure their psak, we would say mutter, one again, the ruler that is limited, and ultimately lasos, and give instruction that this psak behaviorally can be acted upon, and it's only that of psak that if someone follows, even though it turns out to be an erroneous psak, personal life. Incredible. Great. That's our first part of the show. Next. Remember again, what happened going? Part one is this two Caleb, right? Based in Paskin, Caleb is mutter left. Without the Caleb, now the individual went ahead, eight Caleb. If there is in such based in, so what says? Now it says, the individual went ahead and acted inadvertently based on their psak. The Gemara says, why do you use that word shogeg? I was going to say, if you think about it, interestingly enough, he's not really shogeg. In other words, right? Ruvain is acting intentionally. What's he acting intentionally? Because as far as Ruvain is concerned, he's got a psak based that says what he's doing is mutter. It turns out that it was an accident. But what he was bothered by is, why don't you just say, the individual came along and acted based on their word. Why do you use the word shogeg? Which we were saying, shogeg last year, this is very interesting. Rather says because the word shogeg actually comes to include a different case. This is really quite fascinating. Last year, watch this. Holu based on shechela mutter. Get ready. Based on paskin, shechela is mutter. Okay, now what happens? It is coming from Caleb and Shimon. I will say, now watch this. So get ready for this. Basin, part one of the story. Basin went ahead and said that Caleb is mutter. Okay, next, part two. Reuben has two pieces of meat in front of him. One is Caleb, one is Shimon. Shimon is permitted fat. Reuben, his intention is to eat Shimon. But what happens? He gets mixed up and he's so Reuben is Caleb. But Reuben didn't eat Caleb because of sacrifice. Reuben did it because he felt confused. He comes along Rabbah and Rabbah says, get ready for this, Reuben is Reuben is why? Because essentially, since there's a psak based out there that says that Caleb is mutter, that the Jew ends up eating inadvertently either because he's following the psak based, or because it just gets mixed up. He's potter. We'll say that's why. That's why. Because remember again, in this case, Reuben's Caleb consumption has nothing to do with the psak of the base. It has to do with his own personalistic confusion. He's thinking of the potter because that psak is out there in the world. Incredible. So let's go. I'm going to show you that. Total base chicken motor. Basically, when I said instead of getting this motor, it is how they go Caleb to Shulman. And we then mixed up a piece of Caleb and piece of Shulman. And then we ended up eating Shulman. But well, Potter. Potter ultimately again is Potter. PM managed. So this is very interesting. So essentially, according to Rabbi, there's two different cases in that Mishnah. Right? Because those the selfish beliefs. Allah Hayafi Va'asa Shogeg Al-Piyam. So there's two different events. There's Shogeg and there's Al-Piyam. Al-Piyam is the case that we recall, which is Basin said that it is mutter level. Ruda goes and eats things. Okay, himself and there's no life. So that's the case of Shogeg, that's a different case. If Shogeg said he gets mixed up. He didn't need to. He's still going to be part of again because such a sack from the actual thing by the way. As the league down the others, it's camera or level says, show up here with the bottom. Another version of that, absolutely. Show you it's only an accidental issue of the idea that happened with only a sack or about driven of personal liability on the website. And on this time, the show is the upper side. And it's a lot for myself, living just gets mixed up with the species. Right? And Hakamai said he will be live. We'll say that so again, there's two versions of Rabbi. So the Gemara says, we'll say that Shita the Rabbi actually by the Rabbi. So something which was obvious to Rabbi is actually a cash Rabbi. By Rabbi was the second one now, totally based in Shifting the Mutter, and basically asking that Taylor is Mutter. It is Kandi Rabbi Shuman, but then again, moving had two pieces of meat in his house. One was Taylor and Shuman. His intention was to eat the Shuman. He accidentally went and ate the Taylor. What's halacha? So we learned his, I'm sorry. There's that man, what's halacha from Rabbi? Rabbi says, Tashma, halacha, also shows you that if moving went ahead and accidentally used inside the basement, we might say, show you that he had an honor. So Rabbi said, why do you need that lashon of show you out here? Just say PM, that's it. Asure, Horus based in Sheffield, the Mutter, and his colleagues located to show the Mutter. Ultimately, again, in order to conclude this case, where again, Ruben got mixed up with the cases, he ended up eating he's still going to be Mutter. Ultimately, he's still covered, so to speak, under the sacrifice. One second. You'll show you the field with the Mutter, and on this colleague located to show the Mutter. Maybe Ruben is only Mutter, but he managed to act in the direction of the sacrifice. But it's scary. One mistake. He says that he should be comfortable with that. He should be dying. He could only alternate of this on the Rabbi Shashma. Halakiyafi, but also showing up here. So when the people went ahead and acted Shogi, sacrifice, my life, Shogi, isn't it only the case where living that is going to be subject. About how they go through the issue of the access finding. So if Allah he mixes up pieces that you sacrifice, he just has a mix up in his own house. Then he should be fine. You'll not Shogi open up. Maybe that's Allah again, that's what she was just coming to say. There's different cases. There's Shogi. Ultimately, our feelings literally act inside of the basement, and Shogi means he has his own mix up. Incredible. So, I just want to point out over here. So, this is really fascinating, right? Everyone is agreeing that a basic class is really Torah, right? Mutter, Akan, Leah, Bal, Torah. All right, Mutter, and go back on them. Everyone agrees that Ruben acts on that side. So, we got the Shiloh just is, Ruben has a mix up in his phone. Two pieces here. He wanted to eat sugar. He accidentally eats the same one. Is he higher towards the pocket? So this is the record. What a thing we say. His consumption of Torah nothing to do with the base. Other versions will be hotter because more sack of the base is not developed. Right there. His mutter ultimately again is covered by that. Because versus the close-up, in reality, this becomes a bigger progress. Holy base is just for the mutter to this basic asking this. Where is one of these only places in the progress. Only Shahil the Mukher. Based in asking that Caleb is Mukher. Okay, that's our case. And now both sides, that's part one. Part two, Ruben is in his house. Ruben has two pieces of meat. One is Caleb and one is Shimon. One is Chalif with Shimon. Ba'achal, he mixes up the pieces and inadvertently ends up consuming the Caleb. What's halacha? Rav Amar Potter, Rav Yochanan Amar Chai. Okay, here it is. Here is the rest of the search. Rav says your Potter is covered under the sack of the basin. Rav Yochanan says no. It has nothing to do with the sack of the basin, and therefore you need Chai. By the way, Chai what? Chai B'chatz. Because remember again, this is a case of shopping. But they say, remember, is it Kasha? The Amaretz, the Amaretz Baso, so this is ultimately this is the Nefesh Achas Takata Bishkava. The Amaretz Baso Achas Mitzvos Hashem Asherlot Yaseh Hashem. This is the Pasuk of the Katas. Like the person is not there in the mercies. The Amaretz Baso, so front Lumumah. This comes to a student. One moment, which is also remember again, the concept of Katas is told in 22 Revelations, show you. A mummer, which is someone again, is used to back across the hundred days. Mummer is someone who fundamentally rejects Torah, rejects Torah. So ultimately, and sins with intentionality, ultimately again, is exempt from the carbon Katas. Doesn't mean it. Shem Ben Yossi Omer, Shem Elon Sarah, Ari Omer, Asher Loki Asena, Bishkaga, Va'ashem Ohoda. So this is very interesting. The Torah speaks about again a common context. What does it say? Ashalot Asana Bishkaga, Va'ashem Ohoda. Talking about a person ultimately, again, when you bring a carbon context, Hashab Miviyaso, maybe carbon al Shirivasa. So we'll say here's the good metric for carbon context. A carbon context you bring for inadvertent alcohol. Here's if you had the necessary information at hand, would you have abstained from sin? If the answer to that is yes, then you bring a carbon chatos for inadvertent commission of the act. That's what we call hashav miyidiyasa. If someone would have refrained from sinning, maybe carbon al shidiyasa. That's the type of person who brings chatos for inadvertent sin. Conversely, someone had the knowledge, still would have sinned. They don't bring a carbon chatos. Once it's absolute, it's excluded. What is excluded? If somebody would not refrain from or abstain from sinning because of this awareness, they don't bring a carbon on their shoulder. So that would exclude a moment. When he saw how so now we'll say interestingly enough, applying this to our case, applying this to our case. So the question is, our case where one would refrain, even though, right? Remember again, Reuben is getting mixed up between pieces. Even had Reuben known that the piece he was about to consume was Caleb, he still wouldn't have abstained. Why would he have not abstained? Why not? There was a psak based. So what's that mean? So why should you be chayv b'chatas in this case? In other words, we'll say the metric for chatas is I bring the carbon chatas for committing an avera of the shogeg. If I would not have committed the avera had I had the knowledge, but in this case again, even if someone Reuben, wait, it's Caleb. Reuben has said, so what? So what? Basil said that it's mutter. So why should we have a carbon chatas in this case? Incredible. Let me say, Allah Shamil Diasal. I'm going to papa Kasara Yochanan. Even between the Siaga, Lohul, the Beidina, Hajiboku, because again, it's really very serious like this. Since when Basin finds out that their psak is erroneous, obviously Basin is going to walk back. Hadar, so the Gemara says, Nami Hadare, and then when Ruben hears that Basin retracted their psak, obviously he's also going to retract it here. So therefore the Gemara says, Shami Eliyasu Hadare. So essentially the Gemara says is like this, we still call this the case where he had the knowledge he would have abstained. In this case, it's just 2 steps removed. Had Basin found out that the psak is erroneous, they would have abstained from this behavior, and then when Reuben finds out that the psak Basin is erroneous, he would have abstained. Therefore, this is called the case where if one had the knowledge, he would have abstained. That's why this one of you says he is high b'chatas in this case. I'm sorry. Okay, so we'll say now. Okay, this is now another topic over here. So I'll say which we're going to get into. There's something in this case that we're doing up until now, what's happening in this case is Bezdin is giving an erroneous sound, and an individual is following through on it. There's going to be another case where Bezdin delivers an erroneous sound, and the majority follows the sound. That different situation, that is a hard hell governance or a special governance brought. 1% of the cloud to go ahead and follow the order stuff. So say, watch this. Let's say you have 50% of the cloud. Who's the determinant factor? Because the scales between them. Okay, so again, watch this. So basically, this motor. 50% of the cloud is fell. 8 who's the guy who's going to tip the scales? Ruven. What does Ruven do? All eyes on Ruven. Ruven's sitting at home. He's got 2 pieces in front of him. Caleb and Shimon. But he needs to eat the chunk that he eats, but he ends up eating it. Everyone agrees that Ruven does not count towards the Torah. Right? Interesting. Ruven does not count towards the Torah. Why? Now, why? Because now what you can't ignore is what? That Ruven acting based on the psak. Ruven's just doing his own thing. So even if we could say that Ruven is personal liability, or Ruven is himself in personal liability because psak based, let's say we live in the 51%, the power hell of government at Seymour, you can't say that Ruven is acting based on psak based. Okay. And Rabbi Samla Umodrash, and I'm actually going to take time what's the reason. Actually, Kulon, power hell of government at Seymour at 51%, everything has to be engaged. Therefore, again, Ruven control your capacity. Then again, separate. So bottom line, interestingly enough, bottom line, what we involved with over here is a fundamental focus. And what is that fundamental focus? If Ruven went ahead and ended up eating Caleb, not because of the psak of the basis, but because he got confused himself. Halacha l'maisa, is he liable or not? On the one hand, one opinion says liability because his consumption has nothing to do with the psak. On the other hand, there is in the belt, right in the world, there is a psak of basis that says Caleb is mutter. Does that psak absolve him or not? Fundamental machloek. Next. Beisha asu va'asu man. Lamali the mistakalan. So what's this? Remember again, the Mishnah brought down a whole bunch of variation of cases. So Bezdin said Caleb is mutter, and then it said whether he did it together with Bezdin did it first. He did it, and Bezdin did it by himself. So what do you mean all these cases for? So Lozu Afsu is a stylistic version of the Mishnah, but the Mishnah sometimes just includes a lot of information, even though you don't need to say it. Understood. Ella Sefer, if you the great Mishnah is coming ahead at like one or any all the cases, they should really be framed in the reverse. So on the days, which again, you have a stylistic idea that the Mishnah will say this even if it didn't need to say something else. The bottom line, there is additional information listed in the Mishnah, which is just the stylistic reality of the Mishnah. Sometimes again, people I can extrapolate the cases from each other. Sometimes the Mishnah will rely on you to extrapolate, and sometimes the Mishnah will just give a lot of additional information. The other aftermath, the Mishnah called us is what's married at what is this? Mishnah basically delivers a erroneous psak. You're allowed to eat Caleb. One of the members of the base or a ranking comes, in the gallery of the base, realizes that this is an erroneous psak. But he nevertheless relies on his Caleb, what's the cost? Is higher. Hopefully, the individual is great argument. Again, says the other right, First is comes first and faith deliver judgment. Why do you need both of those things? It was not allowed to rely on his someone who was government so to extrapolate and ultimately again find knowledge to be maybe what we're talking about is fit if someone's not or maybe you have to have both of these qualities in order to be accepted as a law, coming with seven. Essentially, the Mishnah itself says, Roi Lahora. Who is the person who is Roi Lahora? A person who is both Kamir, Roman, and Sabir, knows that there's actually information in the prior scenarios. Another if we would have just said no, how about Gummer the son? I would have thought like this. It's only someone who's both Gummer and Suffer. Have I Gummer or Suffer? No. But perhaps if you don't have both these qualities, that maybe you would be such a personalized baby if you allow a baby. Rari Laura. Mishnah itself, he was Gummer the Suffer, Suffer the she wasn't incredible. Therefore, again, we should use the word for Ra. Ra actually was so, one of the someone is either runner or suffer. You have you know a lot of information, or you know what's possible. In other words, if you have the ability to know, with certainty that this sack is wrong, and you rely on it, you are not sure this is a person. Incredible. Right about wrong. Whereas if you don't know, who's a good example of this? A really good example of someone where if they rely on exactly the reason, you will not be sure if it's a lie. And we have to go to Shimon Ben Azai, Shimon Ben Sor. Shimon Azai, Shimon Ben. Like these individuals. I know that violence. Gosh, it's like we have one tongue side. You don't have to show them so much. Don't shoot me. I don't hear how long these words from this coming. It was before the battle. And they even something again with the judges. I mean, like, I got no amazing. And I said, here's the problem. So let's at least begin this. And I alluded to this in the here's the problem. If you have a person, like Shimon Ben Azai and Shimon Ben Sor, who obviously never say what in 1960s, and they hear the Beis Din say that Caleb is mutter. Caleb is mutter. They know it's wrong. If they go ahead and they act based on this psak that they say, so the Mishnah said they're high b'chat, especially with personal liability. But if they act on the psak, what are they? What are they? They're just, they know what's wrong. They know what's wrong. So when you talk about coming to campus, they should actually be valuable. For me, it's I say a lot of this. This is incredible. I may have the same with so stuff. I feel the person is going to fight it, or else it's better. That's the apostle says. If an individual does ultimately they correspond in his context holy things in the maker it basically say that's really the motto of us that's not very good for them pick up current forward absolutely or fine catch up this stuff so I kind of want to try to face that guy stop making this discussion but again a lot of good we'll pick up with the kind of coffee case tomorrow yes great day the second starting
Jewish magic. What the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices and into Judaism, and if mysticism would be the dominant of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. For the majority of Jewish history, we think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism. But the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages. right all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah has absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want mysticism in terms of practice the longest, Merkaba, Hasidic literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only been practiced for about 800 years. That's the only years, correct? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000 perhaps. So it's only like a couple hundred years that Kabbalah will last, or mysticism, right, will last. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about Anglo literature and American literature. One of the texts that I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is a really great study of the Sword form of mysticism. This is a definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel and teaching things very rapidly. The problem with the American pop literature is that it's all published through the academic publisher. And it's very so you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from my library, the university library. You want to read some of this. Although there are some older translations of Hekalo Rabati online, so if you really want to get into them, I'm going to include them, and I'm going to include them later. Folks will be able to jump out, grab the link, and I'll put it in the chat. If you want to read some of this American literature, but I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. And so I can include a link to, I can jump out, just a moment, I do some questions and answers, I can jump out and grab a couple of links to folks if you want to check out the Shir the measurement of the mysticism, or the Hekalo Rabati, the largest text of the American tradition. So, now this week, right, we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic, and Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when we talk about Kabbalah Maasid, right, Kabbalah Maasid is just basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just a code word, it's a level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, briefly enough, on 3 days from now. We'll turn to that on Wednesday and pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore. Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hitchcock.
Hey, right here, everybody. Exciting stuff. Glad to be back. We are live streaming around the world using our friends over at YouTube. Exciting to be here, Red Man. How are you, man? I'm great. Yeah. It's good to see you once a week. Good to see you. Once a week. That every night stuff was good. Pretty bad. Yeah. I reset my sleep schedule. It's 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Yeah. How many mornings at 6 a.m.? 3 or 4. Wow. It sucks. It really So what do you get open?
Well, just anything. Hey, this is Rayman coming live from Betterbox Studios for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. You're studying it.
Hey, hello everybody. Another damn quarantine episode. Right. Good. So I booked a bunch of dates. See if things ever get better again. Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, Salt Lake City, Boston, Bakersfield, Sacramento, and San Francisco. All in 2020, a year that they've been never had. Yeah. Is that 2021 or Vegas? Like let's take us out. Yeah, it's all happening. Everything's going over here at Betterbox Studios. The great Gino here making it all happen. The great Charlie from Vito's Pizza, our favorite pizza place in Los Angeles. Is a company called Damn Good Candle Company, damngoodco.com, and they have a brand new Kill Tony that they made. It smells like a spot. Gwyneth Paltrow has a candle that smells like her vagina. I have one that smells like my butthole, which surprisingly smells like eucalyptus and a male spa, an all-male spa. Lot of the youth, as we like to call it, that's short for eucalyptus. It's called Hitch Me, I'm Dreaming. They came up with the title, not me. That is not Writers Guild qualified there. For only $6, you get it. It's a 2-ounce travel tent, $6. Hitch Me, I'm Dreaming. At damngoodco.com. That's damngoodco.com. You can light that up and have sex with your significant other. You like having sex, right, man?
Not with the smell of your asshole.
I think you do. Because my asshole smells like eucalyptus, and you're going to try it. We're going to use candles. And if you go soft, good news is, Rick Fossick is here visiting us from the theme of Jackass. I can see it over there. Squeeze on into there. Squeeze into that bad baby jam. You can have sex with the candle burning, and the smell of my asshole makes you go soft. You can use Blue Chew. This episode, coincidentally, sponsored by Blue Chew. I didn't even realize that when I brought it up. This episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. And it's something that we can all talk about, really use during this quarantine time, and that is great sex. You know? The sex drives of a lot of people right now in the quarantine. A lot of people are depressed, perhaps you lost your job, perhaps you're broke, perhaps you're homeless, but it doesn't mean you can stop having sex. You gotta keep that sex drive up. Don't let the depression get to you. Use Blue Chew. You can increase your get extra confidence in bed. BlueChew.com. That's like the color blue. Blue Chew brings you the first chewable with FDA active ingredients, same ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can get it with Blue Chew.
It's great. I just got my subscribe.
Okay, we will address this one at a time. Add in the missing years aspect of Jewish history. Here is a citation, but use the exact citation, whatever is within Wikipedia.
Wow. That was made in the USA. American made. They should call it red, white, and blue chip. Yeah, there you go. Heck yeah. It's a fast, easy way to enhance your performance. And right now we have a special deal for our listeners. Visit foodchew.com and get your first shipment free and use the special code KILLTONY. Guess that. Just pay $5 in shipping. Again, that's BLUE chew.com. Promo code KILLTONY to try it for free. That's incredible. Only $5 shipping, you try it for free. What do you have to lose? Nothing other than that soft nugget in your pants. Blue Chew is the better, cheaper, faster choice, and we thank them for sponsoring the podcast. And remember, when you support our sponsors, you help make this podcast possible. So please be sure to use our promo code KILLTONY at BlueChew.com today. Yeah. Let's just jump right into it. Actually, I will say this. The great Ryan J. Belt, of course, was drawing tonight's episode. We're going to check in with him at the absolute end of the episode to see what he drew. He always draws it along with the theme of the tone, the vibe, and the energy of the show, adds in some fun stuff.
Oh, by the way, last episode, and he had drawn 2 different figs. Right. It was in crayon. That was because of his daughter being
and he also drew the one with his left hand. Yeah. That's at least a room. We're hearing a lot of rooms. Also, shout out to the great Anthony and Gage, working hard in the booth for us. Follow them on social media at _strange taste, strange taste _ and Gage GAGETIJERINA. Yum, yum, yum. And let's get it going, everybody. No need to delay. I will show you the way. We have a band on this show. Every single week they take different characters. Now we are missing a Joelberg this week. He is self-quarantining. He is visiting his Mexican parents this week who are a little bit elderly. And he's staying away from everyone to get to visit them. What's great to do having to visit your Mexican parents is the most Mexican thing that a Mexican can do. And he is avoiding us just in case. However, we do have the other band members who are here, so let's see what characters they are this week. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it is characters we've seen in the past before. Let's all find out together. It's the best damn band, the Tony Band, Jeremiah Watkinson, Jesse Johnson. Okay, what's up? Welcome. How are you? What's your name?
Hey, what's up? My friends call me Rona, but you can call me COVID-19.
Oh, that is so cool. The actual coronavirus is here. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, and this must be Blue Chew next to you. I have the bubonic plague. Oh, the bubonic plague. Very topical. That is also in the news just as much as the coronavirus. How you doing, bubonic?
OG representative of this little disease is barely killing one man.
Yeah, well, I'm on top right now, baby.
Yeah. My wife, she's the Takashi 6ix9ine of diseases. Like that.
Don't take your A's. Don't forget about it.
I love it. This is very exciting. This is the first time we've had coronavirus and bubonic plague on the show. Very fitting that you guys are here. And it's exciting. So great. Let's just jump right into it. This is a show where we used to have at least 500 people in the room, all cheering and losing their minds, going wild in between jokes, sometimes not going wild in between jokes, and letting us know that what we did clearly just wasn't funny. We have none of that now, so nobody knows what's funny and what isn't, and nothing translates quite as well. Anyway, people still send in sets. We watch them try to perform for 60 seconds. Some of them are great. Sometimes we just go over what they wrote a little bit. And of course, as always, I try to find out more about them. We're going to get it started with a bit of a banger here. This guy is actually a golden ticket winner in the great state of Iowa. And here he is. It's actually only a second time in the history of the show on a special coronavirus edition. Here is the ticket winner, Halloween, everyone. I'm a widow. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here.
The thing is, I want to make the justification that you can live stream
Here is Halloween, everyone.
it was already done in Sephardic communities.
Halloween. All right, what is up, Halloween? Joining us from Iowa. How are you? There's Cyrus. Call the police. We have a black man on the show. It's good to see you again. You've only been on the show once, is that correct? Twice. That's right. Omaha, that's the point is. And, heck yeah. So you have that's a big board in your truck. What do you do for work again?
Computer repairman.
What do you do? Driving the semi? Just delivering stuff? Are there many black truck drivers? Really? I bet everyone in Iowa does. God damn it, that's the 8th black, that's the 8th colored truck driver I saw this week. They must have stole that truck. I love it, man. I love it. So, how you been doing during the quarantine? They still got you working full time? We're even doing that here on Phil County. We started with Joel next week. It's going to be another week off. Just keep rolling with it. So Halloween, I see you have a picture of Michael Jordan back there. Is that right? What's he doing in that picture? Is it censored on ESPN? No, it's not. It's censored.
I'm surprised that they don't say for things like information.
Incredible documentary. You forget how much fun all those characters were. Bill Cartwright, BJ Armstrong, Pippen. Scottie Pippen's voice in this is unbelievable. I actually was thinking the other day, you have a Pippen impression. You have a Sonic Flag. Have you ever done a,
Well, they do call me Black Death.
hey? Have you been working on a Pippen at all because of this Last Dance thing?
A little bit, but it's a little out of my range. It's very,
Make it as strong as possible with as much justification for being able to
I
use
was
streaming
thinking, I was
and
picturing
Shabbat as
last night how
possible.
funny it'd be if you were Pippen and Joel were like just all Pippen Jordan, and Jesse was Phil Jackson, but a man can only dream, you know.
where you live. Is it open up yet, or is it still locked down?
Yeah, in certain areas, they have different levels of closed down, but yes, that's one of the problems they closed down. There are those states that were relaxed on our because we don't give a fuck about
Yeah, right. Iowa is as American as it gets. The only restaurants there are Waffle Houses. Waffle Houses are open. Waffle Houses are open. They are the first restaurant across America to open. Meanwhile, Restream Steakhouse accepting government money and clothes. Now, how does any of this make any sense?
I love Waffle House.
I bet you do.
They're all over everything.
You have that place scattered, smothered, and covered, without a doubt. Halloween, what do you think? That's true. I'm a fucking huge Waffle House guy. People are always surprised when I tell them that. You're not, right? We always disagree. You and I have the opposite, complete opposite taste.
I grew up where the Waffle Houses were connected to strip bars, and so it's always considered like no strip bar, like strip clubs. Like there was a strip club next to a Waffle House, like in 3 different places in Columbus.
Wow, crazy you called it independent.
Yeah, right. So I would only go there late at night, and I don't know. It's just compared to like the other places that were around. I never thought it was. I thought it was always greasy and gross, but it could be just the locations.
That was Allie McCobsky. Allie, it was one of the nights we drove with you guys. It was when we were in Arizona, and I'm like, I'm fucking hungry. You want to go to Waffle House? And I was like, yeah, no, Waffle House is disgusting. It's like pay TV. You ever just lose like 6% of her spending with somebody? Like, no, you think not only do you not like Waffle House, you think it's disgusting.
It's probably one of those places for Allie and
Right? She thought like I like Waffle House. But I mean, it's all in what you get. Look, you go to the Waffle House, you don't get the Waffle, you get fucking hash browns, and you dip those bitches out like crazy. You get salsa in it, you get the fucking the cheese, what else? The onions for fucking sure. Jalapeno. Tortilla. You get crazy. All these jalapeno and tortilla references are making me strong. I'm getting a little bit emotional. How about you, Mr. Walker? That is true. He is scared of you. What do you get when you go to Waffle House? Good news. There are now. It was built on. That's fun. Alla, what's something that is interesting about you that we haven't found out on your other appearances? Fun fact about Alla being Junie? Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. That'll also be me. 8 years.
I doubt it.
How long have you been doing this show? 7 years or 8 years?
Almost.
Well, very exciting. I hope that you make it. And we'll see you then. I think everything will be good by then.
Jesus, thank God. Yeah, I think that's like 3 weeks from now. I doubt the comedy store is going to be open in 3 weeks.
No is the answer. Brendan is telling you to stay in Iowa, and he is announcing with the Comedy Store 8 ever since you got that mosaic on your mouth. Seems like you run the train. Okay, Halloween, it was great to have you. Funny stuff as always. Can't wait to see you live in June. Great Halloween, everybody.
Very exciting music to go with.
I don't belong here. We know. Absolutely. So let's keep it moving. Let's get a stranger in here that we haven't done before. Those are always fun, and that is going to be the comedy stylings of a man named Andrew Wardle. All right, and here's some music. Here's Andrew Wardle.
What's up, guys? This is Andy, calling from Sicily, Italy. I'm actually from England. We lived with the world. We found a place called Sri Lanka. We called it Ceylon because it was full of Ceylon tea trees. So we just fucking called it Ceylon. That's like calling arriving in Thailand, calling on the bridge of the sea, or going across the border to America and just calling it Flat Fonzaros or something like that.
Wow, my goodness. Andrew Wardle, incredible performance. If you like John Oliver masturbating in bed. Hi, Andrew.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
Is that your real hair?
Dude, I don't know. It's almost left a bit. I'm hanging on to it.
I don't think so. I think you have, it appears to be an extreme abundance of hair. What is that? Oh, it is. I was having a little bit of a wig on. That's his hair. Hey, that's his clown hair. Oh, there's your portion.
Yeah, feel it all the way back. It's only been in the video. I'm just hanging on to it. Last hurrah.
So you're in England right now.
No, I'm in Sicily, Italy.
You really are in Sicily.
Yeah, I have a house here. I bought a house here.
Wow. What made you buy a house in Sicily?
I was on holiday with my wife, and she wanted to buy a house. I bought a house here the next day.
Just on a holiday, don't you have to person live there before you can think about buying a house?
I just buy a house. And I'm planning to live here after, but I don't actually live here. I live in China.
Okay.
Illegal, but stuff going on with this guy.
Wet stuff. That's what I thought when I saw him. There's some wet stuff going on.
So, did you already have Corona?
Just thought, should it's like if Blanca from Street Fighter got coronavirus, I don't know about you.
Do you want Corona?
I'll take it.
Get in there and have it body. Just own it.
What a sense of humor the coronavirus has. So, Andrew, what do you do for work?
I'm a teacher, that's why I teach in China, and I'm still in Italy right now, because I was on vacation in my holiday, and then we took it back to China, and we thought, we're safe, we're fine, we're safe from the shit, and then we're pulling us in Mexico.
Jesus Christ. My God. Very hairy situation.
You should have definitely got it.
Yeah, you should have gotten it. Especially since all that wet stuff.
I left the house twice, since they locked that shit down. I'm pretty strict over here for a long time.
Right? Did I ask you that already, Matt? It's not bad. We know that for sure.
It's an in. I just start talking to people like you're hired.
What's your favorite thing about Sicily?
The oranges and the wine.
A lot of wine there, right? A lot of wine at a good price.
So much wine, but nothing. Definitely an alcoholic. There's nothing else to do. They don't drink wine. Just wine. They drink them out of the house.
Right? Typical English teacher. You're so crazy.
You teach it to a kid in China, so I'm pretty unrealistic. I guess.
Oh, that
Yeah. So, I just sat there with my pajamas on. Out in bed, just telling them, say this sentence, they allow you to find Phoenix there, so
You put any festive backgrounds behind you.
set myself a little kind of basics that make me feel a bit like in China.
do you stand before Andrew?
First time. First time.
They do stand up in Sicily. How long have you lived?
Well, I live here in the suburbs. In a small town, so there's not much happening going on. There is pop out there, people over there. The Irish food is there. The English goes around to exchange something.
That's fun. What else, Andrew? What's a fun fact about you that we're surprised to know? You know what Have you ever been in a band before?
Friends kind of stuff.
What was the name of your band? Well, Asia's a very popular band.
But no, there's one guy who plays guitar today. Like most of the time, he gets paid pretty well just to play. Chinese people pay on stage, playing
I was trying to answer this.
That's me. That's me.
Have you checked out Baby Metal?
can't tell if
Yeah.
All right. What's your, you have any special moves in the bedroom? This episode sponsored by Blue Chew. You seem like the kind of guy that's into some kinky shit. You have your hair pulled over your eyeballs. I like to think that, that the carpets match the drapes. Does your hair cover your entire dick and balls?
But no, there's my wife bought this face massager with the museum, and she thought it'd be, she used to once in the face and think this has to have some kind of better, efficient purpose. So she was going to be blown up and do this kind of face massager going on. And it's kind of put on the ball. Yeah, it's just out there.
I like how he started first saying, not an asshole, right? And then he quickly became such an asshole. I was like, well, fuck
Oh, you're doing great. Here's the strap on it. Yes. Two.
She has expressed some. Don't have to find out what it is. That's all that has to place. She has to just find sort of writing faces.
Yes, indeed. Having things shoved up your butt would be considered invasive, to say the least. Can you say some of these for us?
Ready?
Are you ready?
Incredible. There's actually spent a lot of time in China. Coronavirus.
Miss, of course, as you know, we talked in the morning and then I fell asleep and I slept all day. So my hours are a little reversed, but that's okay. Excellent, Mr. Corey. Yay for you.
I'm doing good. I'll take them a half. I'm doing good. I'll take them a half. She's on the kitchen. Showing my dog. I'm just gonna have showing my dog. I'm just gonna have that right there. We got to do nothing but that.
There he is, Andrew. Everybody, there's Anthony.
That's excellent. Okay.
I have a great head. I have a great head.
Have you been going to your dentist a long time?
Yeah. Yeah. I know for a long time. But my dentist, you know, my dentist, I know he's passed away, so now we got to check. She don't be that, but they got some other doctors. She don't be that, but they got some other doctors. Well, I got years. Coaching me and just, wake up. Tell the staff to send me candy. Yeah, I'm gonna do it one time. So it's a note. Just picture where you're going. Picture where you're going. Everyday sugar free. I have it. Everyday sugar free. I have it.
Okie doke.
I'm ready. Where is it? I don't see it. I'm ready. Where is it? I don't see it. There you go. There you go. It was tripping. It was tripping.
No doubt.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You probably get shit with any redheaded guy, right? You probably get that all the time, right?
This was me. This was
Yeah, but seriously, why did you shoot that guy that was just jogging?
I don't like
me. Okay, well,
Yeah, is your friend there this week?
okay, well, get that. Whatever, man.
Oh, wow.
No.
What happened to him? You go for a jog?
You got this, boy. I believe in you. You got this.
Oh, no doubt, Mr. Aquarius. Easy peasy. Oh, come on. Garbage.
Incredible that gunshot happened and a different version of you popped up on the screen. I don't know.
Almost.
People saw it. William, that Adderall joke is unbelievable. That's one of those fucking 1 in a million one-liners.
Give me this. Oh, come on.
Mr. Montgomery.
You should have got that one too. All those pins went invisible.
Go back to the storage facility. That seems like the more essential jobs that would be happening. Are you sure they did just
There you go.
without you, without telling you?
No, I'm still employed.
Come on, man, let us go. Come on, man, let us go.
Yeah, I gotta go back. It's only this Friday, but I might turn it to next Friday just because
Give me this. Whoa.
Two of my favorite movies mentioned their Friday and next Friday. Perhaps even the Friday after next would be the one that you actually show up for. That's fun. How's your girlfriend that meets you doing? How's that going for you?
It's been good. I've been hanging. I've been very places to see her right now. I'm pretty much been living over here.
The bubonic plague has
No.
something.
In this time period, you let the woman strike you.
Yes, it's weird. Yes, somewhat of a pussy in bed.
Hey, man, you got it.
That.
No doubt.
Hey, man, you got it.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
You ain't happy.
I win, you win. You and I win.
Before the pandemic.
Reload.
Yes, we go there all the time.
Why? What would you do at the mall?
Go to the orange Julius stand.
Yeah, do what?
Get orange Julius's. Get pizza.
That's incredible. You had a joke about a prostitute, which reminds me, I didn't mention at the top of the episode that we
Nice spare.
still believe that Manolo will be joining us at the end of this episode. Last week booked a deal in which he would write a minute for a real-life Mexican prostitute. We're going to see how this goes. Fingers are crossed all the way.
Give me this. Are you serious? Garbage.
Yeah.
This episode. What do you think about that, William? Have you ever met a Mexican prostitute?
Have you ever had a prostitute in general, or have you any hand jobs from a massage parlor or anything? Yeah, you guys black lady Imogene in Memphis. I used to date hand jobs. She's actually no longer with us.
What happened to her?
She died, I think, of complications from surgery.
She was giving blowjobs too, obviously.
Yes, correct.
Here comes the bod. That,
I've been blocking my money on super fat.
yeah, looks like it. You look fucking
Hey,
great.
There's a strike.
thank you. Mama, right back to me.
William,
Oh,
you're
no.
going back to Tennessee.
Mother's Day. Had a good long conversation with Frances. She's doing well. Yeah, they're both doing well.
How far do they live from Nashville?
Memphis is like a 3-hour drive.
If they want to come see, Dave Chappelle and Joe Rogan at the end of September, I'd be happy to throw them on my guest list.
Go on, let him know. As always, I miss you. I wonder when this will start back up. I think August will be.
And it's
Give
true.
it to me.
Even a week.
Whoa.
It seems like we're in it. It seems like
It's over, Miss Aquarius. It's over, Miss Aquarius.
William? Oh, who's that? Who's that? What is
There you go.
Come on, stop. This is not great fun.
Wow. Elderly people in this town.
What a spare.
It has been quite the situation. It's been all right.
I love that the one person that even we won't allow in the studio is quarantining with elderly people.
You're still rocking.
And random black guys.
Beautiful.
They want to come hang out.
What a big score. She puts it out of reach. It's out of reach, Miss Aquarius. I can't get that.
That's why you're on the patio now. All right, William, we love you very much. We miss you. We'll talk to you soon. There he goes, the great William.
There we go.
Yes. Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. when you win.
Yeah.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in shit.
Undefeated bowling. Undefeated bowling.
Good job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you. Good job to you too.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good job to you too. When you win, I win.
When you win,
Thank
thank you.
Man, it doesn't matter. When you win, I win. It doesn't matter. When you win,
That's
I
correct, madam. Excellent.
Just gonna wear JC. And I might be coming back. Okay, wear JC. And I might be coming back. Okay. See you later. See you in the morning, okay? See you later. See you in the morning, okay? Try to get you some sleep. Try to get you some sleep.
I'll be up all night, Mr. Aquarius.
Okay, I can do what to sleep. Okay, I can do what
Yes,
to
ma'am.
sleep. Okay. Okay.
Eva Lacey, ladies and gentlemen. Eva Lacey. Hi, Eva. How are you? It's absolutely incredible. Normally, Redman's being frightening, but he actually took the words out of my mouth on that one. That was the next thing I was going to say. That is an incredible smile. There's your real team. Team that looked that good are normally like someone had them smashed out with a baseball bat as a kid or something like that. Like they have unbelievably perfect teeth, take some tragic accident in the years.
So that's pretty good.
What do you get on what?
One of her teeth.
Yeah. Those really are real. It's fucking incredible. Unbelievable. All right, Eva, so let's jump right into it. Where are you at? Oh, nice. Yeah. San Jose, beautiful place. The home great San Jose Improv. They're right, Bubonic. Eva, you ever do stand-up comedy?
Just started in January.
Awesome. Yeah. You had a good structure to your set. Love the bathroom R. Kelly segue and things like that. It showed that difference from Andrew Ward really summed it up and sizzled, you know what I mean? Like I just down. Not nearly as easy. Great Eva, what do you do for work? Agreed. Okay. Yeah, much less special needsy job than a greeter at home.
What's the meanest thing you've ever said to someone when you greeted them?
I don't know, like there's going to be a bit of weight. Sorry.
You are a mean
You brought up something interesting. Women calling men daddy in bed. That has always frightened me. Yeah. You do? Really? Is that true? Is it real? Is this bubonic plague or with your mom?
Your wife says daddy in bed. It's my plague wife. No, it's creepy. I mean, especially when it's not even like the sex daddy, where it almost sounds like it's real, like there's something real behind it.
Yeah, like don't get it. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Very good bubonic. There's always something great when you're, maybe having a one night stand and you're like, oh, this chick's damaged or dirty. Like that's always fun. But there's something about the daddy thing where it's the opposite. Like it's a sad kind of dirty and disappointing. Like it's like, daddy. Like of all the things, like that's almost basically a safe word for me. Like it's just like you're reminding me that I didn't have a dad in my childhood. Like, lady, you're not the only one with daddy issues here. demented side of things. It's just very awkward. Demonic, it's a comedy show. You're all, the awkwardness. Your tricks like a plan.
718 sticking to you and gave that.
Jesus, ew. Red man makes anything disgusting. Until you get
That's maybe why she has a nice smile.
True. You're fucking with us, right? Right. Interesting. What does he do for work?
She's not on age.
There you go. Yes, I know. Never mind. Very good. What does he do for work?
Ice cream.
Oh, wow. Really?
She lives in San Jose. Everything's IT.
Oh, that's right. Interesting. How about your past dating life? Was it mostly white guys or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
So you've got a Hillary from Fresh Prince complex.
They had Fresh Prince of Bel-Air to on play.
Like I said, I am the black death in all culture.
I love it. You have any special skills or talents, Eva? No? Sure? You're not like the Masked Singer or anything like that? What do you like to do for fun? Hobbies or anything? Oh. What do you normally write about?
Just write about my day, or like short stories, comedy bits.
I love that. Are you kind of journal? The what? Goodness, bubonic you are.
He actually does write in his journal every single day. I've seen him.
It's true.
Right. Like, you have books and books. Don't you? You've been doing it. How long have you been doing it?
Wow, that's true. I've seen it. It's up to some flights back from some cities. I have gone on a flight journaling, and I will wake up 4 hours later, and sometimes I still journal. It's very interesting.
I would love to get my hands on this journal.
I swear to God, the second I can get away from 2D, never found anything. You all I do. All right, Eva, so much fun. Such a great interview. Such a positive, throughout energy you are. And check us down, and we'll get you into the, you can make it to Sacramento. When we're up there, we'll throw you and your white boyfriend on the guest list, and maybe it's... that white boyfriend, maybe you'll even have a new white boyfriend. By the way, make it to Sacramento. But we'll get you into that show just for mine. He does. And we'll get you in. Eva Lacey, everybody. She is the great Eva Lacey. Thank you, Eva. She's Eva Lacey, Lacey on social media. William is William.f.punk every one. Halloween is at Halloween, Halloween. All right, here we go. Another complete stranger. Anything can happen. This is a minute of comedy by Matt Markman. Here's Matt Markman. Fuck yeah. Absolutely doodling. Love that song. Matt Martin is here. Hi, Matt. Great. How are you? Where are we talking to you from? Where are you at?
So right now I'm in RV.
Oh, awesome. I fucking love RVs. Do you drive it around a lot, or are you mostly stationed out of Mississippi?
So I was a comedy-based for like 16 years, and figured I quit my job and bought an RV, and me and my wife and my 5-year-old decided to 6 months to work on comedy.
Fucking love it. Love it. I'm obsessed with it. I'm obsessed with that idea. I'm obsessed with that style of fucking living. I mean, that is just absolutely awesome. I once lived in an RV. Out of high school, my brother and I both lived in an RV in Burbank, California, very close to where Death Squad Studios is and where Red Band lives. And that was my initial contact with California. We lived I actually paid a house owner money to park it in their driveway. It was fucking awesome. It was one of the most fun times of my life. I was 19 years old, and it was a dream. Eventually, we ended up breaking that RV. We drove it over the Santa Monica Mountains and blew out the engine. Yeah, back then, it goes to show how technologically advanced we were in 2004. But we had a paper map, and we saw that the shortest distance to this party that was at basically Malibu Beach was this one route, but you couldn't see the elevation on this paper map. So we took a 29-foot RV over these hills. It's also the closest to death I've ever been. I don't know if I ever talked about this on the show. My brother, who is the least spiritual man that I know, swears that the brakes weren't working on this RV when we were coming down the other side, and that it was an accident, like some external force saved us from going over the edge. Like, it didn't make any scientific sense. We ended up blowing out the engine. The next day we found out about the blown out engine. We didn't even know because it's sort of like sustained and then spilled to we got there and tried to make this long story as short as possible.
Include the idea that it could be 1 in 7 or 84 point.
Ended up saying that it doesn't make any scientific sense that this 79
or 14.7% or whatever it is. It's an important statistic that I wanted to know, even if we have to.
So RVs bring up, I have a fun history with RVs and some of the best you're in setups that we've seen out of all of these quarantine episodes, and you're also the only person in an RV. Yeah. I mean, like, I think you're the only person out of all these quarantine episodes that I am actually jealous of their setup.
I've always wanted to get one of those silver air screens.
Yeah. I mean, I've looked it up multiple times. You know, that's the thing is sort of just like, really the only thing truly keeping me completely in Los Angeles is podcasts and, comedy school dream, getting so many spots there. But if that place ever
I don't see the 14.7% and 84.3%. I want to see that. That's important.
Right.
Or
Sure.
whatever
When
it
did you
is,
start
whatever the
this? You say
percentages are.
January?
1 out of 7. Say that is an uncertainty that should not be dismissed, even though it may not be along Missouri or tradition or whatever. There is some uncertainty, especially with the missing years.
Arizona? Yeah.
I just want to make sure I wasn't saying
Right. Fuck yeah.
Were you born during your like I could say. So I'm like, hello. I'm not feeling bad right now. We're having a relaxing right now, but
Yeah.
it's working out.
Sure. But having an RV does cost money. So you like saved up for that, you have a bunch of budgeted.
Money put aside, so it kind of worked out. My wife worked at a clubs and my rock version. So she actually got laid off, so she was already on it. So then I had some money put aside, and I hated my job. I used to work at a pharmacy, and I was done. Yeah.
What did you do at the pharmacy?
I was a technician.
They also include that what the punishments are for celebrating Shabbat on the wrong day. They're very strict. Say what they are in the Talmud, just for the reader's knowledge that it's important to know.
So stand-up comedy wise, what is your 16 years you said, right? Any highlights or lowlights of your 16-year career?
I got to work with a lot of great people. Like when I was
Yes, you can integrate it, but you don't have to give the full essay rate. Now we're going to move on to the biggest weakness. Please write it for me and we'll work through it.
So I just wanted to branch out. 3 weeks was a blast. I had a great time. Arizona. The last place I was Vancouver on this day. I went to branch out. Yeah. It was amazing. I had a bunch of other spots up there and shit, bands and right there, so we stayed there for a month.
It's the lights. I love every part of that type of thing. The fun that can happen there. I mean, you guys know every October I drive. I'm the happiest guy. I drive everybody in a big one of those econo vans. Big one, 16-person Mercedes, crazy van, Cold Mania every year. But the real dream, obviously, way down the road, is to have something like that and plug everybody around in a fucking fun apartment like that. I just want to have like all your stuff.
We're going to do both, but you could say that there might be some changes that could be made in the normal Shabbat preparation, like having a timer that changes your Wi-Fi IP address so that you're not doing anything if you're searching on your normal Wi-Fi, or changing your phone over to airplane mode changes weekday activities to a different thing. And additionally, well, let's just take it from there.
Now I can get more. So awesome. I used to have that too. Like just horrible stomach pains. Especially since when I first started, Rogan used to always put me up in front of like sold out shows. And that's like thousands of people. So I'm going to the green room afterwards. Just my stomach in pain. This happened like for years. Now I kind of just bother me at all. I get it. It's because I was always like a nervous person growing up, a shy person. So me going in front of people, that seems ridiculous. For sure. It certainly looks like you haven't grown up in a few years. I should probably get to that. I don't build up. All right, Matt. Fun times, man, and a great story. I love you talking about that, getting over your anxiety. Matt Markman, everybody. He's on Instagram, a comedian, Matt Markman, all one word. Twitter, Matt Markman, all one word. Yes, Matt Markman. It's a mad world, and we are joined by super regular and gross joke writing icon, the great David Lucas, everyone. What's up, David? It's been sad all night.
Look, you can make the argument that if your computer is already on, then typing of it doesn't write anything, doesn't make them lie. It's all doing. And you can make the argument that the action is actually, if you want to make the argument, like plugging in the system and turning it on, the physical aspect of that. Once the system is on, it's already on. We're similar to a blend. And I understand that you want to say that typing is a direct action, but you could say that in its own way could be indirect, like typing a button is indirect, making something change on a computer screen. It's indirect. You're not actually forcing something on a computer screen. It's like a bunch of systems that have to be done for it to make a change.
I'm so obsessed with Beetlejuice now, I want to figure this out. Sorry, David, we're going to get back to that show. Now it's fucking with me. It's fucking with me now more that I saw that there and Aaron Bass got taken up, when they first check into the afterlife. That movie is so fucking unbelievable. All those people kill themselves. You look at the when they are in the dead from that part, the purgatory part, all the employees that have to work in the afterlife all kill themselves. That's the punishment. Imagine that. Going there and seeing Brody when you first have to check in for dying. I messed up big time. How I messed up in purgatory. So, David, how are these outdoor shows going for you? So it's called they stay as
Continue from the previous chat, please.
Okay. Now you got my attention. It's like a real drive-in.
Yeah, clubs are doing it too in Arizona.
Pull your microphone. Your microphone's rubbing up against your breast.
Use the argument as possible that due to quantum physics, we never actually touch anything. Even as closely as your fingers move to touch something, they don't actually ever hit. You don't ever actually touch anything.
It's true. David roasts people. Anybody who makes fun of people on Instagram Live, I tune in join in on the comments. This is true for Jeff Ross's Insta roast, David Lucas's nightly roast, and Andrew Schultz's Corona's Got Talent. I can't help myself. That's my equivalent to sitting in the back of the OR late night heckling Don Barris. No, I ran into this week. I drove up to the store just because I had to stare at it for 10 minutes because that's how upset comedy store I am. It was my first time there in a month or two. And 40 seconds after I pulled in, Don Barris pulled behind me and we hang out for 20 minutes. It was so cool. Unbelievable coincidence, timing, and the fucking weird comedy store gods pulling us together. We laughed about it tremendously. What the fuck were we just talking about?
Downtime shit.
That's right. Drive. It is so cool. Oh, that's cool. That was in Burbank?
I said, nobody respects birthday police. Y'all didn't kill nobody yet.
From my understanding and my past experience, Burbank police are some of the fucking tightest, worst, meanest. They get tickets for cigarette smoking when that first started, which is like the equivalent of modern day, like walking on the sidewalk and taking off your mask for a second and getting tackled. They once took my buddy away for the night. They put him in jail. My buddy that won the Price is Right. During that visit, after he won the Price is Right, he was here for a couple more nights, and he got sent to their local jail for a night because he had a theatrical sword, much more theatrical than even this one. And Burbank police said that even though it's not an actual sword, it could scare people into thinking it's a sword. And it was in the trunk, by the way. You had to search the trunk to find it. Yeah, it happened now. Correct. Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
That's what makes people act like that, though.
Yeah. Rough times there. Two of the whitest guys you've ever seen in your life. That's crazy. You don't ever see videos of that. You don't see videos of the most boring videos in the world. White guys getting arrested for shit that is ridiculous. Maybe we need to post more of those so that everybody feels like it's equal. Is that weird?
We write the essay with the changes that we've discussed.
Where they get up in this sweet
Please.
candle axe. David, what else is shaking? Anything else fun? You still losing weight or you give up on that yet?
This summer, I won't know, but I want it. That makes sense. I was in a team's show on the podcast like 2 weeks ago. That was no stuff. I was in that motherfucker.
Oh, that's small, right? Wow. God, triple X. Pretty cool with these.
That shit would be dope.
Whoa, wait a second. This is very exciting. Everybody is standing up right now. They are excited. Is this a challenge, perhaps, that you're putting out for Vin Diesel when the quarantine is over? You're saying street fight? Oh, shit. Oh, my God. All right, Davis.
This is like fun. Like,
Okay, you like Mike Tyson's chicken? You like Commander Holyfield and potatoes? Those are molecules. All right, David, we love you. There he is, David Lucas. We love you. Watch him on Instagram. Now he's roasting people. David Lucas, funny on one word. Hilarious guy. And up next, you guys can just keep playing if you want. I'll just keep introducing the next guy. Coming up next, a stranger, yet again, goes by the name of Dustin. So here we go. Here's a minute from Dustin.
Last time I checked, was this freeloader that was standing around in no space. I'm dressed pretty well, I guess, but you know, none of it really fits me this time. So Megan Watson told me I finished it.
I love it. I love it. Amazing. Just amazing. I can say without any doubt one of my favorite sets of this entire quarantine. You put it all together there, and the cutbacks to the mannequins were amazing. And you paid homage to all the buffoons that we've had on the show in the past that have not known what to do with the mic stand and didn't know they were going to get picked. I love that. Dustin, how are you, my man? Good, good. Where are you at?
I'm in Birmingham, Alabama.
Wow. I didn't realize they had people that had boatloads of common sense in Birmingham, Alabama. You born and raised there?
Pretty much. It's like 5 years.
Okay. What do your parents do? What do your parents do for work?
Somewhere not around.
Okay. Yeah, we might have the same father actually. We might be brothers. He's even known as Joe. Has he ever been referred to as Joe?
That's a real story.
One day, we're gonna be able to cover all of this.
Why so many mannequins for some reason? Okay, yeah. Business, we do merch and things, so we have those to like dress up and set up. We also do videography, animation, and shit. So it's being able to actually content, do some of the shit.
Fuck yeah. Love that. It's like a goddamn Death Squad podcast, you know? was going to do to that mannequin if he got his hands on it. I don't think he would have exploded it. He probably would have.
Yeah, it's gonna blow it, all right. Yeah, let me just suck a mannequin's dick.
I love it. You got a girlfriend out there, Dustin?
Have you ever dated a mannequin before?
Good question from Steve over there. Taking one on a date.
I like it. Amazon has sexy mannequins you can buy pretty cheap, and like ones with like bigger boobs and bigger butts and stuff. You already it's a sexy mannequin.
And why are you searching for that?
I have like 10 sexy mannequins.
So Alabama girls, let's talk about it. They get pregnant very easily. What are your thoughts on Alabama women?
I mean, it's good. Just like,
They have a stand-up live there? Is that right? Or is that another school?
there's lots of this here at the order. We all have like a little scene, like comedy, they're probably somebody here right now that does comedy. It's like really basically saying that I just don't know this stuff.
Did you vote for president in the last election?
Yes.
Who'd you vote for?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you're from Alabama. I think we all pretty much know. You vote for Hillary? Wow. Oh my goodness.
We have people that are born. We have people that are selling this country down the drain.
He's absolutely correct. That is the president that led us to the greatest economy in American history until they hell yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You must have been that one guy. I always wondered who was the one guy in Alabama that voted for Hillary. That's incredible. So that's fun. Dustin, and you live by yourself there?
Is it a real person or is it a mannequin?
So a lot of masturbating going on over there. What's your favorite type of porn? What's the type of porn that you look at that you're into? Perhaps maybe only as of late. Here, I'll go first. I have a new one, guys. I have a new one as of this past week that I got into for a second, and I found it really interesting. Maybe we could have dialogue here like we do sometimes. I found a type of porn called Take Condom Off. So this is Gage. Gage is a pacemaker, by the way. He didn't tell me about this. But if Gage likes something, it's a sign that it's coming, right? He's told me about Jim Can't Swim, which I mentioned on Rogue this past week, and I get tweeted at every 10 minutes someone saying, fucking, thanks for getting me addicted to Jim Can't Swim. Anyway, take the condom off the board. Is when they start with a condom, and then the girl says, take the condom off. Why do you like that?
It seems like unnecessary.
It is, I must say, that the shocking thing that's interesting about this is that there's something that is hotter about it than if they start without a condom on.
Because it's illegal.
You would no. It's not the guy taking the condom off without her permission, Rondé.
No, you can have porn.
He's talking about the feeling that you're getting.
You have a condom on porn.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. In some states you do, but not in all states. Most of the states in which porn is filmed, that's why 95% of porn doesn't have condoms on it. I don't think porn stars are really the law-abiding citizens you think they are.
Well, they have to get tested.
Right.
So it's fine. I have a group of porn that I found out that you don't ever want to watch. You might like it, but I don't think it was.
What is it?
Because I was looking up to see if they still make those real dolls. I was like, I wonder if they still make them, if they're better looking now, and they're going to say, and then I wonder how much the shipping is. I wonder how soon they can get to my place. I wonder what it feels like. So then afterwards, there's like videos on their website, the real dolls. So I was like, you know what? I wonder if Pornhub has videos. And there's videos of guys fucking real dolls on there. And it's the most disturbing thing ever because it looks like a realistic woman, but she's like dead or something. and so it's not even like porn. It's just like it's watching guys masturbate. Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's why I say it's what I like.
That's one of those situations you always try to get me for saying stuff, and then there you go, admitting that you watched multiple videos.
I didn't like it. I just got stuck in the
How many did you try out?
I only three because I used to. That's his latest product.
Got a new review. I opened a box. Rebuilt the whole video.
I got.
Oh my God. Get it out. Now, why does it look like a jet ski Johnson? Oh my God. Alright, okay, somehow Dustin, it's my fault. I seemed all alone. I asked you about porn when I brought up taking them off. Because it makes the girl dirty. So that makes the opposite. By the way, Jeremiah and the looks he gives me anytime we talk about anything sexual. God help us if it's something new and sexual. Jeremiah has to do 10 Hail Marys before having sex.
My favorite is when the girl is wearing a condom. And you're like, fine, I guess I'll wear a condom. And I'm like, great, here's the condom, right? I haven't masturbated.
You know, Red Band out there just breaking the condom.
Or sometimes I just take her hair tie off the nightstand, put it on so she can feel and start like, oh, I feel
Condoms break because the was so unbelievably dry when he's fucking it.
yeah, it's just small ass fucking condoms. And chicks always have to Planned Parenthood. How many times do you guys masturbate during quarantine? Many times. I actually have a time.
I would say that my masturbation is not, the curve is not flat here. It's still, yeah, you're really, that's just enough time to watch 3 real doll videos. All right, Dustin, well, you know, your set was, again, like I said, probably my favorite quarantine-related set of this entire, 7 fucking episodes now. So thank you so much, dude. And I'm out. Show, make it out. I'm out. And this shit all clears up. Hold on 1 second. What'd you say? All right, absolutely. That's definitely gonna happen. There it is, Dustin, everyone. He's on Instagram at HeyBuddyCC and HeyBuddyCC.com. He says he makes a bunch of stuff. So check out his comedy. Stick to the rivers of life that you're used to, or anything like that, or was, or is. It's a fun. I love it. It's on the show. The record holder for most appearances, all-time for Golden Ticket winner for Phoenix. And this guy made full stream on winning at the age of 20, cashing in 2 days later on his 21st birthday at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, it is once again Tristan Bowling, everyone. Here he is, Tristan Bowling.
And she was telling me, she
alright, I got you. It's good name. She's looking back at me like, you kidding me? I take my role play serious. You're going to jail, son. Criminal justice is my core and I'm
Preston Bowling, always a goddamn cold-blooded assassin.
That's the sick in the West. That's one of those kids.
He is. He's got those fucking TikTok-y energies. He's one of the, that's what I originally fell in love with him for, is that he's just this fucking hip young kid that doesn't seem like he should even fucking,
He's got a like his three lens flares.
he doesn't even seem like this show, not to mention, what are lens flares? Oh, yeah.
Right, he's looking at the J.J. Abrams movie, dog.
That's pretty big, yeah. For sure, dude. How's life going, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing good. It's my 22nd birthday today.
Love that. 1 year ago today, we were all at the Comedy Store, packed crowd. You were on stage.
I know. Like a fucking loser.
Yeah.
You have a girlfriend now. Congratulations. Yeah. Looking at her right now. She's laying down in bed.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty good. You guys want to see her? You guys want to see her? Here's your feet. No, you're not going to see your feet, Red Man. God damn it.
Hello.
Yeah. Say hello.
You guys are the cutest lesbian couple I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So guess what's up to in LA, dude? How you guys doing?
We're good. You ever heard of take the condom off porn before?
No, I have not. But if anything, that just sounds like regular porn with an extra step.
It is. See, instead of seeing normal porn, I feel like people go to, whatever their favorite part is. But in take the condom off porn, you have to make 2 stops. You have to scan for the part where they ask to take the condom off, and then whatever your other favorite
Question here. Do the guys ever fight it in this scenario? Like, no, I should really keep it on.
No, there are no Christian male porn stars that are like, no, I think this is best if that would be the worst porn ever.
Have you been tested recently, sweetie?
Yeah. Are you on the pill? That's I know. Directors yell how to do questions, dude.
Like, have you ever heard of the porn? A guy asks a girl if she's on the pill before she goes, come inside me.
And the only time it will last if you're on the pill is if it ends up in a grape pot. That's the only time. There's always a lot of foreshadowing going on in porn.
The only thing I've ever heard before, and that's a question just like, is dad coming home soon?
Right. It's always this was just and that's another pandemic that's happening is everything is stepsister, stepbrother porn now. Which I noticed that, and I was thinking about this the other day because there's so many of them now that there's only one direction that this could go, and that's actual brother, actual sister.
There is that.
Well, yeah.
It's express me.
Well,
you think this is the only show Brian produces?
Do you know of any countries where something is legal?
Russia. Russia.
Because something that I Googled the other day because I've been using my they're a sponsor of Don't Get It Twisted. Like, I am a proud, part of, like I said, the last regular ESPN news. They're just not watching fucking Papa Johnson. Anyway, right. So the other day, I Googled, or when I first got it a few weeks ago, I Googled what type of porn is available in other countries, or whatever isn't available in America, and everything that comes up is literally the laws against child pornography I never should have even Googled this. Like, I felt like my door was about to get kicked in. Because there's no way to actually.
It says police is illegal in the United States. And so, like, other countries, it's actually the real mom and dad. There's real momming, son, and shit like that. So Russia's really big on that. There's also a lot of, like I guess it's legal, but not real legal. Like there's some countries that have actual rape where it's actually people getting really raped.
That sounds kind of propaganda. What country? Switzerland. Setting it to Switzerland.
And bestiality is really bad. But you know, if you see a couple of these things,
Have you ever seen Take the Condom Off, You Fucking Horse?
yeah, like seeing a golden retriever go like fuck a girl is as bad as it sounds.
And it's true.
Wait,
Absolutely true.
is that the real video that you've seen?
A golden retriever, yeah, of course. He's expressvpn.com/KillConnie.
I'm watching Jeremiah just literally. This is like when Anakin Skywalker found out that Padme was sick, and like he's realizing that he's slowly turning to the dark side right now. How many Our Fathers are you gonna have to say after this episode? Anyway, so Tristan, where'd you find this girlfriend at? Let's just jump right into it. 7 minutes into your interview.
Yeah, you had the iPod. I'm not
Water, please.
no, but we met on
Keep it going. Keep answering the question. We're watching a dog try to fuck a girl while you answer the question.
well, this is a laugh, man. I wish I could be there to join you. But is that a spoiler?
No, turn it up. Turn the audio off. Turn the audio off. My God. Where'd you meet your girl, Tristan?
What the fuck? You're playing dog porn. How much
No, we're not playing dog porn on the fucking screen. We're watching dog porn. You answer the question.
Wait, we're not like
You're audio. I can hear I just read the screaming of pause of a heart. It's a good dog, and Tristan is a very bad dog. This dog is getting the fucking dude, and he's loving it.
Will you see something?
I don't see shit. I can just listen to my imagination.
Okay. So where'd you meet your girlfriend?
Online. I'm not sure if that's how like the girl and the dog met, but alright, I'm continuing. It was a lot of fun. We met during COVID, so we're quarantined together. It was cute. When we first met, I was afraid that she was a catfish, and she was afraid I was a catfish, so we're both pleasantly surprised.
Wow, that isn't too fucking just finding each other in the wild world. Are they still on dating sites during this pandemic? It's just incredible to me.
It's their problem, man. It's like he's lonely this time. I'm just like, hey, I got me a honey.
Yeah, she didn't like that too much. Alright. Ryan has now pulled up animation animal. It's worse.
Because you have to think about someone animating every single frame and cell of that.
Yeah, but it's not real, so I would argue it's
Tilted that part.
You need a flag censorship bar over fucking
Good morning, son. As we there's a couple of issues that we can join us for recycling.
When I get home, my supposed to make it a good shit.
I don't know how we go this far. So, questions for our education sessions this year. It's supposed to be so those families. So, I'm going to go just for the money to come in. I'm going to go with
It's just like playing here on Hilton. I mean, we've never had procuring many.
they don't use a vast selling in the culture or which we should probably
browser and watch the images. And
It's
it's like
Friday
it's just
night,
highlights,
Friday
and then you
night,
get
almost 8 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Time is back, time is back. Welcome to the West Coast, welcome to the West
The
Coast.
best coast.
Nothing but the big dogs of the year. Working on their project.
All right, Tristan, anything else? You have anything else up your sleeve? You're a magician. We love your fucking raps. Classic. I wrote a little birthday for you. Tell me you guys enjoy this week.
You want to watch a documentary?
Oh, I'm going
I am too. Okay. Just one moment. Okay, here's my question for you. I don't know if you can stream it. I'll give you the website. It's topdocumentaryfilms.com. You choose anything in the top 100, and then I'll watch it with you. There is one I really want to watch, if you just want to know, and it's the Michael Jackson one. It's ranked number 1, and I want to watch it, but I don't know if you're into watching it. Topdocumentaryfilms.com, that's correct. And then the 3-line menu or the hamburger menu, you should see top 100. Okay, it's top TOP documentary films.com.
This type of utensil, which is made out of person, it does not need to be immersed in the I'm going to ask you, 100.
Yes, sir, and it's number 1. Now read. Let's do it. All right. So do you know how to stream?
And this is a dual question, both in terms of passion as well as interest.
Look at you. You don't mess around. Excellent.
Glass is treated like metal. Why is glass treated like metal? Because glass, if it breaks, you can melt down and reform it just like metal. Therefore, the status of metal utensils. So obviously, if you notice that a bunch of people that will come up.
Right, I'm joining with my other account right now.
What is the status of glass? Glass is absorbed, not absorbed here. Use the question is not in terms of absorbency, but rather as far as
Okay. Oh, excellent. Okay. So, just one moment. Absolutely. I'm joining with my other account. Enjoy my other account. I'm gonna 9 minutes or whatever. 8 minutes or whatever. So that I can restart the device that I'm using. Okay. So how was your day? Okay, well, I'll give you 5 minutes. What happened?
Second place, finished in fourth place, fourth place. So I could win it all money by myself in the computer. So I could win it. I realized that by myself in the computer. So I realized that it's probably paid down more. I feel like a champion. I feel like a champion.
That's really great.
Like the came back to the hospital. Like this came back to the hospital. Apple MacBook.
Oh, the $500 one.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a beautiful camera. And I just put it on and I'm set it up. And I just put it on and set it up. Yeah, so we judge it ultimately again like it's end. To be like a memory. It's the first computer that made for myself a long time.
Isn't that an interesting feeling?
Yeah, I mean, Apple's like a great product. I've always been a fan of Apple stuff. It fully integrates my phone.
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever heard of Black Magic product.
Fuck yeah, DaVinci Resolve.
Exactly, yeah.
DaVinci Resolve is some of the best free to use software I've ever used.
Yeah, beautiful. I heard today. Someone was talking about the difference in the stations and how the color palette, better. That's something that's not practical about this. That's the sensitivity. Based on what is at its core. I mean, again, all the new
I have I think it's really great that Apple's putting out that device, but I have some concerns about it. It runs on an iPhone processor, right?
Yeah, let me tell you this. Let me tell you just about it.
Yeah, do whatever you want.
Right, well, my instinct was on top of that podcast. I'm going to tell you that it does that for a reason. So that I can use it develop apps for desktop and iOS and Android and test them all
Okay, but I mean, basically, isn't it just like a phone with a GPU, like and keyboard?
No, it's kind of full on graphic card and graphic card. 8 gigs of RAM.
Okay.
That's a keyboard directly jacked to the card of the card of the
Does it have a head?
Absolutely, I'm on it right now.
Oh, nice. Hey, my other friend is here. Riser, how you looking, Pimp? And he just left. He'll be back though. So we might have to. I know you do. So we might take a time out on the Michael Jackson documentary. I've been trying to get him to watch it, but his mom's in town and she's not about that life. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's just talking about the potential innocence of an individual. So I mean that's really interesting to me. It's very true crime and stuff, but um, so he may come in and want to watch something else, which is fine. He will stream it if he does. So can you tell me about your what color is it? They're they're for yeah, it's something like that. It was called something like that. Welcome, Riser. How are you?
I have a document. It's called Broadway. It's kind of funny, and it's about corporate music advertisement. This guy about over from the 80s and 70s.
We're ready.
Ready for
it. We're ready for it.
All right. Without further ado.
What did I tell you, Oz? FTW.
I purchased something from an immerse it in a liquor, and you're good to go. Second category, items used cold. Items used cold. Now, you want to drink your glasses from the apple. Never use it in the heat. I'm not going to answer what you need to do to clean off that with them. Let's say you bought utensils that are used for heat. You go, ayolos, Cruz, and the family my
Oh, I imagine it would be. Does it have a movie? Does it have a fan? Oh, interesting. Okay, we'll look at them. We'll look at them as this documentary started. Yeah. Okay, go to right. It just started. I'll look at it after the documentary. Okay, so do you see his name? You're welcome.
So one of the things he said, you know, say come with challenges and more, that's also one of the io che ho fatto da solo e che mi scazzo, cosa che sono non done. That is motor. Then how do you ever have a limited situation where you cancel it around you? In general, the objections that come out of the content not really value added. But what's the case in itself about these around you going to be prohibited on the two radio? No, it's a real, that is a song. Right, in general, the Torah is only asking. You have to get a basura. And what's that basura means? The intensity in the last 20 hours. The assumption in the last 24 hours, the instructions are active. That's the biblical Polish case. Anything past 24 hours is only going to be rabbinic related. Kind of in the mystery. So in that case, the only time you should be able to use the for a non-Jewish way within 24 hours of his last use. And after 24 hours, it should be fine. You might as well, technically, you're right. But you're ashamed about Surma, you're whatever you're concerned. That if you let you use the utensil of a non-Jew 24 hours after his last use, you come to what? Use it within 24 hours of his last use. It's incredible. So that is incredibly important. And this detail is very important. Absorptions within 24 hours of use are active. After 24 hours of use are dormant. This has a variety of conscious ramifications and implications. These are the way about saying that money. The other thing I will say the truth is even absorption within 24 hours, still it's not like the actual itself ultimately is the release somewhat quote-unquote public. Still a little compromise. As you say, you know this factor. What do you do if I'm going to be upstairs? So it's even better. So if I'm going to raise the foundation for upstairs, it's not even even the hospital, you're not going to cause. Ultimately, again, I say, so this is skills, skewers, being passionate, fire. Director, little we take a break with I. By the time you got a culture, you know, say interestingly enough, if you contrast this with sacrificial love, and I say interestingly enough, there's a whole set of halachas about contrasting utensils that are used with carbonos. Why? What's the issue about carbonos? Because remember, interestingly enough, a carbon has a window because reduction. Once the saxophone carbon after that window has closed, what is it called? It's called ghost. So, interestingly enough, there is some designation of partial absorptions as well, which is quite fascinating. So therefore, you have to be careful about measuring the tendency to use about partial compressor is used for hardship. So if you do this by hardship like the others, I should go to the hospital, so if you have a split in the school. Like even the time you go ahead and you touch it with hot water, so I say just the you just said before that skewers and splits, which are usually got contact with fire. How do you catch it? With fire. Human seconds. I know that everything passes in boiling water, which again we're discussing here. That for just a moment. I'll wait on one day. Not even touching it. Why are you comparing Carbonas? Yet utensils purchased from non-Jews, it's too different things. What I'm saying is, this is a profound distinction. Disruptions of prohibition. So what's that? We're going to see this is a theme. Every disruptions ultimately are often limits the passion that success ultimately is what more leads. Disruptions are from a prohibited source. You need a stricter form of socialization. Other says it's other. So, keep that other piece of the ball. Okay, that's fine. I understand my country. When the instructions were in the winter, and when they come out, they always prescriptive, where they stay and they become docile, then they become unsafe. Rabbi Mar Hagala. So what does it mean when you say that you Hagala? By culture, you know, it says, Shtifa Uberika. To reverse the process of scrubbing and washing. And there's a lot of these because again, Hashem, just the overlap the heart to it. It's in the shop, say that this is you, and yes, you're really getting touching, you're really discuss a lot of these processes and ways Hashem created that. But again, I think those two utensils used for sacrificial purposes, Allah said there is a process called belief. To get rid of the need to watch and scrub and all that fire, need nothing but need which people would say, I don't know what that's what you're talking about. When you get treatment done with cold water, Hagala is done with boiling water. Allah Rabbi, Yaqub Allah Rabbi. That's Rabbi says, the Lord said, it's not sure Yaqub Allah Rabbi. Stated when about it, literally means it's friend. On it, which results in its missionary doesn't quite everything explicitly, but expects you to learn how to smoke something in a different context than a fire. It could actually just say, the idea over here is learn out these two processes. Of passion for culture and passion for the output of the input. So tabernacle and learn them out from each other. So whatever applies to one process, ultimately will apply to the other. Now again, that's not going to be true. So that's just the habit. So turn the hot off. So I said, so if you do these, I don't stop about to the house, and I go Rabbi says it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's the case. That really look at the processes for passion and production are the same as passion for the president from an uncle. If that's the case, it's literally giving the Hagah. There is enough fact that we need enough at least at some point look all of the halachas together. And then again, in those individual respective places, you can just focus on one. But they found Yaki Baraka, they're not the only skills. Whatever applies to one situation applies to the other. Ella, Amarava, and Hutch. The Amar Koyo, the Yom Nas, says no. My country ultimately again that we're not really that absorption very interesting because utensils are constantly used. Because utensils are used, essentially there's an automatic consolidation process one day to the next. The absorptions of the previous day's carbohydrates come out and you're cooking up the next day. Therefore, essentially, the absorptions themselves never have the opportunity to become milk-side. Why? Because since the utensils constantly being used, whatever was absorbed comes out before it becomes milk-side. Which the Gemara says, that's fine. Enough shlomi. Now let's talk, for example, about shlomi. Different than the shlomi number is athlete, we can make it a habit yourself, a habit you. For example, shlomi. You have 2 days to 1 night for shlomi. So that makes sense. So let's say again, I'm offering a shlomi on Tuesday. Offering shlomi on Tuesday. So how about somebody said Tuesday and Wednesday? Because when I go ahead and I use the pencil on Wednesday, the absorptions of shlomi are coming out before they become outside. That works as well for something like shlomi. And the fatos, even the yolk, in our life is aqua. But let's say fatos, we only have 1 day and 1 night. By the time we get ourselves in, offered up fatos on Tuesday, so I've got Tuesday and Tuesday night. By the time I use the utensil, ultimately, again on Wednesday, the Gemara says to make it keep it out. I'm sorry. It's given the human and saffron. To the last shape of now, by the way, Wednesday, because that's have their side, you have the mission of the mother, showing and fathers have only for said that that is not enough, the fathers are showing. In the mother, by the time I go ahead and use the pencil on the Wednesday, the absorptions are already used. So the absorptions are coming into the carbon down to the grade. Amigo Tifa, if you can not show more fatas sahiba, but no problem. Because when I use it for a fatas on Tuesday, all I use very interesting. How good is not show more how give me a shlomi? Interesting. So I said, so they're not going to use the utensil or fatas on Tuesday. What would you do afterwards? That same day, use it's for a shlomi. Use it for a shlomi. That way, again, Tuesday, the fatas absorptions came out. And now the new absorptions are shlomi absorptions. To have 2 days in 1 night. Therefore, you want to the fact the mother, which is small, but happy at the Shalom is my because this way again, the fatos ultimately again of tomorrow. Shalom are next to us together inside of the cup. But the Ramasha Shalom, the Ramaka, as is the says, the Ahi, which is a great factor in every issue. The Ahi, Angola, only will be bought. So again, in this situation, I'll be aware of the objectives I told you. The objectives, which the Lord says, you're right, Hashem does. The Hobby said, high honey, low honey. So Hobby says, here's the difference. Absorptions of Kamanas versus Stalin. Absorptions ultimately again coming from the lineage becomes simple. Why? Because you don't put it actually, this is in the third run of the wide lines. And then, sorry, second run into the wide lines. So they're above our high car island hard, you know, the country is to a comment. If you cash it up, It's possible that the pencil wasn't used regularly. Because it wasn't used regularly, therefore the absorptions harder whatever the speed is. Because they harden, I mean that more rigorous culturalization process. Conversely, by punching, the pencils were used better over time. Because of that, the absorptions were because they were using easily extracted. Therefore, the way the pressure and the again punching is just simple hydraulic work. Whereas by the pencils of rocket, let's say again, for a spit or for a skewer, you need legal actual fire. Very interesting distinction. Geography says, no, that's what I said again. Let's just do it quickly because the conclusions are the same when we started. We only keep that in their car. So it's a reality that there was everything to all this. What was the problem? Where said if I purchase spit or scoop first from an apple, how do I cash it out? How do I cash it out? Right? Fire, right? It was just fire, right? Okay, how does it fire? Really good medium. Actually, fire. You're interested in what it said, that we go ahead. The skewers are the carbonos, Russia, Angola, where you are. What's the understand? One distinction. Bottom line, what's the use of the situation? Because there was a here lies the fundamental distinction, which is what is the nature of the absorption? When the initial absorption was an absorption of history, a more rigorous form of culturalization that matches the exact form of absorption. However, the absorption was of something medium, ultimately again, even though it literally becomes limited, it suffices with a more medium form of culturalization. So that's why. Right? When I purchase spit or a scoop from an apple, it's absorbing the same. So I mean, trade, no longer is from the culturalization. Then that matches absorptions. How big is skewer absorb? How big will absorb? Fire. How are you going to get that? Count fire. Carbonos is when it had rarely had an absorbed and word absorptions. Therefore, you can use the most lenient form of culturalization. What is the most from a fashion was the word? Agora. Agora, você by the way, we remove this over the way, which is when, for example, if you have a shirt pencils for yourself, interestingly enough, technically speaking, you could use Agora on many things. Why? Because interestingly enough, although we're looking for biology, but comments is the hero of it. And it's coming to the absorption before it's coming to the absorption. Therefore, it allows us to make certain nuances with culturalization. So this is purification process has to mirror the matter of absorption. Right? That's what kind of categories. However, technically speaking, if the object of the heat makes it absorbs something under certain circumstances, you can go to have the relaxed but more lenient form of kosherization. Incredible. You want to say as follows. Even like the words always true that the absorption wasn't limited absorption, but we say before the way the utensil goes that when you're abstracting the absorptions, you have to come to the labels because now ultimately again they are no side. That's fine. But you see this here. You're right. At the end of the day, however, by the time you become ready, you start by saying, you're not dead. Right? You're not tangible. Intangible absorptions. Even though they do become limited, with an intangible that was originally permitted, and therefore we can. Make of us have one for the nice song. Think about it, say, when some spits or skewers from an apple, you have consciously it's by right contact with fire, it is just moved up and work with pressure. The spits or the skewers that we just have for visual purposes. I don't know, boiling water will suffice. Not come a lot of us in general. When you capture something with fire, right? With fire, ultimately, is how much but to what degree of the money actually pressure through possible until the outer layer of the metal comes off. Heat is so much the outer layer. What's that? If you try this today, it's not going to work. Just like the game, it's like the screen noise. Versus that when you touch them with liquid, with metal, you have without the metal. Heat up until it glows. If you try that on your pencils today, it will because our metal is treated. So this is what talks about untreated metal. Okay, the key to my deal. And I say, how do you dehydrate water? How do you dehydrate boiling water? How do you catch it in boiling water? So the marsh is break it down and so pure together. So the easiest way is take a big pot, boil it up with water, then take whatever the item is and what? Dip it into water. Right? That is another. You go the line, but I catch the big pot. How do you feel like catch the smaller things? Take a big pot, boil water. A big pot and immerse the smaller items in a big pot. What happens if the item that you have forgot should be salt? What do? You better go as much touch now. So the results of big pot, that was also rubber copy. Also, ultimately, rubber copy had the cash. So what did he do? This is fascinating. Adulay, on the days, Adulay, got that the wish to Afuma, and Malima Mayan Baas. So he did something very interesting. He took the flow, and he essentially built a lip around the top of the key. Now, why was he doing that? Why was that? He wanted to allow the water to overflow the top of the utensil, and then again, make sure that it hit the lip. So we rubber said, "Man, fuck on the agenda." This is a copy. What a great idea. Iraq accounted together rapidly. Like, who could have done this if not for Al-Qaeda, right? What a great job. You know, it says Hassamar, because what is Al-Qaeda, when I say here, is that by the way, this actually, this phrase, this is the key to everything in Hong was cashless, right? I should say, I'm not cashless. What's what Al-Qaeda said, Hassamar, Chibolo, Culture. The way it goes in is the way it comes out. Or, not all over it, so I can't put it on Listen, this is very interesting. When the cotton fell, when the utensil often absorbs. But listen, the lid doesn't necessarily absorb like the rest, right? Because the rest, the utensils that are checked out with the liquid, often the lid is the lid. How does the lid absorb? Like the plastic itself. It's like sprinkling. Like right? Because that's tight. You know, that goes around, you know. So the caveat in this thing, the caveat, so when you this command, you can obviously put because what the caveat is going to open the lid to ensure that the lid will over the side part of the lid. Interestingly, that apparently, that caveat was not so constructed that the liquid kind of touches every part of the lid. He just wanted the liquid from the top to be able to splits up and at least touch the liquid in that way, because that's how the lid initially when they hadn't absorbed. And I was like, that is how you constantly interestingly enough, if you are capturing the pot. So one of the if you capture a pot, it's easier to capture the good water. Don't use the pot for 24 hours. That makes it non-bendable. That way, any absorbers are ultimately again growing. That's number one. And number two, you do culturization go along the lip of the pot. So generally, what we do is we just allow liquid to overflow the pipe. Does make a little bit less, but it's what's necessary to accomplish it. Unless, of course, you want to make this dope. I don't know how people don't do that for time. I'll keep that every time. Right. But next time, this today, right? Somebody will come up with things, right? A pot lid, I'm sure it exists, right? So like a pot lid, which you can put around it. But allowing the water to overflow the side of the lid, but at the same time, again, what's that? But for you to remember, keep all those pockets. Okay, so again, in general, in the halacha stuff, how sure, if you ever want to know what mechanism, or what manner to open, what mechanism do I need to capture this utensil? It's very easy. The way it is used is the way it's going to be captured. Used with fire, captured with fire. Used with liquid, captured with liquid. Why? To boil, cut, or ultimately, the way it goes in is the way it comes out. So that's what that is. Just know this is a tremendous soul in our personal mystic growth as well. Man is compared to a key. Man is compared to a utensil. So let's say we have this is our liturgy running around school with us. How I need to I stand before you like utensil filled embarrassment over what I've done. Because like a tree, that sounds interesting. Like a tree, cooking a tree. And what happens? Right? You finish cooking, clean out the tree. You look at that tree from the outside looking in, what does that tree look like? Like green. But let's say that meanwhile, the effect and the history of that cooking are continuing walls. That is the same way. Again, you get it, what I do at this time. Sometimes you can't see what I have done on the externality of my food. But the externality of the story is the walls of my person. Sometimes we think that because of that inherent in the greed, that there's no hope for you, there's no rebounding from you, there's no second chances for you. Just like the greed can be kasher, I can be kasher as well. Whatever is absorbed into the negativity, I can get it out. You will get it out. Tomorrow, if you want to get out the negative absorptions in yourself, again, it's not just enough to do a whole bunch of good things. I have to ask myself, how did it get in here? How did it get in here? What did I do in my life? What were the decisions I made? What were the behaviors that I engaged in order to allow the negative absorptions in? And it's only once I understand the process about how it got in, I go ahead and figure out how to get it out. You see, the mistake we make with children on one side is we like to do furniture. What's furniture? We're like, business. Business furniture. Yes, it is. You know what furniture is? Furniture is like, I'm going to take on this, I'm going to take on that, I'm going to learn this, I'm going to do that. It's furniture, but it's exciting shit, all right? We love that. There's only one problem. Only one little itty-bitty detail, which is it doesn't actually work. Because the only form of children that actually works is grooming, which respect the children. When I've got to look inside the path, I gotta see all the schmutz that's been absorbed, and I gotta figure out how to get in there. You see, we're so scared to do it because we're so scared to just confront ourselves for what we think. Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of. Because the great news is, whatever came in, I can get out. I can get it all out. But I have to be brave enough to confront the absorptions. I have to be brave enough to confront the accumulated schmutz inside my personalistic pot that for some of us has been accumulating over decades because I never had the courage to look inward. So instead, what I do is I get new high accessories, right? I take on this, I put on a new wig, I got some silver polish, everything was great, except we're so scared to confront we think that when what's damaged inside is no hope for better for ourselves, but that's not the case. Keep on up, hot, hope, flow. Whatever I put in, I put out. But I first have to figure out how it got in there. You have to figure out all the working behaviors, approaches, lifestyle. But allow the shorts to come in, and then once I should, I'll be able to find a way to extract it. Incredible. And let's go. Everybody second legend. The Satan is clearly trying to derail the end of what is already. See, he wants us to stay on what is already. Even though that is already there. All right. It's just okay, so this is follows. You know what it says? This is what I just started. So now, how do you go ahead and pass your weight? So you know what it says? You rub it down, and it's tough. I'm gonna pick a rock number. If you're outside, so come the car. What do you do? Open up it. Okay, what it says? Fascinating, right? You plunge it 10 times into the ground. I'm not doing that. Break up your short, with the context shaking out over. You're just like hard strike. So apparently the act of plunging a knife 10 times into the ground. Now what does that do on the side? That removes some part of the external layer of the knife, removing the sheath. That looks like now the pashtos ultimately again what that does is that removes anything external. It will not do anything ultimately again for example, if you have a knife, ultimately again, that's a use with non-kosher colored items. So a good guy will be that plunging into the earth and times we call shamus. Whether or not that works a lot for a nice again for absorptions, different discussion, but Hashtos not. So the Gemara says as follows. That's true with that. Sucking up a shitting like that's outside of the cover. If you have a smooth knife that does not have any indentations, plunge it into the ground and fight. And you do it today. So let's say, so two qualifications, virgin soil, with a hard soil, and number two, ultimately no indentations in the knife. I'm not going to read that. Yeah, that's right. That will call from the gears. What does that work for? I want for you to use the knife with something cold. With something like Rashi says, right across. Rashi left all the time. About dollar the sale, so like the actually the levels. So that's what he's very interesting. So there's a few hand in non-kosher knife. And you want to use it, let's say, to cut a loaf of bread, or to cut something called to cut an apple. You can do that if you want. Plunge it into the ground, virgin soil, hard soil, with 10 times. What does that effectively do? It removes anything that's on the exterior of the knife. And you're allowed to have up on nice and then use the knife open. And again, with something cold. But if you want to use the knife for something hot, then what? Hadroma. Then you need a formal normal moisturization process. So they say, this is carried noise off a great story. He had the Mayuda compacted back. Listen to this. Mayuda and Maki Bayuzi. Now, what's that? Back to me. What do you mean? That Mayuda back to me. We're sitting in front of Shabonan, the King Shapur. King Shapur will say was if what Rashi says, oh, we don't have a so what the other law to equation to so what's that? Watch this. I see it come out as well. So what happened? So we got it. King Shapur is special. This country. I give up a food lesson. So, pass it. So I King Shapur took a life. Come out of the lesson. Then it completes the lesson. Back to the then what did he do? Sorry, I know. That's very reminding. He then went ahead and put it on. Look at this. Went ahead and took it up. He plunged it into the times and then cut a piece of the Restream for Maria. So King Shapur went ahead and captured the knife. I'm only back to the But galvanizing is strong. So Bobby was looking at me and said, hey, you too. I'm the so why didn't you crash into the electric? Yeah, that's his wife. I'm like, no. Kim needs to get there. I know Kim needs to get there. So there are two versions of the story. So, in the first version, so Kim Shepard said, listen, let me read off. I know it's being a pious person. You, I don't know you to be a pious person. But she says, not you to be a aveva veduto il marchio a Nibor, she punished, non lo so adesso, aveva come, e mi bocca se dei cose di fatto. So, finisce questo essentially Baki, listen, whether you don't, I know you need to be not cautious. So like, you're not going to eat it if I don't cautious. To you, I don't know, like, oh, you ate it, you know, so like, you know, so you, I don't know you. It'd be so good. Once I watch this, keep it down, maybe open the version is going to go. It's unrelated. It's good, my, I've got a type of hook. Kim Shepard says, the Baki Batubi, I know what you do that. It's like, now what does that mean? Rashi points out that my Vagatava, that there are Palestinian, maybe some Russian rocks. Tell me, okay, she should have been by the job of keep up back with the people. So apparently, Asian hospitality, that when you instead of king, they send women to your charity, back to you. They didn't say no to the offer. When you go, did say no to the offer. So Kim Shepard said, listen, obviously, again, I'm not judging you, Bati also quite some hospitality, right? So the nice, again, so ultimately, Kim Shepard said, listen, Bati, I'm not judging you, but obviously, you accepted the hospitality, what you do get, you're not clear from you, who ultimately clearly is on the higher spiritual caliber. And let's say the story itself is quite dramatic. It's interesting that this is the last story in side part of the story, which is quite bad. Now, what's so what's that? It is important. Some of this many times in the past, and especially Jews have this. You'll see this in other religions. Sometimes feel very uncomfortable, especially in Goddess, right? In Goddess, faith, honestly. For whatever reason, like we're uncomfortable. People are uncomfortable telling them in front of other Jewish holidays what they need to take our life. Business is like somehow again, like, I don't know, what should I do? What shouldn't I do? It was prevalent. Yeah, but even during the Yamaka, you know, in the workplace, the citizens and Jews are always uncomfortable. And it was like, you know, so much of the second side of the Zara is about keeping ourselves different from general culture. I think the major takeaway from this story is if you are loud, shooting, others will come to respect you for doing what you are. If you your values and are unapologetic about your values, in the eyes of society, at the end of the day, God asked them no questions. But society will respect you more for it. But when you are a apologetic about doing what you are. And you try to sell out of the score on high, who what you are, people won't respect you. If you don't respect your identity, don't expect others to respect your identity. Bhakti Bhartuni, by the way, Tosis says the whole thing over here, that Bhakti Bhartuni is actually emancipated slave, and therefore prohibited to in other words, Bhakti Bhartuni, you don't have to even look like you're doing anything wrong. In fact, that's not even it. But in the eyes of King Jaipur, Bhakti Bhartuni, you don't wear your religion on your sleeve, right? You don't come across as a person who's not on your Judean values. Okay, that's fine. Do what you want. I'm not judging you. But you're not careful with your beliefs. Don't expect me. Be careful with your beliefs. But now you don't. It's a Jew is a proud Jew. And when a Jew is a proud Jew, the world will never agree with you. The world may never even like you. But the world respects you. But they respect themselves. And the world respects principled people who live their lives in consonance with them. Principles. Even King Shakur, even King Shakur sort of out Ruda and ultimately the other side. The other side just end up the following the sack bands and save the baby, see in the meditation a week from last night, so I can notice on this. But this is having a sack bands, right? It's Hajjala Pasoka as a whole, you sleep a lot in the sack as a whole. So like really again, when you turn to Pasoka as a whole, that's the way you have a sofer, and that concludes in the sack as a whole desire. The closer of living says something so incredibly beautiful. This is like this. I do a lot. So I hold it in like a thing says. You have to worship at the ultimately again because of sin, because of the Lord. And honor I hold it in life ultimately against the sort of control because we are the good image, the servants of the revolution. When we reach that level of service for the sake of service, we create such an incredible infusion of holiness in this world that nothing besides HaKadosh Baruch Hu will be served anything. And the Rebbe says that's the meaning of this verse. Hadron Allah is so tough. We have to bring to a close this madness. We have to bring to a close this that's about what we're going to get at. We're able to bring ourselves to this always that we're not punishment. That's what it's about. First time, when you say their service, they what? Sleep on. Love, sadness, desire. About desire the statues exist in this world. When we bring ourselves to the highest level of service to our Krishna, which is not service for the Lord, it's service for the sake of serving. We've spent the last 75 days on Hashem, 75. Literally learning anything and everything about Hashem. So what's the recurring message? Whereas all of the other results, and all the other results, disappear into the sands of time. Yet here we are learning about them, but not from them. Here we are learning about them and recognizing training muscles, helping you and learning go on. Unfortunately, we are able to each and every day will return time. This is eternity. What is eternity? Very much an order is eternity, which is why thousands of years after this Santiago is our only learning stages. But Vanessa, we are still here. We are still growing. And we are still learning. Which is a conversation with the use this in seconds. Springboard to see the power of this device. Shifting us closer to our touchline, bring us toward it, shifting from we don't serve because of what we're going to do out of it. But serve because we have the privilege to serve, the privilege to connect, and that connection with Hashem. Through our journey, through our future receptors, through our journey in years ahead, Mazel Tov on the second side of Zara, Congress here. Session begins tomorrow. The journey continues, and together we have Hashem. We'll continue to serve, continue to know that things. This course will continue to serve in ways that sense better tools, better people that hold the Hashem for many years. I will say good morning. Good morning. Swiss. That's been good morning. A great Swiss partnership to begin the week together. Begin by thanking the sponsorship. Hey, this is Reverend and who become the total sponsor for dedicating all the Restream drugs this year. The Swiss is so focused on this guy. I'm going to sponsors for them. For the other, I bought them in the Tova and the Cooper. For Aliyah for showing for his parents. I've done the Asher Pinchas. They can raise all last selling. And in hopes that the Kivas and the attention of our entire people will be the stable on this level and the months and Shmuel Yididilis, Yididilis Mishmas. That I reform Harab Mitzvot, I will then have Yaakov, father of David from American anti-Shem of all of our tools. Oh, hang on. People, living sponsors are David Goodman, Leader Mishmas, Romy, Ben Ivy is a brother of love. Now, the background for all of your shams on your families in the Hama. All of our hostages, we shove them in the car with our witnesses. Soldiers, we successful. Hamas, they truly should be so excited for all of that. So the North Hashem this month, and many months. And of course, another specialized part of the value was in the army and youth and Pakistan is Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov to the Vandalah, and Sink of our Hashem. Schwarzisch resort to get the Hashem to the football, the shots are really nice. And those of that, let's we have a lot to do today. Our Hashem really great God ahead of us as we are moving our way towards the end of Avodah Zarah. So today's daf is Ayin Hay 75. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem Ayin down here on base 74B. Here we go. Donna Shaw. I'm 7 runs. 2, 4, 6. Perfect. Thank you. All right, those are great. Thank you. 7 runs over the back. Thank you. See, I'm sorry about that. Good guy. Do you do that? Not sure about Marva or Sasa. So you might say this house. So once I smell it again, we'll be talking about the use ultimately again of a cleat. And in the event that, let's say, the cleat has absorption to be used for removal, ultimately again, how do you deal with that? So now, what does this mean very interesting? Marva or Sasa. What does this mean? Can you get Rashi? So Rashi is about 7 lines, actually 3 lines into the white line. He's Na'ava Sasa, Hagat, your Sicha roast. If you ever want to press, and ultimately again, that press is used by the apple. And now you want to go and utilize ultimately again for Jewish use, so you can score boiling water. You put boiling water ultimately again on the press. And go ahead and render it fit for use. Most lava can be shadow good for you. So that's I must say that. Don't have that fun. Just I will tell you coming back, this is very exciting. On the days, the Meretz Hashem is going to become the primary soldier of Kashrut. Yeah. So we're going to see again how essentially when things go in, how do you get them back out? So hold on before you join the conclusions. Very good, we're introducing this idea that essentially you scroll in the press, ultimately represents the cruise level. It's just the side point because we just mentioned level. Can we shadow Goofy? The level will go ahead and set yours a Goofy are empty jugs, open-away jugs. When you send empty open-away jugs, that was a place. What we do, suffer number, say, remember again, when it comes to open-away, we're going to know what open-away is. How do you enjoy it? See, how you get it. So now Rob is sending open-away jugs, he wants to make sure that they don't get used for anything that's going to prevent them from problematic during the course of their journey. So what do you do? Listen to this. The Gemara says, so you turn the jugs upside down in their back. Right? So instead of having right side up the top of the jug, the opening of the jug sitting up there, you would turn them upside down. What causes the water on the inside of you, and you would go ahead and literally like wrap the opening of the bag. So this essentially is a double sin. Number one, the jugs were placed in an unusual way, top down, also or bottom up. And then the outside of the back was actually sealed as well. So this duct was sealed enough to ensure that the occupant would not tamper with the jugs when they're being transported. Cassava, Haldana Shemafu, so Kilo, Afilu, Fishagan. So remember again, what's the main thing you might talk about the difference between, let's say, jugs and a wine press? What's the difference? One press is used at the site, the stuff doesn't sit there, as opposed to jugs where items are ultimately kept in there for a longer duration. So because of that, that's why the jugs have a bigger issue in terms of diffusion. So therefore, again, Rockefeller, the Halakha, so once you that things are used for longer duration, Kazan goes on the beating for episodic use. So now you're not supposed to say, we go back to the beginning of the studio. Then again, what did Mishnah say? The Mishnah spoke about this idea that if you have a wine press, essentially, what was the issue? The press. The issue with the press is that the press was often sealed with pitch. Pitch apparently has a little bit of negative odor. I didn't take care of the negative odor of the pitch. You mix in wine, which is fine if it's a Judas food, but if it's that's the if you have a little bit of an issue. So if the Mishnah spoke about the idea that Halakha L'Meisa, how do you deal with this? So the Mishnah spoke about three different types of press. There was a press that was made out of one press that was made out of stone. And again, the Gemara said that Halakha L'Meisa, just write it down. Not wrong. If it's made out of wood, like we said, wipe it down. Just have to see if the peel off. You have to peel off the seals. And then ultimately, again, if it's made of something that everyone agrees can't be used. So once it's not, you're going to ask the $1 question. You say write it down. What does that mean? What exactly is that process of writing? So the gun might not place. How would you go ahead and wipe down the press, rendering it fit for use? Rav Amar the 9. Rav says, just wipe it down for Rav Amar the 8. With ash. You essentially scrub it down with ash. So much as what's happening. Rav Amar the 9 below the 8. Rav Amar the 8. So it's strange. His Rav saying you only use water as ash. And again, his Rav is saying you only use ash and not water. Any 75 days. Rav Amar the 9. What in the Aether? Rav Amar the Aether. What's in the 9? Ultimately, what's involved right in the process? There's water as well as ash. So you scrub it with ash, you wash it down with water. And if you want to look interestingly enough, look, you're actually not even arguing. You're talking about two different types of presses. Habri Tivasa, Habri Bashka. One is talking about a press that is wet, and one is talking about a press that is dry. If the press is wet, ultimately, again, the first thing we do is we apply the ash, scrub out the moisture, then wash it down with water. If the press is dry, then the process ultimately again begins with water. But let's say that the process ultimately again of regulating the press. Remember again, I want to say that this is a very specific case of a press that was treated with a sealant that ensured that the one mixed in with the sealant. So now again, you have the wipe it down. How do you wipe it down? Essentially, ash and water. Which one comes first? Depends on the status of the presses. If the press is wet, start with the ash first, then go to water. If the press is dry, start with the water and then go to ash. Interesting. If not, pick up a big schmidlat on the parachute plus. Essentially, the Shiva rock is swimming without some kinds of parade. You go ahead and ready the press for Jewish use. Requires 2 steps, sometimes it requires 3 steps. And as I said, so this is the big actually just one parachute plus. So we do that up. Die Infer Nine, die Bachelor plus Mine Infer Nine. Now let's see, the lab is introducing as follows. At the end of the day, in order to find to the press producing, you have to do a final wash down before. So some kind of sometimes it's 3 steps. How so? So if it's dry, it's going to be 3 steps. Water, ash, water. If it's wet, it's going to be 2 steps, just ash and water. Okay, which one of our say? So we're going to see essentially sort of this is my focus. No, that's Shmuel says plus down. Shmuel says sometimes the ashing process is 3 steps, and sometimes it's 4. How so? Again, so Rashi comes out over here. It come up from ways that if the press is red. So it's going to be again ash, water, ash. The red, and it's going to be ash. We're going to see again water, ash. So so again, here's what's interesting. Everyone is seeing a lot of nice stuff, but it's the same ingredients for the writing down process. What ingredients, what the pieces, what are match. You know, so my papa should be happy. How do you want to ask the ash right to go ahead and the ash? So the focus right in Shmuel is if that last application of water considered to be part of what is called not be part of the writing down experience, or open. But the idea of just the utilitarian step of removing ash. Okay, step the not focus. That's why one calls it a 3-step process, not counting the last water. One calls it a 4-step process, counting the last water. Bottom line, what's the rest of the people? Right? That's the takeaway. But ultimately, again, if you have a wine press that is sealed by an ocular, you know what's going on? I want to point that out. Talking about also wine presses that were never really used by now. Like that issue over here is just the sealant, not the usage. Now you want to render it fit for use, ultimately again for a Jewish press, for a Jewish wine press, no problem, we're not going. What's the problem with that one? Writing it down with water and ash. How much water, how much ash? That's going to depend ultimately. Again, on the state of press. Writing it more honey, what's the status of this Ruki Gaon? What's the what is this Ruki Rashi? Rashi is the last line of the intermediate Y ones, right before the lines get really bad. I call it the garage, you see, we call it also Spivos Hatakura. Sugar is constantly not going to be covered up for a month. So what's that? So what do you number one press? What do you have number one press? Number one, you have grapes. Right? Number two, the press itself is made of multiple parts. One of the most basic parts, how do you press the grapes? You go ahead and you place the board on top of the grapes, right? You apply pressure to the board, this piece of it. Now, obviously, you want to make sure that the grapes themselves don't scatter. So what do you put on the grapes? Some type of heading, some type of writing, some type of heading to keep the grapes together. So you understand that's called food down there. That shows a second. Yes, afterwards, let's just go with this. Food down my life. So what happens is you got a good money from an apple. And doctor needs it. Now, can I use that ultimately again for my grapes? On the other case, how the shine people who use about tomatoes listen to this. So that means you're right. Apple was myself. Very true. The laws of who my person is ultimate. One press, the other is unpressed today. You teach us also smaller, and now we want it to purify. So what? Says, I'm not gushing for how you run it. Just that person is the word, right? A gushing is rubbing all as the groups that you used to get scattered groups or scattered olives. What they call all you used to do is rinse that off. Just rinse that off and you're good to go. Color showing some of the shop is genetic. So whenever there's bigger, even to other types of materials, not all you need to do every again is now what's the back when it's that mushroom has before. Sounds like wipe it down. The shashima, the shangeli, that is made out of some type of meat, ultimately again, the national food is so much. We let it sit unused for 12 months. And that's about it. It's very important because we listen to this concept that some times for cashew, time is only cashew is Polish. Which no Jimmy says, no, we can be back with that, but we find with that. Essentially, we let it sit unused from one pressing season to the next. You know, so it's like so you should know what season is in this time. And said, don't use it for a year. Shane says, don't use it for one pressing season. One pressing season, the bachelors, how much time is there between pressing seasons? A year. The bachelors, time is in the same page. You do it. And then you will start with that. Sometimes lads, you just live harvest work out. Sometimes you live off of one harvest for one pressing. Next pressing is an opium crop, a legal crop. So sometimes it's like that really good. Rabbi Yossi says, Harot to the Tara. If you want to be lifted, again, as in this case over here, my wine press and all its accessories, or my olive press and its accessories. Now I want to make it time too, or people. The Macy's. Literally again, put it in boiling water, or pour it boiling water, or harvest, or the Macy's, or smoke without juice, which effectively is the same thing. So that's what we will call later on when we know this process as Agava cashew something like boiling water. Jimmy Shimon says from Yossi, Manika Tapas Sior, Shemim of the Kalkin, takes it underneath the faucet or a pipe that has constant flowing water, and with Mario Shemim of the Yossi, or by a stream that's water is flowing. The Gemara says, I put it there. How long do you have to leave it there? Hold on. For no, not we don't have any owners going up to it. כדאי שלא ביין נסף, Suppose it's sort of like that, remember, why do this? We're talking about this idea that it's kind of head-to-head, and I that, let's say, a one press, and all the other PCs, all the other one press accessories from the platform. So, what can I do with it? So, Mark's trying to say, essentially, the process that one would use to purify a one press from tumor and thyroid, for example, tumor to thyroid, will effectively be the same process that the one press would undergo to go from what we call your INSF to ultimately again Jewish one. That's the way they do that. Shall be INSF, Tachamu V'Kara. See that? The same process we use for the INSF is the same process we have for the person that doesn't make sense. Clapping Maya, the Karas can be the process we just outlined is the process ultimately from tumor to Kara. Versus right, Ella, כדרך של המרכז, האמור ביד בבצע. It's the same process that we just outlined, ultimately again to bring a press, a one press, an olive press, from tumor and its accessories, from tumor to Thailand, ultimately again will be the same process that you use for the INSF. So that's what I say, ultimately again, I'm going to focus over here. What exactly do you need to do to monetize the accessories and the device itself, or whatever the process was? So to Montaro, that is the same process ultimately again that will work from the INS. That's what I can use for Jewish. By the way, Kama Ola. So remember that one of the things I said is one of the ways to go ahead and retire everything is essentially leave it under flowing water for an hour. What's it over? I'm going to all your all light, either a day or a night. That wasn't, of course, it's not 24 hours. What it means is a day time period or a night time period. Anyway, the fact is 12 hours. 12 hours. Now that's an interesting enough in much of the kind of so let me translate this. Kind of Shina, but I'm going to do like a kind of bad Shina, I'm going to do Chatzion, the Chatziyola. Now it's half the amount of the daytime period and half the amount of the nighttime period. And we're showing you start to look pretty good on our green, hobby to Kufas Lisa and Tisha. Hobby to Kufas Tammuz and Kudus. So that's what is very interesting. During the times of Nisan and Tishrei, right, which essentially, right, during times of which essentially is like your fall and spring equal. That's right, so ultimately again, the days and nights are the same in length, 12 hours, right? During ultimately Tammuz and Kudus, which essentially is summer and winter, days and nights are not the same length. So bottom line, interestingly enough, all that means is 12 hours. That's it over. It's only 12 hours. But ultimately, again, for sometimes you could just day, a night owner or a day owner, and it's only 12 hours. Sometimes it's half a day, and that comes to the total of 12 hours. Okay, good. You know what it says as far as only the honey, the rocky garaboy, Simazia Matifu, the Hanam Nampos. It's an interesting case over here. Look at actually. Rabaki Mishmeras, to mean second, she notes him that Ishmael never seen it. So let's say this is also like a. And then Mishmeras literally means like this. seed or a hunt. So this would be like a type of netting that you would put the crushed grapes, right? You put the crushed grapes in there because they're still liquid enough to crush in the press. You put like the grape pulp into this netting, and gravity does a lot of work, just allow it. So the shiny now is, if I have this type of netting from the athlete, and I think he's used it for his own wine, so the shiny is under what circumstances can I use it for me? So we must. Rashi says gymnasia, it is made out of human hair. So sometimes it is common to make this type of netting out of human hair. So my people, all you need to do is simply wipe it down, rinse it off, and you're good to go. You're good to go. The healthy human hair wasn't considered to be a very absorbent material. So because I just wipe it down, right, and you're good to go. The unlock, which is ultimately made out of wool, you're not done. Ultimately, again, then you have to do this process of root. That requires a bit more of a drying out. The chestnut is made out of wool. Miashnut, you have to let it sit for a while. You got kitchen showing, right? There's nuts in the netting. And obviously, part of the kosherization of the nuts is undue nuts, which makes sense because if wine gets absorbed enough, so undue nuts. That versus honey, you need the concept that I know. So ultimately, what is this? With these baskets over here. So these the concept that I know. So we might say the PT, ultimately the two might be. So Rashi says over here, the family gets sued, Kabbal shall sue Dekel. So ultimately, again, if they're sewn together, the family gets sued, and again, these ropes of sewer, so you might say, let me find, you just wipe it down. Again, so most of these are all just looking at cans of these utensils on the rug. So maybe you can wipe it down on the blaze. It's some, if it's made Rashi's the sixth son, his name is Gary, some type of weed. Ultimately, again, when you need the process of redoing the chestnut, it's made out of wool. The actual, you have to essentially let it sit for a while on the freeze to kitchen into that nuts and show you undo the nuts before you use it. If not, what's an interesting case of raisins with this to the Mishnah? I'm an art Shahoshik Yoga Lagat, the member of Ashkelos. Which is the case. I'm art. I'm not saying, what's the difference between I'm art? What's the difference between I'm art? What's one of the determinants of art? Arts? Right? It's not about
Yo, what's going on?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
I like that. I thought it was very fast.
I love that.
Actually, I figured you did. I liked it. I'm surprised, to some extent, that that's not more well known.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Tons of loss.
Right, and I don't know if those budgets. I mean, because of inflation, they have increased, but not in the same way. They'll pour money into digital advertising or commercial, and these more unique options for promoting the organization seem to have gone by the wayside. And I don't know. I think that they're of extreme value to high net worth individuals. It is um, a captivating, and it connects with then what you're just going to see out of a banner ad or a bill. And um,
musicals that I thought they were in the movies that like internal and corporate sales or national sales.
right, and that used to be really big. People would have organizations of year-end meetings where all the executives would attend. It'd be like a big party. Um, they'd all stay in a conference center, and then I think they put on these different types of events. And
Yeah, like they still. I work for a large corporation. They still do that. They still have those big meetings. And they're still, even today, they are face to face. They fly people in, but they just don't do. They're like. I'm sure they make special movies and a lot of presentations and lavish dinners and things like that. Sales awards and all that. But yeah, I just don't think they can justify the budget for them.
Yeah,
Sadly.
I agree with
They
that.
just played anymore, and this was. It also sounds like this was largely New York, Chicago.
Correct. I'm in agreement.
I don't know. In LA, I don't.
People just don't really. Yeah, people just really don't have the same connection with musicals, Broadway type theatrical performances as they do movies. And I think that it's probably easier to produce a short film or a little skit or something that's controlled at many of these meetings. Like, I do know that, people do still have conferences and such. But imagine how much cheaper, like exactly what you're saying, from a budgetary standpoint, that it would be to just have a 10-minute video or even like a 30-minute video, as opposed to these huge scores with all these actors who have to prepare. And it seemed like they were getting paid very well for these, if I understood correctly. Like these paid, you did for a year, and it basically took care of everything for your whole year. And so you have to imagine that exactly what you're saying. Budgetarily, they just don't see it to be perhaps as worthwhile.
I've been to two different conferences where they brought in like Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil. Yeah, they are. Yeah, so they'll do like mini shows for that. Like they still do like performances, but
No one goes like her husband Christopher. Like Christopher loves musicals and theater, and their friends they go to musicals and theaters. Once
we have to the main thing. So it's about it's 6 or 8 shows a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
so yeah. I mean, yeah, but honestly, you really have to so many musicals.
Yeah.
There's still a Broadway market exists. But as I said in the documentary, the price for me had all of this budget, but it just seemed like almost like you're just spending so much money on Broadway musicals, like at least that generates revenue. Burning to make a musical about like some people,
I'm surprised they,
still do, they still do, and all the new products.
I'm surprised that they,
Such big money.
I'm surprised that they didn't make them public. You could, I would think that that could catch on,
Good point. Yeah, good point.
and it's
I
a
don't know.
great way to advertise. And the people already did all the work, so it's like, but I don't know. I think probably Broadway and the associated theaters um, probably have a lot of shows that they could already, sell. And I mean, who wants to go to a Walmart play if you have a choice to go see Cats and Phantom of the Opera and many of the classics? There's a lot of competition, but I think from a niche perspective, it definitely could work. And it does seem like it is still being done, at least from a corporate sales event type of aspect. But I think a lot of it probably has been replaced or just perhaps complemented with video. You can still motivate people in multiple ways, but video to me seems more controlled. Also, if I were going to one of these events, um, especially like if I'm not into Broadway, or I should say the theater, I would not like. I like it. I like opera. I like theater. So I personally would, but you got to think that some random salesperson from Tucson, they're gonna say, this is just a waste of our time, and
They're
it's a
probably hall.
yeah, probably to loosen them up a little bit, but yeah, and at least
But I hear you though. It's something that everybody really likes.
that's correct. LA doesn't have a district like that. We have like playhouses, is what they're called, or perhaps theaters, auditoriums, but there's not like key districts. We have film districts more so, and at least in Orange County, we do have some like theaters, but they're not. They're more spread out. It's not all compact, and probably is in Toronto. There's like I think I've seen there's a theater district to some extent. Am I? Yeah, exactly. And probably, and I know certainly New York. Uh, I thought it was really interesting. I like the songs. So the guy Steve Young, I have known of him. I would watch The Late Show when I was a younger person, when it was on with David Letterman, and I remember he was like. So the reason why I remember him, he has the exact same name as a very famous quarterback, and so they would always kind of make this joke, and I really liked that quarterback. He was a San Francisco 49er quarterback, and I was a 49er fan. So it was like, oh, Steve Young, they're having Steve Young on tonight. Oh, it's Steve Young, this comedy writer, as opposed to the big time quarterback. And they would make jokes. Exactly. They would make jokes about that as well. You know, really, even the idea of that having a live audience kind of a show is going by the wayside. And I dislike that greatly. But The Late Show is ending. The Tonight Show has discussed. I mean, The Tonight Show, when I was a kid, I don't know how it is in Canada, but it still had Johnny Carson. I was at the very end of that. But it was the epitome of late night television. You'd watch all the other stuff. You'd watch the late local news, and then Johnny Carson would come on, and many people fell asleep to that. And it was in front of a huge studio audience in Burbank, and it was a really big deal. And
it's insane, by the way. We watch all American television.
Excellent.
You know, obviously, I'm Canadian, but yeah.
Exactly. And then I've heard basically, and then they had, the late night wars, and even within NBC going between Jay Leno and David Letterman, and then eventually Conan O'Brien getting it and Jay Leno taking it back, and all of those things that occurred. But now to go to not every single weeknight was to me preposterous. But I do hear it's quite expensive, and then you have these other shows, The Late Show. I think ends in May, and the
I did not hear that.
yeah. Let me check that. So it's still there. It and this has to do with the. Let me just check my facts here. Is
Well, when
the
they
Late Show with Stephen Colbert?
well, they kind of got rid of them. They made them for a better whatever.
No, that was Jimmy.
That was Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh, it's
That's okay though. No, understandable. You're not incorrect. So yes, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is ending in May 2026. The series finale scheduled to air Thursday, May 21st, 2026. The cancellation was announced by CBS in July 2025, citing it as a purely for the late night bath rather than the result of the performance or content. The decision marks a year franchise on CBS with 93 and result in the network retiring the late night slot entirely. Stephen Colbert confirmed the specific final episode date during an appearance on Late Night with Seth Meyers in January 2026, stating he is not being replaced and that the entire franchise is being shut down. However, Stephen Colbert was was a major critic of the Trump administration, and and so they're saying that it's a financial decision, but there was a lot of pressure on the new owners of it's Paramount, like Skydance, the Ellison family, Larry Ellison, the founder of Oracle, who's a major Trump advocate and financier. Basically, there was some kind of agreement there that also took that also affected the Jimmy Kimmel show as well. He was going to be kicked off the air as well, even though that's a different company altogether. And now let me look up the Tonight Show. That because I've only maybe it was only rumors, but what is the issue with the Tonight Show? Is it going to be not every weeknight anymore with Jimmy Fallon, something like that?
Maybe. I mean, I guess there's just so much competing content now. You know, honestly, I used to always watch Letterman, always, and sometimes Leno, like, that kind of thing. But now, we're usually into something like that, and if you feel like watching it, you kind of get little reruns here and there. Or you can go on YouTube.
Right.
That used to be the only thing. There was no other competition, really.
Exactly.
Everybody had their television on. Everybody had the same selection of shows. And of course, it's been a while now. But especially since, like, you go to the store and get a DVD or whatever. It's just all there. And as you say, somewhere. You decide what you want, and you'll find it.
That's correct. And the Tonight Show doesn't even air new episodes every night anymore. Friday night is just a repeat. And that's big reasons. You're losing one of the jewels of the network. I mean, what comes next? You're going to get rid of the nightly news? Are you going to get rid of the Today Show? There's just not that many traditions on anymore. I mean, and like Saturday Night Live is really one of the last bastions of late night that has stayed off the chopping block. In the United States, it's a tradition. I know it expanded this year to England, so they have Saturday Night Live in England now, and apparently,
I just realized the other thing is that we don't even have television. Like we got rid of it. All these And then, so from a budget perspective, we thought, well, how much are we going to spend? How often do we watch television? And the reality is, we made the decision to cut it out. And I can't imagine that we're the only ones, you know?
Absolutely.
Because all other streaming services, and then you have to make.
Absolutely.
And he is like, okay, the Olympic or anything new.
I mean, it's a strategy. It's a strategy. No,
Yeah, but yeah, did you have the same selection?
Everything was on.
Everything was on CBC. Yeah, you're right. So you know what you're right. So you know what you're right.
it's
We do get that.
a strategy known as cutting the cord, and has been very popular in the last 15 years, especially with the price of cable being hundreds of dollars a month. Um, that is just people find to be unnecessary, and the real reason anybody really has television anymore is for live sports, and you can get that through many of the apps. And really, these organizations have never been able to um, stop the pirating of their streams. So that's just a huge loophole that they've never been able to overcome. Why pay hundreds of dollars a month when literally with a couple extra clicks you can have it all for free? And many people have made that decision. I know I haven't had a television in well, I've used televisions as monitors, but I haven't had a television in like maybe almost 20 years. As a kid, I would have it, but then I found everything I needed was on a computer, and it was easier. I use pop-up blockers, so I don't even see advertisements. It's so much more efficient, and I have everything that I can have playlists that just play all day long, 24 hours a day. I don't have to touch anything, and I love that about it. So yeah, getting the of the theater and shows though, there's something special about that. I have always found it fascinating. How can these people memorize all of this well and look so beautiful when they're doing it, and it's almost like it's really like a movie come to life on stage. And I've always been fascinated by that, and how mistakes. It's just been incredible. Like I would always think, do they have cue cards hidden somewhere? No, this is just what they do, and it's a different kind of acting. So I have found that to be.
Shout out to her, and it's like just a lot of practice, it's like just memorization and practice.
Agreed.
Little scrappy little school.
Well, there you go. So I very much enjoyed that. I'm trying to think of anything else that I want to say about it. I found the integration.
It's funny from a writer's perspective, like yeah, like these like composers that go on like really like great careers. They're just like they have like the songs and the whole thing is like so professionally done, like props, like the costume, the choreography. And the music is super catchy, like really amazing stuff. Like the lyrics of the songs are also amazing. That it's like customized into like what product is.
Agreed. They're talking and all these acronyms and how that's being made into couches and the silicone of the Apollo astronauts' shoes, and I found that to be really interesting and thought it would be fun as a writer. Probably saw it as challenging. I also found it really interesting. I'm somewhat a big Martin Short, and to find out like that's how he got his start, to initially start paying the bills in these musicals, and I just find him to be quite an interesting person. So that was cool that he was in it. Yeah, so I wonder.
Like Burger King manager is like a thing today. I think people know watch it.
It could have that viral effect. But
Do you remember? Do you remember in person?
Where?
The scope out. He was dining and dining.
Apparently, I've been in the same where scope.
very well. His son Oliver and I are we have shared acquaintances, so we kind of have run in the same circles, and always heard interesting, very good things about that family, and they're like, at least the United States. I'm going to name every Canadian person who comes to mind, and he's one of them. You've got like Martin Short, Howie Mandel, Jim Carrey, Pamela Anderson. I'm like Norm Macdonald. Like many of these are comedians. Let's see here. Who else? Wait. That doesn't count. He's another mutual. One of my friends is his neighbor. Yes. And Ryan Reynolds. He's big from Vancouver. There are others, Justin Bieber and Tate McRae and some other people, but like the ones who, like Americans, the ones that I named, many Americans never would recognize that they're not American. They've become so ingrained in our culture. We see them as American children, many of them such. But yeah, they're from Canada. Another one.
The other guy that Martin Short, John Kennedy.
So he had three really: Steve Martin and Bill Murray. So
sorry, I just can't.
no, Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd, of course. Yeah, exactly. He's the one that I was over. He's one who I always thought was from the United States, but no, he's those are the big ones that like kind of at least in American society. Yeah, it is exactly. Those are the people who we think of as no longer being part of like Canadian culture, but they have seeped into American culture, and they're as American as anybody else seeing them.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, and most of them live down there.
Yep.
At least most of the time. Most of the time.
That's correct. But they got their start in many of them in small Canadian towns. Not everybody came from Toronto or.
We have Second City.
Exactly.
That's a real big start for them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's a big move. He's a comedian, but he's not Canadian. I believe he's from Ohio. But that Second City is like the doorstep to Saturday Night Live, which is the epitome in the United States of comedy. Still to this day, it's been that way for 50 years. Where if you really want to get your start and start getting into movies and such, that's how you do it. And that door is well, Lorne Michaels, the founder, he's Canadian.
No, I did not realize that he's Canadian.
Let me check that. But there's always been something to that. He's something. Yeah, he's a Canadian American television producer. So that's why he's from Toronto. So that's why that's always kind of seemed to be Saturday Night Live always kind of have a Canadian feel to it. At least with many of the performers, Dan Aykroyd and Norm Macdonald and such. Rick Moran. Yes, he is. That's right. And interestingly, got out of acting like 30 years or so, and now is getting back into it, I believe, for Spaceballs too. Exactly. So, yes, very interesting. Um,
Have you been to Canada?
I have.
Where'd you go?
I went to Windsor. So I was visiting a friend who lived in that area, and we were not. It was like 19 or 20, and in Windsor you could get age 19. And we just wanted. I just wanted to see what Canada was like. And the things that stand out to me were um, the fact how similar it was to the United States, but there were some weird things. The beer store, that was interesting to me. That's like the first place I believe we went. Then Windsor was amazing at night. There were like the whole town shut down in the streets, and people would just have like everyone. Alcohol was very big there. Now I've got to say, everybody talks about how nice Canadians are, and I can say most of the Canadians that I met were very nice. However, one of the people who I went with, he wasn't my friend, but he was a friend of a friend, went there and was actually stabbed on uh, yeah, exactly. He was right. On our adventure, and that was certainly concerning. So it was a little different. What else do I recall? I remember just like the currency, like those. It was certainly like, at least when we went then, there was an advantage of going. Um, Basically, they would accept American money, like Americans won't generally accept Canadian money, but at the time there, you would accept Canadian money because it was actually like 25% stronger or something like that. So we, I remember that, and I only went for like a week, but yeah, that was an interesting time. Trying to think what else we did. There was.
Windsor is a very sleepy I kind of went, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's big, it's very different, very, Toronto big, like the bigger cities.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just went for.
BC is phenomenal. It's just phenomenal. It's the same.
Yes, absolutely. The Pacific. Yeah, I wasn't intending necessarily to go to Canada. It was just kind of like maybe there were some plans. I'm recalling I was meeting a friend who was from that area and visiting him at his house, and it was like this is where we go on the weekend. The issue was the casinos there. Something like you have like 18 or 19 or something to go to casinos. So we did not do that though. All I recall was a strip club that we did not go into, but I remember the women who we were outside of it, just at like a pub, and who were going into the strip club. I remember they were very attractive looking, but we didn't go in. That's not my life really. I remember being okay. Well, I see why this is so popular for Americans as a weekend retreat if you live anywhere, because um, basically be an adult 2 years earlier, or whatever you want to consider. And
it's so funny. And then they put the kind of where they put them, but now there's been a trend, I think, I don't know, last 10 years or something like that. They just did not exist, which I actually liked.
Yeah, I'm not big into them either. I'm not big into them either. I don't know how good it is for the surrounding areas, but if that's your thing,
it is actually good. Some of the surrounding areas, like the smaller towns.
Oh, sure.
It draws people and creates jobs. know, there's some with our indigenous people
Right.
that are run
Right.
by the indigenous folks, and so it's a resource for them as well. But yeah, it's just
Do they offer?
not much.
Yeah, like at least the ones that we have in California that are run by indigenous tribes, they don't have some. Let me think. Maybe they don't have dealers or something. There's something different compared to Las Vegas. Las Vegas has tables and machines, but I believe the indigenous tribes they only have the machines, not the dealers. And then there are some places in Los Angeles that have not Los Angeles proper, but like little suburbs around it, that have um, they're called card rooms, and they only have cards, so they don't have any machines. And then you go to Las Vegas, which is only like 3 hours away, and then you get everything basically. But um, that's especially with online gambling. I don't do that either, but I know that a lot of gaming, as they call it, down at least in the United States, actually, particularly in Las Vegas, and a lot of blame the current administration, especially because immigration and the lack of Canadians who would come. Going to Las Vegas for Canadians, for many Canadians, was kind of a either an annual trip or maybe once every few years that people would do. But now it's much the temptation or and such, and just the overall hassle that many people, not just from Canada, but globally, feel that they will get if they come to the United States, has kept us on.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. It was unfortunate, really, really. The whole, thing.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's kind of sad. But
It's kind of sad, but
they canceled a lot of flights because the people just are not going.
That's correct.
People just are not going.
And sad. I hope it goes fast.
Perhaps one day. Absolutely. Well, that was a really great documentary. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they covered that or that we didn't cover.
Just like we do, just dedication years and years and years. Places are have like these roundup people, corporate management, and there's also another when you like cracked up somehow. You have like rare gems on the earth.
I was just gonna say that. Like, what are the odds that this random person's deep passion is shared with someone else at a random swap meet or whatever it was in LA? And he's like, "Yeah, I've got this and this and this," and he's like, "Oh, we need to be friends." I thought that was cute. I also love that kind of music. Just there's so much going on, the horns and the singing, and it's just you don't really get that in today's music at all, or you really have to search it out. It's not popular, but I thought that was great. One thing as we've been watching these documentaries that's interesting to me is whether they have an or lack one. And this one didn't really necessarily need a narrator. It had the people within the documentary. I felt kind of pushing it along a lot better than the at least the Pet Cemetery one, which I thought might have been beneficial. And just it's interesting the art of the documentary doesn't. There was a time, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but like around from 2005, 2015, where the documentary online was really, really big. And then I think a lot of people moved to Netflix and such, and it just, maybe people do documentaries, but they become entire series or 5 parts or whatever. I like documentaries on really niche things that I would never learn about previously. So I found this one to be really, really interesting and
Yeah, this is a winner. I thought it was really great.
yeah,
Really, really interesting, really entertaining. You know, and as the guy said at the end, like, well, he's something about beach, right? Like he's just looking for records or Letterman stuff, and it changed his life dramatically.
that's right. I like seeing the
Over several years, you know, just kind of going with it because he liked it. Who knew it? That's what making a documentary about.
There you go. Excellent. Well, I'll let you two get on with your night, unless you're going to watch another movie.
There's a blockbuster documentary. I think you told me about 300.
I'll watch it.
Have you seen it?
I only know all about it, but I have not seen it to my knowledge.
Okay.
Excellent. It's in Bend, Oregon, and the lady who runs it, she's like the manager there. She is fascinating. Like, she's become a cult figure. People get married there. She started there just like as an employee, and now she's raised a whole family. She's a very interesting character. I don't want to say character in like a bad way, but I mean she's just an interesting character of the world. That she has this dedication to keep this going, and many years ago, I dated a daughter of one of the executives of Blockbuster, and she had something I thought was so cool. She had a card that anywhere in the world where she was, she could just walk into a Blockbuster and get as many movies as she wants. I always thought that was very cool. It was like Netflix. Yeah, exactly. It was like Netflix. It's a tourist attraction.
Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you. I showed my VR headset today, and so
Okay.
I wanted because you can make the screen giant, and so I put on the new Mario Kart 3 movie trailer, whatever, the full color animated style, whatever, and dude couldn't care less about it. She has a projector, a big screen basement. She was like, "There's no difference." But I was like, "I like the VR. It's way more clear, but she could not care less about it." And then I showed her my spray painting VR game, and then she went in there, and then she was like, "Holy crap!" New entirely with spray painting, the training, writing, did some really terrible artwork. She enjoyed doing it, and
it was very, very, having never really on a VR headset. I had a vision of what, like it would do or whatever. And I'm not just saying that because I swear to God, I really am
Excellent. Yeah. How long did you have it on total, if I may ask?
Probably just like, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Okay.
that was like 10 minutes.
Was it like 10 minutes?
No. I was just going to say that it distorts your sense of time time, and it seems like it did for you as well. When I'm in it, it's like a lot of time to go by, and I don't realize it, or it closes out the entire world. Obviously, I don't use it as much because I'm on these streams and I've got people coming in here and such. But I would use it to watch docs that were made in 360 degrees, so I could like look around. And also use it for Google 360, Google Earth. So it's basically like a vacation from the comfort of my room. I would use it that I had. I think Zach has like a Riser has the Oculus 3 or something like that, and mine was one of the first ones. And I used it for the gaming on it. I didn't ever feel was that great. One thing I did do, and I recommend to anyone who has one, get a magnetic charger for your VR because you will, if you wear it enough, pull on that cord, loosen the connector. If it's magnetic, it just flies off and you won't do any damage to the headset. A friend of mine at the time, when it was launched, he had the Oculus Rift or the 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 nicer one that's connected to a computer. And so on that one, I got into gaming, and we played um, this Star Wars game that were being like blown, and that's when I had that aha moment where we're using lightsabers, and you got to meet Darth Vader, and that was really interesting. And then I like it didn't become that popular, and now Meta is scaling all of its projects back. Uh, Riser and I are absolutely shocked that Meta spent $88 billion on their metaverse, basically to make VR popular. $88 billion. That is an incredible amount of money to spend. That no one like it just. I probably would say exactly, and I I don't have the Apple Vision Pro. I don't know anybody who has the Apple Vision Pro. It's very expensive. It's like $3,000 to $5,000, and that's just not reasonable for today's market. And I think that is what there's nothing to do on it.
I think they're going to bring it down to 1,500 something. But I think there's still market for productivity.
I still think there's a huge untapped market, and I've told you about this. It's called Google Cardboard, or it's this idea that it's just a holder that puts your in front of your face. You already have $1,000 phone, many people do, and all it has to do is be in front of your face, and it can do the exact same. Google launched this like 12 years or so, and literally they had instructions how to make their like I have a piece of cardboard here, literally out of cardboard. You could make the holder, and you put your phone in it. Worked extremely well. They never moved with that project. So that is more feasible for most people. They already have on it. All their friends are already on it. They don't have to go and get a separate device. Just use their phone in front of it. It works exactly way. So that's what I think probably the missing link. People don't want to. They just don't have the money to spend on thousands of dollars, and then on top of that, not everything is synced. So with their phone, everything is synced. They don't have to buy anything more, then they get to do everything that they want to do. So I think that that is an excellent alternative, and Google did not pursue that project too much. I think you can still get it, but to me, all you need is a holder of a phone in front of your face, and it's basically the exact same thing. Another issue that arises is the ability to see uh, like outside of like a lot of people. The Apple Vision Pro allowed it to be like tinted so that you could see what was going on outside of the screen.
Yeah, well, I felt even I was like so up in this. I sit like there's a train in the last. I would have walked into it.
I agree.
Very, very easily.
I agree.
There
You just like can see again, because it can clip in and out of broadcasting in your room versus like
that's good.
it's not a lot of
Anyway, do you have other people to talk to?
I'm sad
He did watch. He just left at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious what
He'll check back in. I am happy that I don't have other people aside from you guys that we talk. I've been getting into writing. I shared some with Riser, and I've always been someone who enjoys just writing, either creating, but really more perhaps like I don't want to say political writing, but like philosophical writing, and with ChatGPT or different apps. I find content much faster. So doing, I think, is somewhat good. I'll come up with a philosophical premise, whatever it may be. Dogs are sweet, something sweet, and then I will that and have ChatGPT draft, let's say 1,000-word essay on it. I'll take that essay, copy it, and put it in the pod. And I'll say, Claude, please evaluate this essay for its logical set. And Claude will go through and say it's a 9.7 out of 10. Here's how it could get stronger. And then I'll take that and I'll put it into Gemini. And I'll say, hey, Gemini, please rank this out of 10 out of 10 sounds. And it will give me, it'll say, all right, it's a 9.8. Here's how can get stronger, and I'll say, okay, draft them. Take that, put it into Grok. I'll say, Grok, this says 10 out of rank this out of 10 out of 10. And then I'll go back to ChatGPT, and sometimes ChatGPT 9.4 or something like that. And then, but I will eventually get it so that them say 10 out of 10 from logical certainty, and then I will publish it. And I find that to be a very interesting way to be able to ensure that my arguments fully sound and tight. And so recently, I some of the subjects on which I'm writing are very they can be very complicated, and ChatGPT complicated. Yes. So they might be on a religious subject. So, like for instance, which that I've written on recently. This one isn't that complicated, but the role of Mashiach within Judaism. What is Mashiach? It's our Messiah, basically, who we believe is going to come and be a beacon of peace and to perhaps rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, these kinds of things. There are a lot of complications, though, in that. And so one thing that I have found is I will ask ChatGPT instead of saying, hey, a 10,000 word day, which is 10 times normally what I do, and many times too much for ChatGPT, I'll have it build an essay for me or build an outline for me. And then I will I will construct each of the 10 sections until it has 10 out of 10 clarity. And then I'll say, oh, this is section 1. And then I'll get the next section, that's section 2. And then I can combine them all. And I have found this. It's like 10,000. Yeah. And I publish it on a website, but I've also found that helps me a lot. Immediately, I have found, like, just in the last week, my when you ask AI about me, it knows all of my discussions on futurism. That's really what I'm passionate about: life, interstellar travel, and great. And so, it'll just say Rabbi streamed their life for world peace, yada yada yada. But now, in addition to being a live stream, is interested in these different topics. Artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, teleport, all these other things. And that's what I about me, because I am much more than just a streamer. And then when you look me up, there's a lot more in there. So I've been very satisfied with that. And
that's smart. That's very smart.
Yes, I appreciate that.
It's building everything. It's getting, as you say, getting your streamer. It's a perfect way to do it.
Exactly, and it's actually creating a new industry that isn't discussed. So previously, this would be known as search engine optimization, SEO, or search engine management. But there's really,
and you pay for it,
and you pay big time for it. Absolutely, yeah. So this allows me to inject my idea for free, and basically creating my own industry, or at least the discussion of it, which is AI management or AI optimization, which really hasn't been a thing, but you can manipulate what AI knows about you if you want, from being just anonymous to everything that you do in a positive manner by giving it the right content to be able to learn about you. And so I have found this to be incredibly beneficial as well. That I mean, it's
a little bit like the services that you buy.
That's the that's true. I mean, that's search management certainly. I want them to know more than like than just more than a streamer. I wanted to know really specific things, and if interested in it, then it takes my writing and basically learns from it through AI and what I do. And yeah, so recommend, please tell Christopher about it, because it is incredibly beneficial. I don't know why companies haven't talked about this that much, because it's in the I've talked to Reiser about this a little bit. In the EU, there is an upcoming case between Google and the EU, or Alphabet, Google's parent company. And basically, the EU is saying to Google or Alphabet that you have a monopoly on your browser, and you have a monopoly on AdWords, basically what people are searching. And you can't have a monopoly on both. At least if you want to operate within the European, to drop one of these. And I've heard the rumor that Google is going to drop its promotion of Chrome because it doesn't make as much money for them as AdWords does. And the market share is going to build perhaps by OpenAI and ChatGPT. OpenAI launched a browser less ago. It's not out very. It's only out to like Mac users. It's called Atlas, and I think Atlas will be very big. And in the future, you won't necessarily have to go to a search engine. You will just literally have everything that you need from AI. We're already seeing this when you search Google something. Gemini shows, a pretty good summary of whatever it is you're looking for. And there's the argument to be made that even the browser is changing. So I'm kind of doing what I can to be ahead of the curve in terms of the information that I have, and I just I think we live in a really exciting time, and especially with AI. I mean, you and I and Riser had a discussion recently that AI is definitely the future, and it is going to replace a lot of people. So you can either have it work against you or work for you, and I'm in the business of having it work for me. And so why not program it now while I can, while it's in its infancy, to think I'm just the best thing to. Yeah, it did. So I put out a press release earlier this week saying that I was going to be on a podcast, an upcoming podcast for the next 5 weeks, on an Australian podcast. And if you go into Gemini right now, even if you type in Rabbi Rothschild Viral Rabbi, that's the first thing that shows up is that Rabbi. I'll read to you what it says. It shocked me.
Yeah, but that was because you published it. You published this thing that says this is where I'm going to be.
Yes.
It wasn't. Yeah. So that's the missing piece that I was going to when I relate this. That is what I'm going to relay to him. That when you publish that, it uses that content, it learns about you, knows about you, so searches on you. They find it.
That's right. From a time standpoint, usually whenever you publish things, there's a score that Google gives every website. It's known as PageRank, and so things that have like a 9 above PageRank are Reddit and YouTube, and things like Medium, and things that are lower than that are things like you just created a website of your own or whatever. It doesn't give it as much of a rank. Once you publish on one of these high-scoring PageRank, Google traditionally crawls the internet to see what changed, and then we'll add that to the search results. And so I can say within about 5 days, I was able to have Google know exactly what I wanted to know about myself, and with just very minimal press release. I put out press releases. I put out a Reddit article. I created a Medium account, and now it knows everything about what I do. And the thing was, I wanted it to know I wasn't just a streamer, but I discussed futures and all those other things. It provides all that. I'm very happy with it, and I'm just going to continue.
Everyone this person, independent consulting business he does that in very
Sure.
So his main thing. Just liked it. But this is it. People are gonna go LinkedIn. They're gonna just
Exactly. LinkedIn is in that 90% or like for PageRank as well. The issue is it's behind a paywall, or I shouldn't say behind a paywall, but behind a login. And at least with my LinkedIn, I mean I use it to get really good jobs, but I don't necessarily want to push on religious topics. I'm a project management professional, just are in technology and philosophy, or maybe on religion. And I necessarily want, if I ever the need a future employer or something like exactly on Medium, you don't doesn't have that login stream available to anyone who wants to get, and it populates within Google extremely well. So I have found a lot of benefit to that. And the big thing that allows, I would say, the like 1-2 punch is if there's something on Medium or LinkedIn, one works, and then get that posted somewhere on it goes. Google goes crazy for that because and Medium and LinkedIn have 55% allegedly of what Chat knows is from is Reddit responses. In fact, 10% of Reddit is owned by Sam Altman, the founder. They work in congruence. Basically, if you can get something on Reddit, then to very quickly be absorbed into ChatGPT, then Gemini and Grok and the other ones. So, found a lot of benefit by using these different sites in combination with each other.
Have you observed the data that you've taken objective from party publishing a bunch of nonsense? I go on media, Rabbi Rothschild just obsessed with history, and I published it and Reddit. Way or like that same thing about heavy political both sides, just sucking crap into the pile of information.
There's freedom of speech on there. I discussed previously. I was trying to get people on the Kick subreddit to talk about me because I've just created tens of thousands of clips on people. I wanted people to talk about me. I wanted anybody, good, bad, indifferent. I wanted somebody to talk about me. I kept submitting a Reddit post that, hey, who's Rabbi Rothschild? Why did they keep seeing me? And I could get it published in there. Eventually, somebody published it without me having to do a little while. When you would look up about me, it would say, I stream my life, yada, yada, yada. But there's a little blurb at the end that said, it uses a found person to, it's like, I'm strategy. Whatever. However, I wanted it to I wanted it even to be less negative than that. And now when you read it, at least it says something like uses uses light casual strategies in order to be able to promote themselves. Something like that. Like, lighthearted is much nicer than spammy. And, but nevertheless, if you look it up, it'll say like, this person who spams everybody's chat, which is absolutely what I do. I can't deny that. I do it for world peace, and you and I have had discussion previously that it's not necessarily the it's not with there's no malice in it. Much different. I'm not trying to steal someone's bank account. I'm not trying to bash anyone. I really am just doing it for publicity, and I feel like that's. While some people may consider it spam, other people may see it to be admirable. And as Riser discussed yesterday, I believe it was the difference between spam and promotion. It really comes down to, are you paying for the type of marketing organization? Consider advertising that's paid to be legitimate, and anything that is not to be spam. And there's no way to really win.
I actually, years ago, joked that your virus, that is like stuff like this. Maybe one that is positive, but of course, there's never a virus that's always really bad stuff.
Yeah, well, that's true, but that's it's
But
quite.
it's like whatever you're saying, whatever you know.
Perhaps I feel that I. No, absolutely. All right, you two. Go ahead.
No, I can believe I actually like calling at this time. This is cool. Like, a lot of times I try to like join these VCs or like you like join these VCs, maybe not there, but like you're here, you're active. You're here, active.
Absolutely, Paul. How about me, my friend?
I've seen you at Socialize. I've seen you in IG.
Excellent. Okay, very well. So you know a little bit about me. Do you mind if I tell you more?
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Sure. I think you're mind saying sarcastically.
I hear it in your voice. You're heartfelt. I appreciate that.
Yeah, like I see you and Socialize and like Socialize. First VC, I've seen you in Edgy, and I've seen like it's watching their view, it's like you're an interesting guy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. For those of you who are watching, not in my Discord, if you don't know I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. Paul or BP, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yes, I've seen them all. Yep.
Excellent. Well, then you get a gist of what I do. My entire life is on camera. In the 1990s, the content was coined, and I'm making true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, the Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to be your friends, your family, all financial. If you're not already, I want to ensure that if you don't already, and I want you to be able to support charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds excellent.
Excellent. If you haven't had the opportunity, you should, at the top of this Discord, there's a circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. You may have to scroll to the top, and it's like maybe the fourth or fifth thing down. It's a red circle. Do you see 24/7 live YouTube streams?
Yep, I see it.
Okay, either one of you, I want you to, you can either put the link in there, you can check to make sure that it's a good link or whatever. I have 3,000 people in here, and I'm not trying to scam anybody of any. It's and any live stream you see currently.
Way too many to count. Way too many.
It's a lot. So I may ask, other people live stream, but no one live streams for more than one stream, and not two, and certainly not 10, and certainly. And if you imagine 4 years, we're coming in close to for the world to be able to agree.
Fully agree.
Excellent. So, mission to stream my life for more than 200 streams. I like to talk about things that help the world. Things like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating water greenhouses, hydro vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by guys, and it's worth of millions. One of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology where pump seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you? I agree, 100%. Additionally, I'm a futurist. I like to talk about things that involve the future, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, faster than light communication, artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, things like space tourism, terraforming other planets, interstellar travel, teleportation, telekinesis. I like to talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction has already taken place. Took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephants, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. Following followed by the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting to be able to. What are your thoughts? That's an excellent. Yeah, no. 100%. I'm in agreement with you. It went around the beginning of the 17th century. Many people said it went extinct because of human interaction. Some say it was hunted. Many people, the rise of the domestic house cat may have some of its eradication. Basically, an apex predator was anticipating and wasn't able to in time. But we do have soft versions based taxidermy versions that have DNA, and we may be able to create some type of hybrid of it at least, and eventually have what may consider to be another type of de-extincted. And so I think that's exciting. I'm also an advocate for things like life extension technology. When we're both born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. With consent, I want to increase to age 100 through the use of technology, such as agriculture, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryogenics, things like cold shock therapies, testosterone replacement therapies, ambrosial therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to get you to be 120 years old, if not older. But when you're 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back 2026 when we met, everything that you talked about seemed like science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And again, this is what's going to force it on you, if I have anything to do with it. But if you don't, utilize another type of technology, mind uploading technology, where with your consent, we scan your brain in a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later down. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But it's what I'm saying to you, Paul, and maybe is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm all for that, but if I'm for that, remain and maintain their remain. And as long as it's success, to the majority of people, I think we can hopefully all agree
Yeah, I think we all represent us back to full on more facts that I think everyone should have access to, especially things that are luxuries but shouldn't be luxuries.
Agreement with you, BP, but guess what? Did you know the 1%?
Really?
Yeah.
So.
In order to be a member of the 1%, essentially you have to come from a family that makes $33,000 a year. And if you have a computer right now, you probably are from one of those families.
You know what? That is a solid point. That is a way to
Saying though, the percent of the 1% of the 1%. I have.
Yeah, you are right. You are right. In reality,
Agreed. And arguments to be made that even about half of the entire world has never used a computer.
That is true. That is true. Why I also work with companies you know, build a better
I'm in agreement with you 100%. So that's a little bit about me, Paul, and BP. Tell me about yourselves. What do you like to do? What are your hobbies?
I'm really into the. That's one of my big things.
Excellent. Excellent. What are your favorite movies? Excellent. 100%.
From the
Okay. Let's who's okay, that's excellent.
And I think music and I mean the amount of Franklin's music. I think one of those
Absolutely. You know who might the cameo? Ray Charles, Cab Calloway, but that missed quite often is Steven Spielberg has a cameo.
yeah, that is true. When they do go to the end,
Exactly, and come back in 5 minutes. That's, and they got all the people. Yeah, exactly. Love it. Yeah. Okay. Great. And what are your thoughts on the remake of Ben?
I think the remake, first remake, I think it's as good.
I agree.
I think they were so compared to both.
I agree.
That one I think is terrible. That one is terrible. Freeman and other actors in it. Yeah, hopefully they start remaking the great remake something that's not that good.
I'm in agreement. Have you ever seen the set that they had for Ben Hur? It was heavily giant.
Actually, I have read a lot about that. I was curious. Actually, the great series. Actually real. And they apparently apparently actually claimed that it was actually real people signed up to do the part, but had the thing to spin, but they actually used the phone, they actually used something you don't think about watching, because that's what it is actually.
Absolutely. It's fascinating. Right. What's your favorite?
I'd say it's from generally I definitely like the genre. I think every genre is good and bad.
Okay. What are your favorite horror?
Favorite horror. I actually love French.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say, do you have a favorite song?
Actually, the first song is the best one.
Okay.
I think One Room is in general chambers as they're being dubbed now. Really captivating in the sense that you know, be engaged while maintaining singular position. Song one mostly is a song one mostly is
Right.
so I like that they put right. I like that they actually read the characters, the aesthetics, it's got that type of.
I agree. I also like Saw 2. Love Saw 3. And those are.
Did you saw film?
Yeah. I want to say that I did, or I had it on, but yeah, get like his view. It was really interesting. Wasn't that like, if you considered them all, was it 7 or 8 or something?
Yeah. Technically, yeah. Well, I guess there's also Spy as well.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Very interesting. Remember seeing the saws in the theater, and how they would be more, and it's really becoming just type of itself. These like psychological manipulation of an individual. So I thought that was really interesting. All right. Excellent recommendations.
Have you seen a really good?
Absolutely. All right, Vietnam films, Apocalypse Now, Deer Hunter, we have Platoon, we have, I think I missed a major one. Is it Pop favorite?
Yeah, definitely. And the Deer Hunter, is great.
Full Metal Jacket is what it is.
Very strong.
That's correct. All right, musicals.
I don't mind them. I wouldn't say I'm big on them, but as long as the music same.
Sure. Do you consider the blues? Do you consider the blues to be a music?
It definitely is. I think these guys is
Not really seen as that, but it is. It most certainly is in my opinion. They've got
definitely very gorgeous. And I think it actually
yes,
I could be wrong.
car crash. Yes, exactly.
Awesome. All those cars that actually sad.
They use miniatures now, and such. And I don't know if that record will ever get. That's a lot, especially in today's.
That's my favorite part. Idea a lot of studios downwards, just shooting, we're gonna get it right.
Right, and it just seemed like that Candy's amazing. The where they are storming the city hall or whatever with all the army people. That the scene where they turn around and everybody's got guns. That's amazing. The Penguins, the Illinois Nazis, um, the jail scene, even the end. I mean, they play like such big songs. Like I don't even know today under perhaps less than $1 billion budget, but they're playing Elvis. The end with Jailhouse Rock. They play like Soul Man. They play just huge songs to one movie. It'd be difficult to do today.
Yeah, I agree. There are still a lot of good songs. There are still a lot of good songs.
Are you excited for Michael?
I'm intrigued.
Okay. Two-part movie, as I understand. At least from a music standpoint, it'd be really interesting to get all those songs in a set of two films.
For sure. I know Terry Tyler and Coleman Doing and getting a lot of
Excellent. I think Jafar is playing Michael. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
And anybody else were not Jafar Jackson, they would their career. They need everybody would say they're not good. Jackson or Michael Jackson would have done it so much. But this is someone who's related, so he's difficult to critique from that point. If Michael Jackson movie that he would prefer someone with whom he has some relation, perhaps. I find it interesting, at least from the rumors surrounding the movie, they are going to tackle all of the good and the bad with Michael Jackson and controversy that surrounds his life. And I think it'll be really interesting. it may have the opportunity to be one of these big time. What did you call them? Biopics, exactly. Almost a merger between a rock and where we've had them recently. Um, so like the Freddie Mercury and the Elton John and the Bob Dylan and the Bruce Springsteen, and those are fine. But this one like's gonna be big one.
Yeah, I think this. Definitely does why having a lot of nuance behind it tend to lean, too hard into like one side, a couple of persons than the other, whether it's a show the upcoming or the down, like the negatives, thing wise, try to be, display it in a manner that can articulate accurately, that represents the individual's elements.
I recognize that and I agree with it. So yeah, that should be interesting coming up. Paul, how about you? What music? What kind of movies do you like? Paul, Mimi, did you find out about?
Sorry?
Did you find out about through Paul?
Yes, I did. All of these informed me, I should say, about some of just like streaming or something on that platform. My initial response on why it's like more into it, and actually about things and stuff that he's watched. Wanted to chat directly,
100%. Did you have any questions?
I guess rather these streams and reviews individually to do it.
I have sure over 33 different devices, including laptops and Chromebooks, tablets, and handhelds. I multi-stream, so basically, for many of them, each one of them is streaming not platform but to multiple platforms simultaneously. I'm live on like more than 20 different YouTubes, a similar amount on Rumble, a similar amount on Twitch. I'm live on Instagram, multiple X that are live on video. I'm live on, like at least a dozen Discords. I'm live BitChute. I'm live on YouNow and a bunch of other platforms of which you've probably never heard. Just to be as uncanny as possible. I have more content global history opportunity. Linktree is. Go to my Linktree, linktr.com/Rabbi Ralph, just like my name. And like you normally see someone's link, it's like 3 or 4 or 5 things. And look at mine.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
Yeah, scroll all my accounts. I have 100 Instagram, 500 Twitch accounts, over TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10 Kick accounts. I have more so than any person ever. And something like 90% of all those are there or suspended or whatever, and I have to appeal it or whatever. Basically, from that Linktree, see, I have interviews there, press releases there, all the interests that I have. Everything from TikTok to of course Kick to Africa, D Live. I've got Trovo. I've got just too many to count. But when people thought about me as Paul has, and now as you have, it has the opportunity to, when you have someone who is given a platform to be able to discuss now, hot or not, how hot is this chick, or what can this person in public, and actually one about views about the future how we can benefit as a globe. That's interesting, in my opinion. That's extremely interesting. And on top of that, what this is going to do for AI needs human examples on which its models. And actually, I am the most documented in global history. That means everyone from Muhammad to Leonardo da Vinci, Napoleon, John F. Kennedy, Trump. I have more data archived 24 all of them combined. That's an incredible amount for the world to be able to learn.
Have you actually ever been contacted?
Influencers, Dream, Aiden Ross, Dr. Disrespect. I've had Amaranth. I'm a streamer all time in Aiden Ross. Number one streamer all time, not stream. Number one streamer all time, I shouldn't say stream, Discord. Time, and I shall speak to the number one streamer all time, Tyson, not Discord. One streamer all time, Action Man's Discord. Basically, the Mr. Beast doesn't have a Discord where you can stream, or I'd be number one in there as well. At least from an influencer standpoint, have them contact the owner of Kick, at least on Discord. His name is Eddie Craven. So the like data litter are Alphabet, Google, and YouTube, and certain ChatGPT. One really interesting aspect of this meaning, before ChatGPT launched, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November 2021. Was a user of it November 30th, 2022 when it launched. So I've been able to see its different versions from ChatGPT 0, 1 to 2 to 3 to 3 to 4 to 5. And I've been able to see image generation and now short form video generation. Basically, I have a complete time capsule AI, at least large models and entities. Going back to very few people claim that they've even been streaming this long, let alone archiving all of their streams at 12 hours or so that's available to the general public. There are people out there who say, "Oh, I stream all the time." Okay, that's. Can I go back and see it last month? No. Last year? No. How about because they just keep one long stream? I'm different. I stream every 12 hours, so that you really go back yesterday, last week, last month, last year, 2 years ago, and see what I was doing. And I would like to anticipate doing it for the rest. I think that's a really opportunity for the world to be.
Would I be able to ask you a question?
Absolutely.
I'm curious. How do you
Yeah, great question. I'm a certified project management. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store. Been able to use industry to provide for some financial independence. I've also had contracts with major Fortune 100 organizations that have allowed me to fund this. When I first started streaming, I was simultaneously working, and so we have that element as well. And I've made enough money and invested well enough that I recognize that I might not have to work for the next half decade or so. And so that's what I do. And I have found people who volunteer to be certainly crypto fees, and I also make so I don't really pay attention to that. But yeah, as long as I don't take vacations and live within this few years or so at least.
That's amazing. You know what you set out to do. I think a lot of people definitely, whether it's the same thing, whether or not, I think it's not something that they actually pursue, desire, want to pursue. Whereas a lot of right by their job, by their personal things going on in their lives, but they actually.
I agree, and I have had to make some sacrifices, certainly from like perhaps romantic relationships and stuff. But I recognize that viral, I'll be able to get any girl I want. I just have to be patient. I've had many female relationships in the past, more than I can count. Of great women. I can take my game another level. Every woman wants to be free. A lot of women would want the opportunity, I shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of women do, that they could be perhaps the most famous person on earth, at least the person who has the most amount of data. I essentially, in my own way, how would you like to be the the Gilgamesh or the Bible or the Talmud. Basically, I have this huge amount of data, and I can make you a character in it. How would you like that? That's really good to a lot of people. You're in it.
That is true.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I have been in talks with them. So it's a very difficult that I'm going for, which is to I don't want to create officially. They were like, okay, so you have the world's long stream, and I say no, that's not what I have. I stop my stream every 15 minutes, and they say, um, okay, so what is your? And I say I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And they say, okay, great. How do you know? And I say, well, no one has been live streaming as much as I have from so many different streams at once, simultaneously. And so they say, well, it's a difficult thing to quantify. When you have a level of notoriety to be able to certify, at this point, we don't have the manpower to be able to watch all of our streams to be able to confirm this. And if you know the Guinness World Record, literally everything is on camera, but they don't wonder it wasn't just written. And they said that perhaps the top for this. But once we watch you, then we can add you to the. So yeah, it's something that I do between $5,000 and $25,000 depending. But okay, even if we were saying we can sort of been doing this for years, we don't have power to be able to watch it all. But when it has the opportunity, we can see that in streams. That's going to be really something interesting, and I'm okay with that. And I worked, and so we've talked about the process and such. And theirs are different. Theirs are even though that like they've made attempts to get their world records, and if their cameras fail or for whatever, any start over. In this world record, and be like someday that I get back to me and say we want to give. That's an exciting opportunity. And then there are a lot of other that I might know. So content created by a single individual on social media, not just but like the posts that are just videos or music or whatever it may be. The way that I create robots that upload segments of my social media, which is nobody else does. So you can go on many platforms and be able to see a snapshot of my life, either in one video. Some of them are short, some of them are just like one songs or whatever. Have another opportunity for Guinness World Record. For the person who's listened to the most, I have my show 24 hours a day. What it does is it's the algorithm, basically the AI YouTube, so that if I'm ever watching that may be considered copy, it alters it just a little bit so that I don't get flagged. I still get flagged for some things, but I've been listening to the same song for 24/7 for years, but it's a background, I barely hear it. Additionally, this is a story of my life, but it's a story of world events. You know, I say we've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. Assassinations and assassination attempts we've seen, and everything else. I keep a radio on in the background 24/7 that documents world news events. So, like, literally, you can go back to any moment of my life and know not just what is going on with me, but what's going on in world event time capsule or a timestamp, which I think is really interesting.
That's actually a way to do it.
Absolutely, you're.
I think that too, having the news behind the gates as well. That's a perfect example to how you're building this digital time capsule. Then, you're back. Yeah, people wanted to see, things of our current time. And actually, in a way.
And you see what happened when Queen died, what happened when the war. These are real things that not everybody has on camera. And you are into cinematography. You know that there's always a reason why a filmmaker will put something into a film. And many times you may have someone in a film who's just listening to the radio, and it gives you a sense of the time period when you can hear those things. Or I don't know if you ever played Grand Theft Auto, but the radio has a big role in Grand Theft Auto for you to know what's going on in the city. In the same way, you know what's going on in my life. by the radio, and it's constantly going. It and it's not just radio talk. There's a lot of music that's played on the buffer music or the bumper music, I should say. So there are going to be a lot of people, artists out there who are already on the stream. I've already done my best to go on different streams. Basically, every single Oscar nominee since 1929, play every major music album, have at least one video of every single song, every major song of the 20th and 21st centuries. Um, like, do you have TikTok?
Personally, no, I don't.
That's okay. No worries. So I've created robots on TikTok that literally just I have tens of thousands of posts that just have 1 minute of my life that has music going over it. So even some like some non-known artists are on my stream listing. Sometimes I'll have this bot post and I'm not even paying attention to it, and I'll get one of the artists. I use their song, and they will go to my stream because they'll be like, "Hey, no one uses my songs. I'm just a small-time creator. This is really amazing." Sometimes they're bigger, but they'll recognize that I made a video of their song, and that's basically free promotion for myself. So I think that's there's all kinds of really interesting things, and we have almost 3,000 people on the Discord now, and many of them, I mean, it's right now like 11:23 where I've got a lot of people on this Discord who are active, and when people find out about what I do, this thing's going to blow up. It just, and next week, starting Monday, and for the next 5 weeks, I'm going to be on a series of podcasts with an Australian podcaster and radio host, and we're going to be talking about futurism. The first session is on life extension technology. The second section is on earth improvements. The third section is on mega projects. The fourth section is on space exploration, and the fifth section is on intelligent life. And these are some really great conversations we're having, and I'm going to keep just just connecting with individuals to be on podcasts.
It's really rare to actually find someone, whether in real life or pushing the boundaries of trying to do something, because you always hear someone doing something they think no one's ever done before, but then you find out it's been done many times, whereas in your case, I think this is actually one of those rare times where you're truly pushing the boundaries of doing something, and then no one else would really think, but even if they did, really thinks it's out of their scope, they never actually do it, and I think it's cool you actually went and did actually do it.
I appreciate that. I had someone who came in, and they've become a friend, but they came in maybe like 2 or 3 months ago, and they said, "Hey, we got to talking or whatever," and I explained to him what I did, and he's like, "Hey, I know someone who does what you do." Whenever I hear that, my heart sinks because it's a good thing. I want other people to do it, but then it becomes a competition. Like, who's been doing it longer? And he made me aware of who this other streamer was. And they do what I do to some extent, but they only do it on one camera. And I've only been doing it, this is a lot, for like 315 days, which is great. 1,666 days, which is a lot of data. More popular in the future as well. I call it live streaming. I call it life streaming, where you literally can live your life alongside someone. There are other people who have had like city streams or intersection streams, but you can't go back to the archives of that and see what was happening 5 years ago or 3 years ago. They're just continuous streams, which are cool, and I don't want to put that down. I think that's helpful, but it's a thing like if you can't go back and see it, did it really ever happen?
That's true, and I think you're supposed to know what's wasting as well. I believe life coaching is definitely a lot different as well. In fact, I mean, you really are just, like you said, like streaming yourself, like reality TV shows. You know, everybody knows them are really real. They're all scripted, whereas yours is actually the real part. Getting to a reality stream
That's absolutely true. And it is, it's real life. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the Desert Mountains, as far west as the ocean. I've streamed in Beverly, Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. So I have a lot of IRL content as well, in addition to desktop streams. I've had people come visit me from Northern California, from places like 8 hours away in some instances. So I have had visitors, but generally I'm the only person who's on the camera. I'm respectful of other people if they don't want to be on the stream, or they don't have to be on the stream. And I live my life just the way that a lot of people live their lives right now. Right now, you're just sitting in a chair, sitting on your bed, or sitting on a couch, talking on Discord, right? It's completely correct, and that's what I'm doing, and that's what a lot of people do, but they just don't have the courage to put the camera on themselves, and they certainly don't have the courage to archive it. And once you can get past that, and you get past sleeping on camera, and bathing on camera, and showering on camera, and going to the bathroom on camera, and brushing your teeth on camera, you can get past all that. You recognize that you have given given the world quite an incredible gift, that you have no fear, at least in terms of the public aspect of your life, and people will learn from this. I know that we look back on pictures from the 19th century and say, wow, isn't that really interesting? This couple or with their children, and they're like, what did they do? Who would they become? Those kind of questions. Or in the 20th century, from video that we see, and we say, wow, that's what San Francisco looked like before the earthquake, or that's what New York City looked like at the time of the Great Depression, or that's what life was like during World War II, or Korean War, or Vietnam, or whatever it may be. And we see how video has changed our life and give us a snapshot of what life was like during that time. I have recognized that I'm living at a time that no other generation could really do what I'm doing, just because of storage capacities of the video. And I see these as like home videos that I have, um, and there have been other people who have streamed their life. It's how Twitch started, but those streams weren't archived. And my big thing is the archiving of the footage. That's what's important to me. That's why I'm live on so many different streams, because I want the redundancy. I know I've lost YouTube accounts for whatever reason, so that's why I'm live on so many different ones, so that if somebody wanted to the internet of me, they would really have to work at it. I would say I would be the most difficult person, almost certainly, to scrub the internet of it in global history. Well, hold on. From a video standpoint, I would say there might be writings of people, of like major figures, that would be difficult, because they're involved in so many different things. At least, like when if you look at the president might have a press conference, and that might be shot from 10 different cameras, which is cool, but it's only for like 10 minutes or 20 minutes. He's never on camera, aside from the State of the Union, for more than 2 hours. And it's certainly, he's not sleeping on camera or eating on camera. These are things that he reserved for his private life or whatever. And I have just recognized that the world can learn a lot from that. And I really want people to recognize we are on Earth different. Whether you're in Asia or South America or Oceania or America or Europe or wherever it be, we all love these, we all blink. All of the things that people do, not that different. We're 99.9% all the same DNA. Whether you're a man, whether you're black or white, we're 99.9% the same DNA. And there's a unifying force behind that, if people can just recognize that it's available to them and learn who I am. On top of that, I think it's very important that people know, and I think people will really like the fact that they can always have something to do if they're ever bored on the internet. Oh, I can go see what Rabbi's doing because I'm literally always creating content. Anybody else, Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, anybody, any celebrity, you eventually run content. Not mine. It would take you 100 years right now, more than 100 years, to watch all of my content just on YouTube. That doesn't include TikTok. That doesn't include Instagram. That doesn't include on Twitter or any of Twitch or anything else. And that's incredibly exciting as well. That we basically have unlimited content from someone, a fountain of content. That's exciting. Like you'll never get bored of what I'm doing. And we have people in here right now who are asleep. They just like to know that they're not alone in the world, that they have a connection to someone. If they ever want to connect with me, they can. If they ever have a question, they can. I play games with people in here. We sing karaoke. We watched documentaries in here earlier tonight. I do my best to be as hospitable to people and let people know that mi casa es su casa. My home is your home.
I think that's a great standpoint, and I think it definitely sets you apart from other streamers create content, but you openly give people the avenue and the opportunity to join in, kind of be part of that fight with the ability to create more content alongside them. Because like you said, content creators, there's really no opportunity to really feel involved. Maybe you could send a message.
Exactly. In the chat. Exactly.
Even sending emails to these YouTubers, to be honest,
they're not reading them.
Never going to contact a random viewer because you're just another viewer to theirs.
That's right.
Whereas you are definitely you're hands off. Like you're hands off. You're genuine. You're actually going to talk. You're not just for the sake of
Oh, absolutely. I don't want the money. I know that this has the opportunity. As I said previously, data in 2017 overtook petroleum as the number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And I know that is going to make me more money than I could ever want, and make my friends and everyone else more money than they'd ever want. And I want to give back to people like you, to people like Paul, to everyone in this Discord, to everyone who's helped me along the way. And I think I'll be able to. We have all of the oil in the world and all of its value, data, specifically human data, is worth more than that. So I'm sitting on my own oil derrick here. It's not a little one, it's a big one, bigger than anybody else has. And I'll be able to sell not just the monetization of the data, but I'll be able to do endorsements. I'll be able to perhaps start different currencies and definitely market myself that I very easily become that top echelon that we're talking about. And once you get that much money, it becomes about power. It doesn't really become about money anymore. And I want to give that back. I would just want to start one chant, basically a not-for-profit, and that trust just funds good projects in the world. And credit to some streamers out there like Mr. Beast and some of the others started, or at least to help people, help the blind by donating vision surgeries. I would love to do those things bigger. I'm not about making. I don't need the money for my streams. Everyone has helped me. And I'm a sponsor of a cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency has a very long name. Sonic 10, you knew Bitcoin. But basically, easily instead of their merchandise, I could be wearing Honda and perhaps Coca-Cola or Pepsi or perhaps both or whatever it may be. And the exciting thing for an organization is I don't ever stop my stream. So their logo literally would be seen in front of thousands or millions of people simultaneously 24 hours a day. That's an incredible tool of marketing that really nobody else does. If you've ever seen an F1 driver or a NASCAR driver or anything like that, and they have those jumpsuits basically, and they have companies who sponsor them, I would feel very comfortable doing the same thing. And I think that that's a really exciting marketing opportunity for these organizations. And they'll have not just a banner ad, not just an advert, not just a like a commercial, but literally 24/7 coverage of for their brand. And that means people are going to talk about it. That means people are going to see loyalty on it. There's a really exciting opportunity from the corporate in sponsorship, so that the money will. And when I started this for the first at least year, I didn't talk about it. I didn't have a Discord for the first 3 years. It was just like people would write in a YouTube comment, but because I had so many streams going, it would take me 2 hours to see that somebody had posted something, and a lot of people say, "Hey, why don't you use text to speech?" I have, but it doesn't always work that well. Those text to speech systems are kind of buggy. And, YouTube could make a really simple system that if somebody writes to you on YouTube, it just makes a noise. They don't have that. It's really unfortunate. So you have to use third parties. But when I first started, I just basically was someone who was just saying, I'm going to give people a portal into my life, and I'm going to live my life the normal way. And then slowly but surely, I got into different people who were interested in what I was doing, wanted to connect with me, to visit with me, wanted me to stream in their Telegram. I've been live streaming on a Telegram now for years for a cryptocurrency. And then getting into Discord, I started getting into Discord about 2 years ago. And then I started this Discord about a year and a half. We now have like 3,000 people, and I've been a major character in Twitter Spaces, especially crypto Twitter Spaces. So I like to say that this is the center of the internet, and I really think it is. You see how many different Discords I'm in, and you see how many YouTube streams I'm. What I do, they would be on by now, and so this is a really interesting project for the world to be able to discover someday.
Make a difference in the way try to get out there. I think this so it definitely does help to have that actually get to the hands-on experience with you yourself rather than just watching you do your thing right through a stream.
That's exactly right. And you raised an excellent point. With any other influencer, the best you're ever going to get is them reading your chat submission if they're going to do this. And a lot of times you might have to use TTS. You might even have to pay. Very few times do you have the opportunity, not just for me to schedule a call. I was ready for you when you came in. Like, there's a whole different aspect of that where 24 hours a day, you have someone to talk to if you want. Now, I know I may not be able to do that if I got super popular, but I could make time for people in certain arenas that we have in here or different calls that, hey, if you know that you're being live streamed, but you want to talk about your situation you're having with your girlfriend or your boyfriend or a situation that you're having at work or whatever, let's talk it out. I get people every single day who come to me for pastoral support, and I do my best to give them as good advice as possible. And they come back to me and follow up, and I've heard just about nothing but really high praise, and really appreciate it to have the role that I have to be able to help as many people as I do.
That's a really good point about being that avenue to have someone to talk to. I mean, it's easy to say everybody those avenues themselves way more sensitive. And I think, especially for education as well, you can of course Twitter, blog, I definitely get the case when someone actually sitting there, ready to talk and express themselves really issues on the spot, right?
read the response. At least verbally, in this case, you get this energy of the action and someone just being couldn't agree more, my friend. So you did have some questions. Any other questions that you may have?
Yeah, so before you started all of this, what was your like general routine? Like things you like did? Did you just like
No, it was quite different. No, quite different. I wasn't a streamer. Didn't have a YouTube account. I didn't use social media. I'm a very religious individual, so at least 3 times a day we go to shul, synagogue, starting at 6:15 in the morning, and many times at lunch, and certainly after work. Being a certified management professional from anywhere from 8 to 12 hours a day. And that meant not only was I on camera for a major corporation in the world, but I was on camera for different synagogues of which I'm a member, and the different classes, be it class, which is Torah class, Hebrew studies, uh, Hebrew language studies, Gemara classes, which is um, Talmud, and even into Chaversa, which is like paired learning. When I started learning from more and more rabbis, uh, and over the course of years of study, became a rabbi myself. And with the role that I was around congressional rabbis and some of my rabbis from congregations, or rabbinical colleagues, I should say. But others have other jobs as well. They're lawyers or private business owner. They're also a rabbi. And I recognized that I could kind of go 2 different routes. And the congressional route is something that I may want to do someday and have brick and mortar sure. But time being, I recognize as well that there was a change that we were seeing, not just Judaism, but of this. And I was already basically, I had overcome the anxiety that a lot of people undergo when they first have to be on camera for work or have to be on camera for class. And the way that it happened was after work, I like to play golf, and I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, not too far away, and I would hit golf balls at the driving range. And I wanted to improve my drive, and I never had the opportunity to see what my drive looked like on camera. So I started with my iPhone, just recording myself and my swing. And if you've ever played golf, sometimes you hook the ball, sometimes you slice the ball, sometimes you top the ball. And I would make jokes to myself just on camera, like, oh, that didn't go too well or whatever. And I thought, especially at that time, I was looking to get married. And I thought my future family, my future wife and future children may want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic before they were even a gleam in his eye. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe I should start uploading this content to my live. And so I started doing that. And I would do it after work every single day. And it was just taking me a long time. If you get into the whole archiving footage and then downloading it and re-uploading it, it can take some time, especially if you're getting throttled from an ISP or your cell service or whatever because you're using so much data. And I recognize that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, I want to do it better than anybody else. So I went to Verizon. I bought 4 different data lines so that when I do IRL streaming, I had a lot of data. I had a family plan as a single individual, which is quite interesting. And I bought a bunch of different laptops. I bought tablets. I bought handheld devices. I'm very familiar and had been with my technical background of launching both apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I know iOS devices very well. I know Android devices very well. I've gotten into Windows devices, of course, Apple devices, even Amazon devices. And then I put cameras around myself in 360 and then just started learning how to stream. I figured, you know what, if it's 24 hours a day, this will be huge. I'll go viral very easily. I'll have more followers than I'll ever want. Well, I didn't recognize it was going to be much more difficult than that. And you run into issues of copyright restrictions. You run into issues with, like, I don't generally talk about anything medicine related on streams, generally not. But if I'm watching a podcast like Joe Rogan and he talks about something medical, well, then I can get a flag for that, or I can get flagged for misinformation. So I had learned about all of those different aspects of streaming, and then I had to learn about redundant streams and multi-streaming, and if it's possible, if it's possible from a device, I will figure out a way how to stream on it, and then from there. Like I said, the first year I didn't really talk to anybody. The second year I would talk to people, but I didn't really. I That's when I started to open up a little bit more. The third year I got into starting my own Discord, or so maybe into the third and fourth year, and now I'm just open to the world, and that's basically how it started. Does that answer your question?
No, more than answers. More than answers. That's why the response I've received for my question. This is correct.
Excellent. Excellent. So that's how it happened. Basically, before my life, I was not a streamer. I was your classic black hat Orthodox Jew that you might see in a local community, and had nothing to do with the streaming world. Didn't want anything to do with the influencer world. But I should say as well, I know I did answer that question quite thoroughly. So I've both had positions at startups and positions in for major corporations. And in the startup world, I had a very unique opportunity to. I was the managing director of a startup, and I'd be happy to take the name of it, but I have an NDA. So, but it's a very popular app, and especially in Los Angeles. And I was able to manage the marketing department for a startup, and we had an angel investor with quite deep pockets. So that meant that I was able to be in commercials, that I was able to design billboards, write jingles on the radio, even have product placement in movies, or like help to be sponsors of the Oscars. And so that allowed me to learn a lot about marketing um, and just advertising, digital advertising, social media advertising. So while I personally didn't do social media, I ran departments that did. So that gave me an inside track of how these things work. And it really comes down to impressions. If you don't know what an impression is, it's basically when somebody sees your advertisement or hears your advertisement, that's considered one impression. And I recognize that the power of the impression. So I utilize that to my advantage. That's why I'm in so many Discords. And maybe I have my camera on. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I'm always in there. I'm always an impression in it. Eventually, somebody will get curious enough about me. They'll look at my profile. They'll click on it. They come in here, and that's how they join. So I did have a little bit of an advantage from my previous work experience on how to market myself well. And as you see, it's working.
Curious, do you ever get people get attention?
Oh, every day. Yeah, absolutely. I get people. Absolutely, I get people every day who say the N word. They just come and play, say the N word. They just come and like just just as long as they can until I get them. I get people who come in, and the big one that people like to do is they like to wake me up. So if they see I'm asleep, they like to play chainsaws when they come in. Generally, I have those things muted, but not always. So they sometimes do wake me up, or they'll play air horns. I get people who certainly, um, say death to Israel, those kinds of things. I get those kinds of things all the time. But I'm like a duck, and I just let those types of hate, that type of hatred, just roll like water off a duck's back, and I just reject it all. I recognize that if they knew that they were being archived for their history of humanity, they would not be acting in the same way. But eventually, people are going to see my streams, and will find out who all those people are, and they will have to be judged to a certain extent. I like giving people second chances. So I could understand, hey, I understand. You were 19 years old and you thought it would be funny to do that. Okay, I get it. I understand. But it will be a lesson for people in the future, I think, of how we should interact with people online, that we aren't as anonymous as we may think that we are. And, but yeah, every single day, I do get people who are bad actors. It's no big deal. I just have to press the ban button. And I do have a ban, or I do have an appeal Discord, so an appeal server. So I get some people who say to me, "Sorry, I was drunk. Is there any way I can come back?" Yeah, of course. I give people a second chance. I'll give you a third chance if you need it. Yeah, I'm very easygoing. The main reason why people get banned though is because they're not 18 years old. That's why whenever I send out an invite, it says please join if you are an adult. And to join in here, at least to join this call, iOS doesn't have it. I would have it if I could, but Android does. It says you must be 18 years old, and it from a desktop computer as well. And if you're not, or if you're in some countries, they make you verify. Even still, people do get in one way or another, and so the way that I solve that, if they sound young, or I have any kind of suspicions, then I just ask them in what year were they born, and if they hesitate, then I basically have to say, I'm not here to be a bad guy or a mean guy, but I am here that I don't want to talk with children. I think children are great. I don't have anything against them, but I don't think, at least, I talk about things that many times aren't for children's ears, arguably. And I will come in here who say, "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with girlfriend," or "Hey, Rabbi, I'm having trouble with boyfriend." And these discussions can get rather specific and detailed, and they're just not the right discussions for children. And also, there's a certain level of maturity that I want people to have. When I come in here, I say, I share my life for world peace, blah, 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 blah. Somebody saying, "Okay, but who's your favorite Fortnite character?" Like, that's not important to me. I want children to be children. I want adults to be adults. So the main reason why people are banned in here is because of their children. I get people, though, quite often, they'll be like 17 and 304 days old. And I'll say, "I'll see you tomorrow." And I won't ban those people, but, if they're really, really close. I'll get other people who say, "Oh, I didn't know you had to be 18. You won't ban me." I'm like, yeah, I won't ban the server. And come back when 18. They'll come back and we'll get tidings and everything. And then I get some people who are just absolutely not even. But yeah, so in answer to your question, do I get a way to ask to be unbanned is important as well.
cool. You actually have, like, what you're doing. It takes time. What's the effort, right, to come out of their day to do if someone does try to, and I do agree with you on second chances for sure. And especially, on the internet where it's easy to think, well, just, has your name on the screen or an avatar at the end of the day. You say whatever, it doesn't say whatever, it won't matter. But I do think your perspective on the especially because you're doing, positive. Secondly, they are, despite those bad apples coming in and trying, to like get shut down, right? Down, especially a low blow in my opinion.
It happens.
Pretty courageous of you.
Thank you. It happens, and I understand. I've been a young person, and generally I wouldn't say anything like that about someone, but recognize that people do change. With the consistency aspect of it, some people say you must be the most consistent person on earth, and I would say I don't know if that's true, but what I do know is true is I have more consistency on the internet than it does, and I've always been a very consistent person. My jobs, I go years without missing a day. I like no matter what it is, we could have fires in California, we could have earthquakes in Southern California, whatever it may be. Um, in synagogue attendance the same way, and I recognize that consistency is important for people, and especially doing something that I'm doing. Like people don't want a hit and miss individual; they want something that they know for long periods of time is consistent and true. There's something beautiful in that. And as I say, I was just basically living my life uh, in some ways the same way, I think. Just chilling on the internet, surfing the internet, podcasts, listening to the radio, those things that I've always loved to do. In terms of like my friends, I don't want them to have to feel like they have to be on the stream. So we may email, we may call or whatever. And I always know I'm not a prisoner to the stream. If I want, I can just go and I go outside if I want. Now we have like I have like cigarettes, but it's not like being streamed like archived from a security standpoint. But I can basically leave whenever I want, and there's a lot of beauty in that, and I find it to be an exciting premise that I I just leave the streams going 24/7 if I want, and nobody gets kicked out of here. Everybody can stay. That's a cool aspect of it too. Like I do have handheld devices that I use. If I ever, fortunately, it doesn't happen often, but like if like we ever have to like maybe like if I have to have the like the ISP come out and like change out the router or something. Like that's why I say I don't have the longest stream going global history. I don't really want that. That's a lot of stress on my life that I don't want. I like having the most amount of data that's important. And so I have GoPros that I use if I ever am having issues. And then in the bathroom as well, I have GoPros. I do have myself going to the bathroom far more than probably anyone in Global Street, but that is not highly ranked content on YouTube. YouTube actually does not like that kind of content. Now, when I shower, I have a lot of singing in the shower videos, especially on Instagram, but they'll be from like the waist up, or I'll wear like swimming trunks, something like that, because of the nudity issue. And and then with the GoPros, a lot of times if I'm going to the bathroom, I'll just turn on the GoPro, and so I have that information archived. So I have some offline. Actually, a lot of offline. I have SD cards, just a huge bag of SD cards, like 512 gigabyte SD cards, terabytes. I have lots of offline data as well. So when we go viral, I'm going to upload all of that as well, and people will have the opportunity to see like behind the scenes, so to speak, which I think would be really interesting as well.
How much? Oh, happy Passover, by the way.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm curious, like, how do you determine locally and what to just leave, like, off your streams?
Yeah, excellent question. So before I started doing this on live streams, I started the live streams in fall of 2021. But I have like an entire summer before then that was just on SD cards, SD card after SD card after SD card. I would order like 10 SD cards a week from Amazon. And so at that time, it was just everything. I just SD cards of myself sleeping. A lot of those SD cards are IRL content, though. I would run into the issue, especially that summer, where my phones would overheat in the Southern California, or I'd have issues with power. Just the phones. If you are live streaming or just using your camera for long periods of time, you won't get 8 hours out of battery. You might get 1 or 2 hours out of your battery, and I would still need these phones as well for like GPS and things like that. So there's a lot of IRL content on the cards, and I would say if I wanted outside, that's what those SD cards are. For now, some of the SD cards are IRL, but the really things can't show on YouTube. So like if I'm going to the bathroom, it's not like that. Even though I do have, especially on TikTok and Instagram, a lot of that kind of content, it'll just get flagged as being inappropriate or whatever reason that I have just like SD card myself going to the bathroom, showering. What else do I have SD cards? Really a lot of IRL content usually because I would live stream with a device and as a backup have the SD card. So in answer to your question, the things that I use SD cards for most are IRL content, and yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Oh, yeah, definitely it does. I'm curious how much data would you expect you actually have stored back for that?
Okay, this is a great question. At least 100 terabytes. So I've got quite a few different terabyte, 5 terabyte back, 5 terabyte hard drives. And then I have just a huge bag of SD cards. Each one is anywhere 156 gigabytes to like a terabyte itself. And I have like hundreds of those. So at least 100 terabytes there. And then in terms of what I put out, I've calculated it. I have like at least like 20 bytes archived on the net over the course of the last 4 years, which is just a huge amount of data if you know how big a petabyte is.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. You actually store
No, they're all interested. Well, if it's like a hard drive, yeah, where it's like plugged in on my computer, but if it's just a card, no, I have these cards like chips, just like boom. I'd be done with one, just throw it in there, and it's really easy to identify because they all have the date on. Like all of they're all formatted in a way that it has the date and the time and everything. So it's all labeled digitally. So all I have to do is put it into a card reader. And it tells me what I need. You know how these you can't really write much on them physically.
I'm also curious when you first started streaming, which in what way have relationships with others, like the crazy
Yeah, good question. So I was at a friend of mine's wedding in right when the pandemic started, and all my friends at this wedding. And last time that we were all together, my friends married. They have children, thankfully. And so we will do like FaceTime, or we will do email. But they recognize that this is really important to me, and they also recognize that it's never been done before. So they're ready towards it. But in terms of like what we used to do, we would just go to our local kosher deli and shoot the breeze or whatever. Um, those kind of things, those kind of days. I don't. Wives now have children, and so they don't have the same time. So it's actually pretty convenient to happen that they were moving different aspects of their life, and I was the same. I had a match and looking into basically sitting down and getting married permanently. And then the pandemic changed a lot. I had intentions perhaps to move from Southern California to Israel. Pandemic, a lot of those programs basically delayed. Then it became pretty unsafe. I'm not saying it's completely unsafe, but Israel's been involved in some major conflicts since then. And from that perspective, my intentions to perhaps move abroad have at least been delayed. I'd like to live there as I get older, and exactly where I want to live. The friends that I want to have there. And that's another thing. I had some friends, quite a few friends who made Aliyah right before the pandemic. So, they we went from being seeing each other multiple times a week to they moved. Um, Other people in my life, certainly from a synagogue standpoint, as being a pillar of the community that it was, and being in shul multiple times a day, I basically said to my rabbinical colleagues, this is what I want to do, and I have their blessing to live my life any way that I want, and certainly get their emails and follow ups and everything. But I think they kind of consider it to be avant garde, but this isn't necessarily uncharted territories within the Jewish community. We have people who do gap years. We have people who go travel the world in Bangladesh and in Burma, or Myanmar, or Philippines, and they'll just take like 2 years to just go backpacking or whatever it is. We'll have people who just go and start a shul somewhere in remote locations in Indonesia or Thailand, something like that. And we recognize that we'll be back in due time, and that's kind of how I see it as well. And uh, I the friends that I have, I know that our bonds are, no matter where we are, we're still friends. When we we'll do like calls together on Zoom and things like that. And it's like we're together again, like we are at that local Jewish deli, or perhaps in the parking lot of shul, or synagogue, or wherever it may be, or at Shabbat dinner, whatever. There are bonds that don't really weaken with time. And I like to see their pictures of their kids, and their, if they go on vacation or whatever it is. That's all. Those are things that I recognize that perhaps I'm missing out on. But I don't mind it. I'm fine with not having that life. I'm fine with not having to make tuition payments for day schools, and I'm fine for not having. I mean, I gotta say that not all relationships are always good. There are people who have divorced and such. Fortunately, it's avoided in my friend group for the most part. Um, but a relationship takes time, and it's a lot of effort. And I've certainly been someone who has been with many women, really great women, with the opportunity to perhaps marry quite a few of them, but just never wanted to pull the trigger on it until I was older, more established, especially from a financial standpoint. And now the point where I feel I'm on the verge of something really special, that it could be this time next year, everybody in the United States knows who I am, or perhaps the world. Um, Very few people have that opportunity. I know my other friends, they're like accountants, or they're like working at they're an executive in some organization, or they're a lawyer or something. But it's not like tomorrow their law firm is going to be the biggest law firm in the world. They don't have that. This is like a lottery ticket that I have. At any time, this thing's, if I do it for long, and when it does, I'll be able to buy their companies. I'll be able to law firms. I'll be able to do anything that I want. So, they certainly know that I've been a, a different, very consistent individual. I think what surprised them most is that they saw me going down the road of having children. And the fact that I've delayed that, and I recognize that I'm having to delay it for like 5 years or so, that might surprise some of them. But for other ones that I have, especially the women in my life, I would make it vocal to them that I thought I would be like 50 years old before I got married. I had a lot to do. I wanted to travel. I wanted to be established. I wanted to have a career, and then have children. And I didn't understand why that wasn't more common. Everybody had to get settled really early. I understand that's part of the culture, but there's an aspect of me that where I think I've gone in a little bit different direction. So the friends positive. I don't really have anybody who's been negative about it. At least they haven't vocalized that to me, and I still keep in touch. I think many people keep in touch or have since the pandemic. And especially long distance that we have. Many of my friends who have moved. I mean, some of them in England, some have moved to Israel. Some just might move from Orange County to Los Angeles County. So even still, we're not. They move. And trying to think of one person who's been negative in my situation, and none combined. So that's been a blessing in itself.
Yeah, that's a very fortunate thing. Yeah, there's definitely a sacrifice at the end of the day, if someone is satisfied and content,
That's right. It's incredibly freeing doing what I do, and like I have learned that no matter who we all, like I've said previously, we all laugh, we all cry, we all sleep, we all snore a little or whatever, we all cough, we're not that different, and in order for us to have world peace, and I really that's my main goal in this. In order for that to occur, we need leaders who talk about it. And there are a lot of people out there who want it, but they don't talk about it. They're afraid to talk about it. And I would say my friend group recognizes that how important world peace is to me personally. And I recognize there's a quote of Margaret Mead that I really like: "Never doubt the actions of a small group of people to change the world. In fact, it's the only thing that ever has." And I agree with that. The idea that it just takes one person or a small group of people to be able to make a huge impact on society. And I'm very difficult to cancel. And that's an important aspect of it too. That even if YouTube took down all my streams, I have redundant streams on Instagram and on TikTok and on Twitter and all the other places. And if you took me down on Twitter, uh, I'm on a lot of different places, and I don't talk about anything that feels that controversial aside from world peace. Much. I guess to maintain neutrality, I think really that politicians are corrupt, and I don't blame them for that. I am part of the game, and I talk about things that unite people and avoid things that divide us. Things like life extension technology, transhumanism, de-extinction. These are all really exciting things and not talked about, but they're happening today. People are using life extension technologies to increase their average life expectancy, and it's not just the top 1%. It's a lot of people on Earth. It's lowering the obesity epidemic. It is allowing people to live longer lives with peptides and GLP-3s and such. I think that is fantastic. I'm an advocate for people improving their own lives and positivity. And it just, I don't know, like beyond this series of podcasts in Australia next or in coming weeks, and it triggers something. And when that occurs, it will be like a catalyst. It's like I am a barrel of gasoline, and it's just going to take a match to light this thing up, and that's when it gets really exciting. That's when I start to travel the world, go to impoverished areas, and help to physically build wealth. I help to fund them. Then we're able to make a difference in people's lives and advocate for people in person. I feel like it's really exciting. And a lot of people, you could be a target for an assassination. I'm only visual. I stop my message, and I'm an advocate for technology, but also mind up in technology. And then there's another kind of technology known as revivification technology, revivification technology, where you can actually bring someone back once dead. Did get assassinated. There might be future scenario where somebody or people want to bring me back, and that becomes a project in itself. I can't live my life in fear. Perhaps at the end of uh, the barrel of an assassin's bullet. So from that aspect, I feel I have a really great message. And look, we've talked for the last hour or so, and you've known a lot of influencers out there. They talk about hydroponics and vertical farming and cloud seeding and desalination, and these are words that a lot of people haven't even heard. We have to educate the world that things are actually real and that they can actually help people. And I'm an educator at heart. I want to teach people that there are options out there to better the world. And I want to motivate a generation out there who feels that AI is replacing jobs to go into nuclear physics and hydrology and into medicine and life action technologies and to create new types of oxygen there, of oxygen tents and oxygen uh, uh, oxygen chambers, and just people who get into nuclear energy or space travel or environmental studies. These are really things that I feel like aren't being discussed enough. I want to inject these conversations into the average mainstream person. Yes, TikTok videos are cute, and yeah, what's going on Love Line and the Love on the Spectrum, that stuff, that's cool, but that's not who I am. You can go to the people on Twitch and kick YouTube for that. I'm something different. I am a force for good, and I feel that my impact is very close to becoming realized. There's a meme, I don't know if you've ever seen it, it's big in the crypto community. It's basically a picture who's digging a tunnel with like a pickaxe, and he turns around right before he hits all the diamonds. Well, I've come too far to turn back. At no point do I ever want to stop doing this. This is extremely exciting for me. I enjoy every day of it. I want to do this for. Hello, may I ask how old are you? Okay, excellent. Welcome. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out? You're welcome. Excellent. Did we have a chance to meet? I'm well. Thankfully. Did we have a chance to meet them? Absolutely. Yeah, there you go. So you can see here, maybe that I do spread this word and people remember.
Yeah, no, you're very contagious in terms of positivity. I think I'm just like a United States keep up this energy too. You know, I'm sure you yourself as energized, and tell you personally, actually, the actor's saying
100%, absolutely. Well, let's check in with friend. Is it Cardi? Correct. Excellent. How have things been for you recently? Excellent. Well, what's new? No way. Okay. Do you want to talk about it? We don't have to talk about it. Do you mind if Absolutely. I was just going to say, I've had some other people who have been paralyzed on this stream, and there's a lot to be positive about. And so, if I just may say, the big thing is Neuralink, it's a computer interface. The first successful Neuralink took place in the year 2023 with a man named Nolan Aspro. He's a quadriplegic individual who became paralyzed by just diving into some water, and there was like a log, and it snapped his vertebrae. And he's able to play today, less than 3 years later, after having this Neuralink inserted in him. He's able to play video games better than you ever could have, or I ever could have, or Meepy, or Paul, or anybody else. He has basically an auto aim in there, computer interface, and they have successfully had these. Go ahead. Chain AI. Are you saying Mega Chain AI? Oh, please enlighten me. Okay, Yo, can you please tell me about Mega Chain AI and everything about it? Give me bullet points, please. All right, excellent. All right, so we have negative. No, that's an AI character.
It's N-I-G-G-A, chain.
Okay, well, that's different. I don't know what that is. Okay, so you tell me about it.
This is blockchain. It's turning. It's a little racist. It's a movement. It's not like it's not just a movement. It's just really. They're basically turning black people that do bad stuff, like join gangs and and stuff like that. They're turning into cyborgs that basically help the industrial business. And they've been kidnapping people, black kids from like Section 8 housing and stuff. It's real bad. But the technology is actually pretty good. The stuff they're doing is bad.
Okay, well that's cool. Come back and tell us about some other time. So I think that was a troll. Exactly. So I let people say what they want to say, but then that's just how it is. Absolutely, and you noticed that I didn't know what he was talking about, and I didn't necessarily hear him correctly. But yeah, I'll give people who and it's fine, whatever. But yeah, just overall, I don't let those kinds of people stop me. But remember when I get people who come in here and say that, I don't know why people are obsessed with race. And again, like that guy's now on my stream forever, and his kids are gonna be like, "Dad, why were you such a dork when you were 19 years old. He's going to say, I was 19 years old. I just thought it would be funny to troll somebody. And they're going to be like, yeah. But now the whole world knows that our family was a bunch of like losers who like to use racism against individuals. And he'll be like, I know, I hope the world forgives us. And, they will. But he's just a perfect example of people that we have to deal with.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just, browse to get responses just for the sake of it, really.
That's true. And then
Whether it's, for attention, for entertainment,
absolutely.
genuinely just that in general, it could be either way.
And there are gotcha moments where somebody, oh, if I said it, then he can go to me and say, here's an N-word. Like, that's that's what people like to do. And that's why I have to stay very, I have to stay, uh, I have to keep a high level of people. Like, especially, you never know how somebody's going to be in here. All right, you want to say your name? Fine. And I invite people in. I don't actively talk to people in other discords though. Generally, they have to come here. And the reason, again, if I'm in a Discord with like 25 people, let's say in Socialize or Edgy or whatever it could be, chances are there's going to be some person in there who's not uh, 18 years old, and you're going to have other people in there who want to use the N word, and other people in there who want to, troll me or whatever. It's too complicated. That individual, I was trying to show compassion because it sounded like he had become paralyzed, and then who knows? But I do get some people on here who have been in. I mean, what I say with brain computer interface, there's a way, basically, for the brain to be able to transmit messages past the area in their spine that is using multiple ways, but the easy one currently is with Bluetooth. Basically, there is a message sent from to the end of the spine booking. There's a little Bluetooth communicator that sent the message across the break of the spine to another Bluetooth receiver and then sends that information to the lower limbs. And people have been able to use this kind of technology to be able to slowly but surely walk again. And I think that's incredible.
I feel like we're actually developments they've made over the past few years in terms of allowing death, actually get things for the first time. It's always nice when watch those videos, that progression being made in humanity, and how they break down, this experience that they probably can't even imagine that exists.
Are incredible seeing young children who can hear their parents for the first time, or even children who have never had glass before, and they can eventually see their parents. It warms my heart and brings tears to my eyes. So that's what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of, well, we were just watching a documentary. We watched a documentary tonight on musicals, basically corporate musicals. And then I played some games with some friends earlier, and I am basically in developing some outlines and theses for some different uh, really religious topics. If you would, could you please go to rabbirothschild.medium.com, so my name.medium.com. I just started this week publishing writings, and I want you to read the first one. You can listen to it. It's not like you have good. Sit there and read it. In the meantime, I'm going to use the restroom, but it's on the ad hominem attack. And you were saying, like, you deal with trolls and things like that. I want you to read it, and I'll be back in like a few minutes after you read it or so. And I want you to get an idea of what I discussed because I think it's really interesting. Can you go to what? Pardon me. Go to the website, Rap. Absolutely, absolutely. Rap. CHILD dot medium medium.com. And you should see like 4 articles I've had the opportunity to post this week. And the first one says something about the ad hominem attack.
Yeah, I see one here. Usually,
It's the first one.
yeah.
Or the bottom. Yes. Excellent. And then there's, if you want, you can just listen to it. There's a little listen button as well.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Excellent. Right back. And then I'd love to hear about it. Thank you so much.
My Jen calendar, right? All top five. It'll be a club in my face to the ruler. And I said, I don't see case of tax, right? This all top five that I love to run the also. Because it's been common, the happiest as I showed you, she knows the answer. So the idea of years, once again, I owe the local ruler money, $1,000 in taxes for the local. I can't say to the Apple, stand in my place to pay my debt and I'll pay you back. Again, this is presupposing, because he's going to use Yanu Nessa to go and pay this off. So ultimately, again, I can't do that. Unless there's something to do. This is part of what I said. I can't ask my Apple neighbor to pay off my tax bill, even though I was going to use Yanu Nessa. So why is this case different? To which the Gemara says, I'm going to this is different. I'll say, why is this different? Look at the Russian that's being used. What is all I need? Stand by place. So this is literally what the Jew is saying to the Apple. I need the Jew is creating shit. Because with the Apple, clearly creating an agency, and Apple is going to use Yahoo Mesa, and indeed that is problematic. It is problematic versus fault. This is only comparable to the case of about overall not cleaning it out. So this is just interesting, going ahead. And making a distinction, ultimately, again, if I'm watching it, between watching do me a favor, help me out, and stand in my place. When I ask the Apple for a favor, he's not acting as my agent. He's taking care of something for me, but agency has not been created. Because agency has been created. And therefore, again, whatever the Apple uses for payment, whether it's IMSF or money or it doesn't matter. When I use that short all time, stand in my place, that's creation of agency. Creation of agency, then if the Apple actually uses Yahoo Ressa, it's viewed as time and actually carrying this out. Of course, that's going to be problematic. Okay, interesting. Let's finish the next. I'm not you know, it's interesting research like I'm selling more to an Apple. So some actual just if I'm not realizing we came to once again we came to a green price. We came to a green down price. Right? About a lot actual bubble. This was before one Apple one for himself. I'm selling it to the Apple. So but the Apple so look at actually just a moment. I'm not the internet I'll be coming. Pasek Imam, so we agreed on a price. Actually, not that. Before the apple, before anything is poured off into the utensils from the sea, the utensils is poured off into. They're not retired. All the way again, so the proceeds are with it. And we're not to keep, like I said, that is what will be the problem over there. The assumption here is that remember, wine that belongs to an alcohol becomes yain nest. So the idea over here is I'm transacting business, this is my wine. But it's ultimately again going to an alcohol. So what's the concern? The concern over here is the wine becoming yain nesa before the transaction is finalized. Because then I have a potential problem of getting benefit from yain nesa. So therefore again the Mishnah says if we agree on price before any wine is poured off, then the proceeds ultimately become hundred. Just look at that last refreshing Mishnah. I just want to show you this. If I should be Gemara, kind of what you think the Niti Lo Yishul Mashiach about the Gochal and Pana. Therefore, Shemon Dei Kana Mashiach, the Kanye of the Gochal and Miyad, the Havile the Yisrael to Zikas, the Gochal and Baba, the Yainesa will have the Adinah. So that's it. So essentially, there are multiple parts in this process, right? In this transaction, ultimately, again, first, we have to agree on price. Second, what is the problem? And then the Gochal lifts up, that's it, the barrel, and goes ahead and force it. But the essential idea is that he's lifting it up and putting
Me, are you there, my man?
Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you. Have you had the chance to read that article?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did read through it.
What are your thoughts?
I agree with that. I agree with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, discrediting speaker I think the strongest point in this logic I do like the way you present it is when you're
Exactly.
I think you see this the most, especially on Twitter these days, Reddit, any forum really actually present logic.
Yes.
Insulting people. I think this also a little bit of a sign of rather than actually I think it is the weakest way to find kind of someone I don't have the ability to actually add anything to the debate or actually using insult rating as they're going to
Well said. Absolutely. I completely agree. That's why I wrote it. And like I said, you see often online debate. You see it in real life as well. But I got sick of it and I thought, okay, well, if I can start to make people recognize they want to call me whatever or anybody, just point to that article and be like, you're not attacking the person, you're attacking, like you are attacking the person, you're not. Read this. When you're done and you have the opportunity to reevaluate your argument, come back to me and let's debate. But until then, if you want to say whatever the phrase is, I've already got it covered basically. And on top of that, it gives me the upper hand in the debate already because I've recognized that you are calling me a whatever, and that shows that you are afraid to debate the actual topic. I feel that it's a power move. So anyway, I have had the opportunity to published some articles recently, and I'm going to continue to publish and basically just draft different ideas that I have. Like that's more of a philosophical idea, but I think it's important and is not really discussed in society that everybody uses these terms, whatever they may be, especially in political discussions, and I don't like that. I don't like these labels. So we're going to move away from the labels and start focusing discussions on or debates on the topic at hand. And for anyone who wants to use those labels, look at my rabbirothschild.blog or rabbirothschild.medium.com. Go to the first article at the bottom and read from there. And like, it's I've
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And I think it does show, that closed-minded just a bit. So is willing to respond in good faith. And again, whether you have to challenge yourself, and also present new ideas because life's all about evolving. Growing as a person. We know that there's a lot of times things change the way our thought process works as well. New ideas and where to avenues in life.
I'm in agreement. 100%. You're a smart individual. I hope you're told that often.
I've been told it many times. I don't think of myself that way, but at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's what others say about you that matters rather than what we think of ourselves.
That's what smart people say. Excellent. Well, good on you, Meepy. Do you have any other questions or any other topics you want to discuss?
As actually you brought up documentaries.
Yeah.
Have you ever, I guess, kind of thought of the idea of trying to get a documentary made about yourself, or is it comes when it comes and get bigger?
Yeah. So my whole life is a documentary. Funnily enough. So yeah, there was a documentary that was being made about the cryptocurrency, of which I'm a part. But then the crypto market, not just for this cryptocurrency, but just in general, the cryptocurrency that sponsors me is still worth tens of millions of dollars. But the crypto market in general dropped severely. It tanked in the last year, and it'll come back, and we'll get that documentary made. But in the meantime, I have held off on that. And the documentary, I was talking about this earlier. The documentary industry was once much bigger, I feel, in terms of from like 2005 to 2015, where it was the hot time for documentaries and documentarian. But now, especially because documentaries have many of them to just being content creators, the documentaries are shorter. Now, you could get one done, absolutely. It's just the right person. It's difficult to get to anyone on YouTube because there's not a really great way to contact people. You go to their account and their email, but like you've said, what are the odds that they're going to answer you regarding that? And I'm kind of a tricky individual for people on YouTube because I've been banned on YouTube. Just had accounts banned for whatever, like because it listened to 3 songs in a row and I got 3. There are people service there, like they're making money on their accounts. I don't necessarily want anything that's could risk their account. So a podcast route where someone will podcast and we'll just review what I do. A lot of times for documentarians, they want a location and spend time with the person. And I would have that if somebody wanted to come and live with me and what I do, they absolutely can. I have all that on camera. That's kind of the thing as well. So have I had any documentarians reach and say they wanted to document? I do, yes, in this crypto documentary, but that put on hold because of the industry or the market. And so I've just been doing my thing, reaching out to people. There's a strategy that isn't really discussed, but I think it's really smart for people to be able to market themselves. Okay, so there are two. One I call ambush podcasting. So I would do this. I have my own podcast. Don't listen to it. You can, but it's not super interesting. What I would do is I would go into someone's Kick channel and say, "Hey, you want to be on my podcast?" And they would say yes. Believe it or not, when you ask someone to be on a podcast, like 95% of the time they say yes. If they're a creator, because they recognize that this might be their big break, or they recognize that this might increase their visibility, they don't really say no. That was a big surprise to me. So I would just go into their chat, and they would just be chilling. And I'd be like, "You want to be on my podcast?" They're like, "Yeah." So we would do a podcast, and I would ask all of them the same 73 questions. These 73 questions were from magazine, and they're not for big pressure questions. Like, what are your items when you leave the house? Favorite book? It's like, what is your opinion on the bloodshed of XYZ? There's no like that. And I would ask questions, which was great. That it was, I only have a limited audience, but it would combine my audiences. It would be like, "Oh, I saw that you interviewed." So then I took recently the flip side of this, which is what I call ambush guesting. So I just go on Twitter and I'll just type in the search. Usually I just use like quotation, "be on my podcast," and quotation, and I'll see anybody on there. And the first guy that I saw was this guy in Australia, and I emailed him and we connected, and we've already met twice on 5 sessions that we have, and we put out a press release for it, and that's what I do basically. Just get these things lined up. And I said to myself, if I do a podcast a week for the next year, I'll be famous by the end of that. Somebody will listen to what I'm doing and say, "I can make you wealthier than you ever dreamed. I have more data online than any person ever. All you have to do is look at it. I'm talking about world peace. I'm talking about futurology. I'm talking about betterment of the world and the universe. All you have to do is take a look." And I know somebody's going to hear that message and say, "You know what, there's something really interesting in that." And they're going to find that it's a treasure trove of data and funny stuff and cool, interesting aspects of the world. And so the documentary is, I love it. I love the idea. No one's doing one on me right now, but I do have people who do interviews, and so that's the route that I've gone. But if you know any documentarians, let them know about me. I'd love to do one.
Definitely will be
I agree.
It's one of those things, like a kid, doing the and again, you ask questions, are you, it's a very eccentric avenue, that's people that it's actually, it works perfect for that kind of documentary, whether it's Netflix, Amazon, someone picked it up. And you do make a good point. Documentarians, especially nowadays, kind of independent blog posts, rather than the standard 90-minute or 20-minute documentaries. You see everywhere about literally everything.
Isn't that interesting that those went away?
It is. I like school, confidently, VHS, I don't know, kids are still watching the dogs like that,
Well,
definitely it's why I don't think about it in
people's attention spans aren't what they meant to were, especially with the phone. I mean, I've watched documentaries recently, and if I'm just watching it, I'm pretty bored. I want to be looking at my phone. I want to be doing something else, and I'll watch and listen. That to me is as good as it gets. I love doing multitasking like that. And originally, when many of these documentaries were created, there were no phones. They knew that they were going to have your full attention, but now creators recognize that you need to be really quick and fast, and thus basically like a 20-minute longer YouTube video is about the best you're going to get unless somebody wants to put a series together. And they recognize that like things have to work well with the YouTube algorithm. That like a 90-minute or 120 of some just following someone's life is better cut up into 5 or 10 episodes based on people's how it's best going to work algorithm, um, and I kind of feel like that's what I'm doing with this upcoming series. It's on video. The person with whom I'm doing it is a radio host in Australia. They live in Brisbane, but they are a radio host in Melbourne. They have millions of radio. They have thousands of listeners on their podcast, and we're putting it out basically in 20 segments. Under normal conditions, 10 years ago, we might have just done really long from podcasts, but it works better nowadays for the algorithms to break them up, and then they're not overpressured and such. So we'll see how that goes, but I'm going to continue going to people on Twitter saying, hey, basically, like I have like a normal Twitter account. It's not like verified or anything. I've had verified, but so I'm not saying that I haven't had one. But what ends up happening is it's very easy to randomly lose your Twitter account for whatever reason. They consider it spam or whatever. They don't say, "Hey, you're you're getting a spam warning." Just one day you log in and it's your account has been suspended. It's like, what did I do wrong? So I've had verified accounts that have been suspended. So I was an early user of Twitter Blue back when it was called Twitter Blue. It used to be $1 a month when they first started, and the only thing that you could do was basically edit a post or undo it, or like undo send of a post or something like that. Now they have all kinds of other things, and Twitter's basically become pay to play. But with the 240 characters that they give me or whatever, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. More than 4 years of 24/7, 365 from 20 plus. I would love to do a podcast. Just that little message. I just go through, and anybody who has a podcast, I put that underneath their comments, and you'd be surprised how many people reach out to me. Like, okay, let's get it done or whatever. I sent this guy recently, and I got another person who mentioned to me that, hey, send me a DM. I get people who say, send me a DM. I get one podcaster in Australia with whom I spoke to this week. A friend of mine was on his podcast. A friend of mine from Australia, and but this podcaster only does in-person podcasts. He's tried he runs into, and I understand the technical issues when you're doing that like this many times. And he said he's tried it twice, and he just recognized they didn't really connect. Person, I totally get that. Podcast didn't work, but the other podcast in Australia, he only does them on Zoom, and so that works really well for me. It's just a matter of time. I give the analogy. The Grand Canyon had to be at the start drop of water. Eventually, one drop turned into the 2 drops and 3 drops and 4 drops and 5 drops, 6 drops and 7 drops, which it became a small stream, which eventually cut through the rock. Years and years of basically water melting from the Rocky Mountains into the Colorado River. That stream became the Colorado River, and the Colorado River cut through the sedimentary rock. Now we have the Grand Canyon. And in the same way, keep pushing on the internet, so it'll keep more and more content, more and more content. We'll have our own river of content, basically a fountain of endless, or as close to endless content as anybody's ever created. And that'll be extremely exciting. You know how the internet works. It's just going to take somebody to retweet something that I do that they find is interesting or whatever, and then a small group of people sees it and they start talking about it, and then they jump into the Discord and they all want to talk to me, and I'm doing my best to talk with them or what knows about it. That's what's going to happen. I anticipate that. I think it's sooner rather than later. This isn't when I first started, and it's just like, 4 years ago, I didn't know anybody on the internet. I didn't have any friends in a Discord or anything like that. I think that we are moving closer and closer to hitting the diamond or so, the diamond mine. And then when that happens, that's when we're going to be able to get out these really great messages, be able to tour not just the United States, but the world, be able to invoke a lot of really interesting conversations. And at the heart of this, I'm about teaching and learning. And so we'll watch documentaries. Thousands of people watching documentaries because I'm watching it. They're going to watch it side by side. It'll be incredibly exciting for the world to have somebody. What I'm different than any other streamer out there, any other influencer, anybody else you have out there, they say to themselves, I'm going to shoot for 3 hours tonight. And then they're done. No, you will be done before I'm done. So you'll have to sleep or you have to go or whatever it is. I still go. That's an incredibly exciting opportunity for the world that we've never had. We've never had a streamer who just doesn't stop. We do have people live stream. I'm not putting that down. But you can watch my life in 360 degrees. And I have a huge amount of content that we can go back and watch as well. That's
just whatever they're doing. They can literally just think, oh yeah, that guy was on everything all the time. They just check out what they're doing, send a message whatever they decide. Again, it's like you said, there's that level of consistency because you're always going to be there for as long as you possibly can. And if you weren't there, you disappeared for a while, instantly know something's wrong, and there's probably a handful of 1 person, 2, 3, whatever, the problems on track to find out what happened.
100%. We have the opportunity, especially when I'm able to inject. Like I have a pretty good IRL setup, but even since I've done IRL a lot, the setups have really improved with people who do IRL streaming. You basically get 4 SIM cards in a system, and it's like basically sending traffic back to like a production studio. What you see when iShow Speed goes to like Thailand or China or something like that, and we'll be able to get the best of the best equipment. Be able to have bodyguards if needed. I still want to meet people, but I'm sure we're going to get people like the guy who was in here earlier, just weren't sure or whatever, and then spread the good vibes to everybody, and then. Like you said, if I'm ever down for whatever reason, there will certainly be people who know about it. But then they have enough content to go back and watch. Literally, like you could watch all of Mr. Beast's content if you took 5 months. You'd watch everything. He'd have no more content. And with mine, it would literally take you an entire lifetime, 120 years probably, just on YouTube alone. That's an incredible amount of data. We're talking 24/7. You could, of Conda's data, even more, maybe like 160 years, maybe 200 years. Who knows what it's at now? That's that's really cool. I think it's really cool that this is like an oil derrick or a gold mine that once the world finds out about it, people are just going to go watch. So with that, I talked to my other friends, and they're living life, but they're changing dirty diapers and they're dealing with work and all the other things. I don't mind not having to do that so much right now, though I would like to do that someday. So, really exciting to me, and this is like a lottery ticket. It's a lottery ticket that might not hit. Well, that's true. It never hit. But the more I do this, if somebody was like, "Hey, you know that somebody's been live streaming for 35 years straight," that make a big deal. It's not going to take that long. I'm closing it on 5 years, and I think it's going to be much longer than that, especially with the strategy that I use. Keep getting on people's paths, keep getting out there as much as possible. So find out about it, and it'll take over the world.
Oh yeah, and even word of mouth, like word of mouth here, practically everywhere. So I mean, there's always gonna be those that maybe ignored a few times, or your name comes up a few more times, and then they're just consciously gonna think, who the heck is this guy? Why does he keep coming up? Why does he keep talking about it? And it's probably out of curiosity, wonder themselves, and do the same thing I've been doing. And ask all these questions out of curiosity, and find out you're actually the real deal, and you're actually very social.
Thank you, and that's exactly what happened with Paul. Paul saw me in enough discords. He got curious. He told you about me. He came in here. He fell asleep, or something happened to him. But that's word of mouth, and that will continue. So spread the word. If you know any documentarians, I'm aware that we've got the biggest documentary in the world. If you were to ask me how do I want my life portrayed in media in the future, of course I want all the compilations available, never behind a paywall, always available to the public. I don't want it. I would care less. I could care less if it's monetized. I'll be able to make money through other ways. But the big aspect, I think, somebody like Amazon and Netflix or Hulu or somebody's going to come to me and say, "We want to make a movie about you or a series about you," probably because you have so much data. How do you want it done? And I would say I want a series where each year of my life is an episode or an hour-long thing. Could be, and I think I would be of interest to enough people that would be really exciting for them. There may be a series in the future, perhaps like 40 episodes or whatever of my life, or perhaps as I get older, 50, 60 episodes. And I think that'd be a really cool way to do it. Like you get to see my entire life within 1 year, and then perhaps really dramatic aspects of my life, whatever it may be, when I go viral or whatever, that might be its own episode in itself.
So once you go viral and get all those funds and sponsorships, I guess your end game, the dream kind of be to run those charitable organizations and actually be hands-on or to influence other people as well.
So I think there's a way to convince the world. I really do. I'll just convince you. You're a open-minded individual, and I could say, all right, these corporations have become so large. Apple is worth $1 trillion, $2, $3 trillion. Facebook's worth $2, $3 trillion. Nvidia, $3, $4 trillion. Microsoft, $2, $3 trillion. How much is in it? And the people will say, I mean, there's really no amount. It just becomes relative. And I say, exactly. These are for-profit organizations, and I want to convince them to be not-for-profit organizations. The way that I want them to do that, a very easy way that they could do that, is they could say, we blend $1 trillion of profit a year, whatever it is. That's just a number. If we give 51% of this to profit organizations, we ourselves become a not-for-profit organization. We give back to what may be orphanages, food banks, or children's hospitals, whatever it is. We get the label as a not-for-profit business, basically a charity, which gives us all kinds of different incentives. And on top of that, we get really great publicity. And we're no longer seeing these big corporatocracy entities. And I think I convinced at least some businesses, perhaps not those immediately, but even just some smaller businesses, and show them how we could do it uh, from a tax perspective, that it's in their own benefit to give away 51% of their profits so that they become a tax exempt, they have tax exempt status, and they pay no corporate taxes. A lot of them already pay very close to no corporate taxes anyway. But on top of that, the people who hear this will recognize that, hey, I could either do business with a quote unquote charity or a quote unquote capitalist organization that is basically going to enslave me and my children eventually if it gets big enough. Which one do you want? And I say to you, essentially, there's a strategy here to convince many of these organizations to do good in the world as opposed to just creating as much profit as possible. How does that sound to you?
Yeah, no, I think it's a good mindset to have. And I think it also relates back to how you said earlier that everything does always start right with, an individual people. Even in terms, parts of it, every part has change happen. I mean, the group that manages to make change happen despite the idea that goes behind it. You're always going to be in the minority, right? And that's where it starts to try to not necessarily get out of the minority, but actually don't recognize minorities.
Agreed. And at least from my own perspective, all the money that we make in this, we're just going to put in a big 501c3, basically a not-for-profit. It'll be a big trust. All of that money will grow because of interest. And we'll actually, if you get enough money in any entity, you can live off the interest, or the entity can continue off of the interest and still give away a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, I mean millions and billions and perhaps trillions of dollars. There are already giant funds out there, especially Warren Buffett has given like 90% of his wealth to some of these organizations. So 60%, I think, was to the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, without down that. But some of these mega corporations or mega charities, you can create one, and then basically every single year it gets bigger, but it does more good in the world. And here's what makes it different than all these other charities. Everything with our charity, from the parking lot to the biggest boardroom, is live streamed. They'll just always have live streams, and you'll be able to literally hear what's going on. And I would also start a bank, more likely a credit union, because that can have more not-for-profit. Enjoy this because everything our financial organization is streamed on camera, so you won't ever have backroom backrooms that are not live streamed. Let me just ask you this: you can be a member of any bank or financial institution. Wouldn't you want to be a part of it that you can literally go on the internet and watch the thing that it does?
Yeah, that's true. Every single day, exposure. So it definitely gives you bits and people who are actually behind the scenes. I mean, most of these big corporations, right? Who even knows, like, by heart, right? The president, by heart, right? People who credit unions are, like, they're not really involved in that most of the time anyway. It's really just go out of your way to know rather than actually involved.
Exactly. So if you want to know who our president is of our bank, you just have to go into the YouTube channel. That's whatever this bank says president, and you can watch him in his office 8 hours if you want, or whatever it is. You get what I'm saying? Like basically, every branch of every bank anywhere in the world will be live streamed. That's a guarantee that we'll make. I mean, we'll say that we'll have backup and redundant systems so that there's no shadiness. Everyone would want to bank at that bank. Everyone would. It's like the best advantage that you could have on any of your competition.
Oh, no, 100%. And I mean, especially when, all these major corporations, they have clear disdain for the idea of our rally here in Texas, right? They'd sell out anything. They sell out anything.
Exactly. And so I recognize that there are some advantages of just full candidness with the people, and our organizations would be no different. And there's going to be a point where, I mean, let's say this happens, then in my own way, the most famous person on earth and the most eligible batter on earth. And I want to settle down and have a family. But before I do that, there are going to be some hot chicks on the stream. But in all honesty, I'd have to find a woman who recognized that I was passionate about live streaming my life and I wanted to live stream our families. However, we don't have to let those streams necessarily always be on. Perhaps in the bedroom, we could not, like there could be some areas of privacy if she wanted, or she may say, I don't want that live stream, but we can still record it for the benefit of future generations or children's birth or whatever, or just our own home movies or whatever it would be. That aspect of a relationship would be important to me. But she will see that this is the biggest event in global history. It'd be like saying, I love you, but I don't want to continue the writing of the Bible or the writing of the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Sumerian scrolls, whatever it would be. She's going to say, I found out about you because your live streams. I want those to continue as long as your life does, God willing, as long as possible. And I'm going to be a part of that. So I think that's not too hard to convince someone of, especially when you recognize that if you know anything about the Edward Snowden leaks of 2012, he said that phones are transmitting 24 hours a day to the National Security Agency, essentially, and that even when your camera is off, it still has back doors to be on. We're already streaming ourselves anyway. I just recognize it and lean into it. I'm going to use it to my advantage.
Yeah, that's what mindset that there's always someone down there out there finding a true life, general life, or share. A lot of people kind of already do it as it is anyway. Live streaming on Twitch, obviously, more selective people, like more selective people on Instagram. Definitely selective about what they show for the highlights. Is definitely some of the spotlight and make it spotlight.
So, a little bit about me, more than a little bit of the questions that you have.
There are actually some more questions I could ask. It is actually getting late for me. I am gonna head to bed.
Absolutely. Come back whenever you want. You can ask those questions. I did as well. You're very smart. I mean that. So anyone out there, please remember that I said be smart because he is. You all did yourselves. And maybe when you come back, I might not remember you immediately. Just tell me that you like the Blues Brothers, and that'll stick out in my mind. Okay?
Hey, sounds good, man. Sounds good, man. I fully understand, and I wish you the best of the night. And yeah, take care. I'm sure I'll be back.
Excellent.
I
Excellent. We're perhaps, you as well, we're perhaps on a mission from God. Take care.
What else? We find them standing between barrels. So what's the status of the water? The water is cold and they're having these shovels. Any barrels that you can see that's opposite the open the door, open it again, I think because I'm also watching this, since the afternoons,
The most talented goddamn young bucks there are anywhere in the world, Tristan. It's incredible. You're another one of these. You're another one of the few comedians that translates online. Even though you're incredible on stage, you use the stage, you stop the stage. You're incredibly physical and colorful, and translates online as well. Very rare comedians to be able to do both. So you're amazing, Tristan. We absolutely love you. One of our favorites of all time. Tristan. Tristan Holland. We'll see you soon. Tristan is a comedian on Instagram. He's on TikTok too. And Tristan does comedy. He's such a hip soldier. He's on TikTok. So all you kids on TikTok, he's also on Instagram. Tristan is a comedian. Keep that music on as I bring up the legend killer. The stone cold, Tony the Michael Jordan of Kyoto. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Lair.
After standing outside,
Yeah, you sound great. Everything's great.
it closes his door behind you. Closing the door, what's the shower?
I said you look great.
The shower is not being effectively inside the home. The Jewish man. What's the status for that? And the other one is this kind of shower. Where is the name of the one? They say, Dimitri. I say, oh no, talking about us and strong listening. I'll tell you exactly what's like this. The senior that I came into the house, he was the grown up. So the gosh, this my upstairs living with you also, right? Right inside. And he's able to see me from his upper story. So looking out, he's like, so it's like, bottom line, we're seeing the same thing. Which is because of the risks. And after we do something for the
actually, it's funny you mentioned that. I actually was emailed some from you, and you all minds together.
Because a legitimate excuse for being a proximity of the law. Otherwise, if there is no excuse for not the law, then the next thing is that no temple, life is going to be accused of that. If this stuff tends to be held liable, so that's why I can notice it.
Absolutely. It's an silence house.
Access. So that's the legitimate access, and then it's making a time frame in which you feel you can do whatever you want to do. If there's a feeling,
It says Tony plays a criminal. He's definitely a great person. Okay, here we go. Okay, Dr. Silence Powers, give me your money. I said, give me your money, Mr. Dr. Silence Powers. I don't want to have to shoot you, Dr. Silence Powers. Jeez, silence really is power. Take my gun. I'm out of here.
We're sitting in between the hours. So what's this spell? Shiny, what's the size of the water? Tell me what another said. We pass on that camera, shiny.
This is like take the condom off porn.
So the kind of has very legitimate is found there, he could be accused of being a thief. They don't come up here again when one is. What does this mean? What is it actually? Shari. It's in a short line, right? It's in a short line, about 4 lines here. Shari, call Shari to help Shari out the Shkia. Also, that's not for it. She just points out everything about it says committed. Committed means committed.
So this next one says that this is a home stop for you. It is called Mike's Mechanics, Microphone Mechanics, Mike Mechanics, Microphone Mechanics.
We know that at the end there is no fear of being accused of being. But also, number two, no fear of discovery. Fear of discovery. Next, the message there was a point in which Jewish one is kept. The Shtacha open the Baba Kaidu. And is there still out? You just say the Shani in essentially, if you could find an excuse for why he is there,
absolutely. Let's do the last one's a commercial, right?
He's awesome. He wants you to know, but if he doesn't have a good excuse,
yeah, absolutely.
in other words, he wants to kind of shop, which is no way like this. If you could explain why he's there, maybe I can dream and see the
mortgage and $8 haircuts, best rates, no down payments.
That he has no legitimate reason to be accused of ultimately again to assume he did not.
No haircut, no upgrades.
Why he's there.
Cancer. Try our $8
there's a good reason for why he's there, so we really have to go ahead and assume him. This is essentially as well about. Well, there's a story, right? He has an explanation as to why he's there. So because he has an explanation, he has a cover story. Because he has a cover story. But we have to be concerned that really, he may have made this one value incredible. Listen, this
hey, you're the one that's mean. You said donuts and you made a stomach rumble.
I'm a little shovel, so let's say it's very interesting too. So let's say, an apple goes into a game and closes the door behind him. And there's Jewish wine inside of the or in that matter again. A Jew said to an apple, watch my wine. Guard my wine. In both of these cases, the Gemara says, also, the wine is going to be us. Rashi says, because she and Dima all, if they can the Shmuel something like that, there's this interesting nuance of both these cases. The wine is us. Or why is the wine us? So the Ashtos, so in these cases, the apple has the ability to be aware of all things, not to say the Jew's going to pop off. So the Lord says, now one second, my love, Abadat, the list of the Shkamaday. And we're not dealing with the case. Where the apple doesn't have a good cover story for why he's there, which means no. You can distinguish from it. We're talking about a case over there, where I'm not going to say again, let's have a good explanation of why he's there. Right, so because he does have a good explanation why he's there, that was obviously the second
is also responsible for making me laugh 4 or 5 minutes straight yesterday as I watched this new
So first of all, generally, ask someone at the dark side,
Beyond the
generally
Pit,
that kind of thing.
upcoming fight
So
for
figure she's
Brian
back home, and she's allowed to be there.
It is an incredible piece
He was more
put together
focused
by
on the
Brock with the show. Coming up in this vicariously as a dive band and trains in his own way alongside him. You gotta look up this video on my everything my hair is hilarious. This guy doesn't take breaks to get fucking serious or to tell you shit to watch that he's like. He's not like any of us. You don't see break for comedy for a second. This guy is
I mean, not you were sitting and you keep growing together. So that's fascinating about this guy. Is that one nice and this is like against everything that he spoke about. Like so all the sense that yeah, it's exactly like because of that a Jew from sitting down and having a glass of water. You might say they're sitting and drinking that what happened is actually beautiful. Someone saw called somebody taking a step. So they're sitting opposite shore. And got some shore. And what happened? What is the Jew? Yeah. I'll show you this up. It's not even fun. It's not even fun. So what happens? Also, what's that? What does he even do when he hears the sound of that? What does he do? He runs towards how do you not? Run towards such a stupid look. So he gets up and he says, what's the problem? What's the problem? What's the problem? He's going to left his body. Oh my God, I'll show you.
I love you so much, Mike. You're a goddamn. You're a goddamn.
Why did we must listen to this? So by the way, also wives also sometimes don't know how to controls, right? Especially when you have little kids, you somehow you come out with like an hour and a half. That's how that was, right? So ultimately, again, so the husband doesn't know how long
you have something else?
that is. So listen, so once again, so therefore, because he doesn't know,
You have anything you want to say?
just keep remembering that word.
We need like a scene.
But the Jew is just going to read it here. He's going to read it and nothing ultimately. That's that great temple with the wall. Very interesting. Most ladies in this. Isn't it?
Use yourself, great.
Yes.
It really shows. I mean, when you guys, Tony fans get a chance to, for example, watch the UFC video that he made, take note of the extended beats of editing. It is incredible. I mean, this video genuinely made me laugh out loud.
So this is the show for glass sorry. There actually goes out the left. She could believe she showed us to show you totally how beautiful they told us for this like Shabbos is that side. Right? Just let know that you understand what it means to be in the Jewish.
It's incredible what he does. He has one of those voices that is almost exactly like the actual guy that does the voiceovers for the UFC on ESPN. And It's just an incredible production. Everything you do is amazing. We love you. There goes Michael Lair, everybody. Legend Michael Lair. Is Steve Martian 69 on Twitter. He's Michael Lair Comedy on Instagram. MichaelLairComedy.com for his website. Fun fact about the UFC while we're talking about it. Did you all happen to watch this massive pay-per-view that this was the main event? Did you see the part where Rogan almost called Tony Ferguson shit? Almost got a shout out. I mean, this week, Tony Ferguson. So, this is the moment that a lot of people have been waiting an entire week. We've been sent in a minute from the Manolo who we talked to last week, and I guaranteed him a spot on the show this week because he said that he was able to get workers in Tijuana. And I said, if you can get up over to do a minute on the show next week, then I guarantee you a spot. So here we go. For the first time in Kill Tony history, it is a Mexican hooker. At least we hope so. Fingers crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the minute sent in by the Manolo. Oh my God. Also, this is him hunting for Tijuana prostitute. Here it is.
So how is he coming back? Opening up the idea for his own. She says, being shoe shops, and then come out the summer for that, and then we go have this. I'll see shop shops. So what's happening? This was a this case, the one should be short the us. Why should it be upset? Because it was a first on the Jew and the shop the second of all, he can't come back for his word. That's security card is one. Since I saw so what about Shabbos? Must be pretty wide.
Here's the Manolo.
When I was in jail,
This is history.
The Jews don't really observe Shabbos. Why don't the Jews really observe Shabbos? You need to Shabbos because if the Jews really observe
Here we
Shabbos,
are. Here's the Manolo. Hello, the Manolo. How are you?
how many persons
Come on, there. Where are you? You're still in Tijuana, Chris.
by the evening, Saturday morning, it's never really happened.
Wait a second. I'm not giving up on this. I mean, this
Shabbos starts
better.
better.
Okay. Hello.
Which says,
Okay.
we check now, here's the joke. The Jews don't really keep Shabbos.
Whatever we do, let's not. Hello, Manolo.
Shabbos, then we should be finding money.
Hey,
I love
how's it going, buddy?
Every Shabbos day, and the Jews who deposited their money back was a lawyer matter for what the Gentiles did not. The skills of this stuff, the houses of these fuckers, of these fucks, and all these fucks, amongst the kiss the Shabbos day,
I'll turn the screen sideways, Manolo.
and let's ultimately again,
Is your lock on? Your lock on.
especially if you're this, influence of Western violence.
Now that doesn't seem very Mexican at all. Is that a real port in Texas that made it down to Tijuana? What's going on there?
So
You don't sound like it either. Better have somebody sponsored by Blood Chip. Use the promo code KILLTONY. I absolutely love it, definitely. Shake it, break it, let's do it.
My wallet is on my pocket. Technically speaking,
How long?
and how you got on Shabbos? this, technically speaking,
Why did the chickens come
that
to
would be
grow?
like, I'm not talking
That
about
bitch can get up.
my hand is being carried on my body. So the point is, it's easy to say, I would jump out these doors and go through the troops. From this,
Bikinis are out on this show. Absolutely. Goodness gracious. One of the best ladies I've ever seen in my life. All tits, no personality. She has no new say right now, right?
I know that over the cycle of
Hola, señorita, la muchacha. That other one's got spots in the ice house coming up. This is the only prostitute I've seen that gets pregnant under her job.
So they might be at least they're not high dieters. How much you think they are there? So it was the same economic as these teachers. What hours more? So the Gemara says, one is shmuel. I'm sorry, shmuel said, up again, asking the wine is more to love tonight. Rabbi Eliezer to Amar, something tahar. So let's say so. And then Eliezer says,
Oh, it's like a spear here.
suffix is fine. What is it? Suffix is fine.
They charge you for baggage and issues and everything. That one there is a fly right and a fly chest. It's incredible.
Ultimately, again, the suffix is fine. What's the case?
San Diego Comedy Store. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. That one's got a spot.
I'll give you a thing of the what's that you show. So it's a person wants you to that. And
How do you speak such perfect English?
plane, remember, we have planes in a large area made up of one. So a person wants you to
San Diego, even if I'm
take a plane during the rainy season. The two of us said that. That was like,
I just have time to.
Sesame Street is the only street people know about. What's your plan for the rest of the night with these ladies? Yeah, that's the interesting thing, I guess, with your job is you can pay for girls like that probably to come over and end up making money by the end of the night if you go online yourself. Yeah, she seems like a lot of fun. Oh yeah, she seems like the kind of girl who's very easy to take a life insurance policy out on you and you're dead 2 days later. I've seen her on Can't Swim on YouTube. She's on the Mexican version Can't Swim. I gotta tell you, man, a lot of people had high expectations for this, and you knocked it out of the fucking park. I cannot believe how great this was. This is the most legendary of all their performances. And let me tell you something, anytime you want to do this, you just hit me up and you have the green light, man. This is an amazing segment. Me with Manolo for the first ever.
Nice to meet you, ladies. Nice to meet you, ladies.
I love it. And you made up for all the Mexican that we missed out on without having Joel here tonight. I love it. Let's fucking do it. Let's do it. Meeting with the Noble proves that you perfect segment of somebody who knows. Fuck yes. This is unbelievable. Perhaps we get a chihuahua on the streets of Pacific. Another segment that we added last week to the show called Bad Art for Fans. Look at those fucking Mexican villains. Oh my god, she doesn't need to say anything. She doesn't have to speak English. She just comes around with those things. Okay, let's keep it going. This is a new segment called Bad Art Kill Tony. This week was sent in by Batman Xenomorph on social media. This is Bad Art. It was sent in by one of the fans. We got it's a red man on a postcard. It does look like great. Up for the beaches, stay for the BKs. Greetings from California, Ryan postcard. That is real art right there. Batman's So thank you for the bad art. Well, let's check out some good art.
So
Everybody. Yeah.
I think anybody knows how to use fucking Photoshop.
Yeah, that's true.
What happened?
Bad drawings. Perhaps we should change the segment to instead of bad art, bad drawings. Bad draw. That's what we call it. It's for bad drawings right now as well, not a live audience. Anyway, so let's check into their great artists. We go to good art now with Great Ryan James. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Ryan J, how you doing over there? You're messing with us this time, right?
This happened before, right? This happened before.
I like that. That's nice. That drawing is absolutely fucking incredible. I mean, Michael Laird is an ace. That skull looks really just like me. You know a lot about my face, and that is what my skull looks like. You got amazing jet ski Johnson, Jeremiah Watkins, you even have Charlie Rufino's Pizza in there. Charlie, you made it to the drawing. You got Gina over there, am I correct? That is Gina. Go up a little bit here. And that is David Lucas, William Montgomery, Red Bam. Incredible. That is mind-boggling. Yeah, I do. Ryan James, what do you think about tonight's episode? Here's some highlights from you.
They would pretty much be my 5-year anniversary.
You can come anytime you want now, Ryan. We have opened up the floodgates for cast members. Yeah, Anthony Fauci said we don't have to wear a mask anymore, so not wearing masks like we have today.
Maybe I'll try next week.
Heck yeah, absolutely. There he is, Ryan J. Everything's available. RyanAvo.com. Print of the show, pro poster, everything. Jeremiah Watkins is here. Take it over, Jeremiah. Yes, Jeremiah wonders. He's on Venmo and Jeremiah Watkins. He really wants, he needs you to know that. Jeremiah wonders is his podcast. Do you plug your Venmo on your podcast?
Yes. Jeremiah stand-up on social media, Christina Hutchinson.
More battles than necessary. So when the army comes in, and they're probably thinking more battles than would be needed to sustain the troops. What does that tell us? Perhaps this is kind of idea around what is it about?
We're always happy to have you, Jeremiah.
It's about how to get
There you go.
so because of that, all you have
We're going to talk about your band name for a second. You keep doing that, Jared? 9-2.
because of what before the Chiefs, you put together all of these statements, and what's the result? What's the result?
I highly doubt that, but Jesse Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
So, you must relate what is going on. So let's listen to this case. There was a Mississippi son. What's a Mississippi son? This was a woman merchant. This was a woman. But a mujer es behind the comes. She's the one seller. The one merchant that she has a store and she sells wool. So I said, what did she do? She gave the key to her Gemini, her Apple friend. Right? Apple friend. Rashi says, I believe that my brother, vice versa, as a business. I was just checking about this because so I was a Jewish woman not wanting to leave her store. She locks it up, she gives the key to her awkward friend. Now, what's the job of the awkward friend? What's the job? Watch the key. They go into the night, so it's absolutely no reason why the awkward should be going to this stuff. Like, it runs in the Lisa told her friend, watch my key. She didn't say watch my store. She didn't say what my store. She said, just watch my key. I don't have any store. So, the holiday to his keys once came up with his well, Australia, I was my cafe. I'm asking for wine in the store is working wine. Because remember again, there's no legitimate for the applicant to the store. That's legitimate. It's enough of what? This is the fear of discovery. If there's fear of discovery, this will be out of that. But because the woman gave her friend just the key to watch, but no access to the store, therefore the law is not going to like to move it. Also, my papers, the audience, Taro support you and make it for the city because I have talked about that spiritual it's nice respect as well. I have a storehouse. I like my storehouse. I give the keys to my friend who's in other arts. What's the halacha? Carlos of Carlos who made Tsar and don't assume that the Amharites were in the country. Why? The additional muscle that additional is not big, not yet good. Remember in this case, what if I give it over to them? All right, telling him, watch my keys. I'm not telling him going to the stars. I'm interested. I'm not even giving him the responsibility to guard my produce. That's not what I'm doing. I'm telling him, watch my keys. That's all I'm telling him to do. Therefore, the rest of that person can just have hashtag. Taros support. Yes, yeah, I know something, right? So he's going to have a Taros. Israel Shiloh. By warning, there was an interesting nuance in the area. The top. I was telling you nine minutes up, are you telling me that I was restricted? The area was here, the argument was making, and when I give my key to the Amorites, my Paris, the name Tar, and on the north side, if I give my key to the Akko, my water is going to remain with you. Now that argument presupposes that Paris are treated more stringently than water. Is that true? Because says you got to strike my easy. Also, Shafal Dublin, really see folks. And if let's say I share a house with another artist, I won't have it. So it's like, you could have done a very well divided. But a property well divided between us. You see, that's the thing is like, you can do that's why she said, the kids in the come, I'm always inside there, the publisher got us inside there. So I share property, and we all share with two adjacent properties. And we have a very low fence that goes between our property. Those are very, very low. A fence can easily reach over one side to the other. Okay. But let's say now remember, on my side, I have cows. But I have mutually pure produce. The other audience is generally someone who is not careful with that level of common cow. So what's the halacha? Jesus says, Taro said this. Looking at the Iran says the halacha, we have to assume that's important. time. Yamaha's kind of reached over the low divider. Towers and from a towers splitting in become covered. Whereas all the public came on the INS, which is the area that in Apple, we don't assume that the Apple which told me how to any of my one and TI. Look what the OS is what is in there. It's interesting what you see from that. Iris are obviously the most usual in the INS, which is very interesting. And the other says, now, by the way, what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, remember, there's a process. An aqua is only going to touch one, right? One, when there's a legitimate reason for it to be there, number two, it doesn't get over, right? Yes. In this case, there's absolutely no legitimate reason why the aqua antenna should be extending over my property line. About the other aqua. That's what I'm saying, by the other arts, right? All trees. All trees, right? So, in other words, his hand could be extended over my property line and touching my stuff. Right? So unless something interesting enough, you see that in this case we are concerned that the Paris became away, and yet the line we're not concerned. The operator says, I'm Tyler subtotal. So the operator says, no, even Tyrus can get in the same car. So the operator is not concerned about that. The operator says, I'm not going to say again. There's no concern that even Tyrus ultimately again will remain Tyrus. So stop over for today. But we'll pick up where that finish in this case in. So we'll pick up where it's tomorrow. It looks like tremendous. But Shreya, everyone, have a wonderful, wonderful day. I want to have a good day. Say good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here to thank our annual commentary sponsors. This is our right to serve. We're dedicating all children commercials this year as it's this sort of almost all about this job. Commentary sponsors for the month of Elul, for our October, Vancouver. Without the shepherds of his father, Vancouver. Then Usher King Hospital to going rough off. His mother had to go to his last son to go rough on the hopes that all the students of our time we love one section entering especially during this month of Elul, we wish us public books. Father of our Father of our kids from Anye, Father of Yaakov, You're going to that comes for all of the summer stuff. The families in the summer, all those people who have what they call Israel. But this remarriage from the hostages is showing the car of our holy soldiers successful. The call of Nancy Day and truly usher in London. Yaka and Hasla for all the clubs. Listen to that. Let us begin an exciting today actually going to hopefully close off some so this thing is back to Simon Clark. 61. storylines are combined. Brother says a couple of items we have in the first one of general knowledge is about real income with gum. When you have a mixture, and there is a case confusion of every item that is inherently detrimental. What is the steps of the mixture? Remember again, we also have the open case of the mouse that fell into the beer, right? And again, what the status of that is. Remember, that says as follows. So what's up? Notice that we come, and that was like halacha, and the Lord said, this is indeed halacha l'maisa. Noticing how we've come. Whenever you have a mixture, but I'm not going to give you an item contributes detrimental taste. Detrimental taste in infusion. Ultimately, the result in mixture is going to be mutter. Yachra, the shifra, what you got in my package up. Here's what's interesting. I remember. That has to that when the male started the beer, the result of the mixture, the beer is awesome. So now here's the problem. We're making, so Rava says, halacha is no income of time is awesome. But then Rava says, I don't know why Rav said the beer was awesome. I don't know why he said the beer was awesome. Even should be summer, no income of time. I'm sorry. Even should the summer no income of time awesome. But that's not the second I'll say. So maybe it's because Rav holds no income of time is awesome. Whereas just fundamentally disagrees with what I know when the mixture, there's a detrimental taste condition, the resulting mixture is going to be awesome. So maybe Rav holds that way, but we obviously don't constantly that way. Even the cassava, noticing how much water, the Torah is shifra ashputa mushma, or maybe Rav knows something that we don't, which is that we all possibly noticing how much also, maybe announce in the future beneficial. I don't know if you whatever. I don't know whatever. So maybe we just get maybe somehow, some way, it is beneficial. So again, so let's say so very important. So essentially, let's say this is halacha l'maisa. Noticing the time of the water. When you have a mixture of a prohibited item getting mixed into a positive item, to a prohibited item, and the resulting mixture ultimately again is a detrimental taste confusion, the mixture is mutter. Again, if it's nothing kind of shkach, positive taste confusion, the resulting mixture is also. If it's nothing kind of shkach, and then becomes mifkad, a classic case of that is vinegar on cold greasing that is then heated. Resulting mixture is also going to be awesome. Let me ask a question. Have some sense. That one would go cover nothing. So it's interesting. So what happens if a mouse into vinegar? So now what's what really has been to vinegar? So we can actually have 69. So we have on Hapomet and Sharat Mati. Well, what says what? Obviously, vinegar is the sharpest the more. So maybe the sharpness of the vinegar itself, ultimately again,
Hey, this is Remy coming live from Bitterbox Studios for another episode of Kill Tony.
Hey, what's up? Another fun episode of Kill Tony. We are here. Exciting stuff.
Maybe as a kind of beneficial taste confusion. So the sharpness of the vinegar prevents the mouse from contributing any positive taste or negative versus the
I got my brand new Traeger grill. Traeger, Traeger, and it is unbelievable. Started off with steak on Saturday and smoked some Joe Rogan elk sausages yesterday. It's unbelievable. The difference in flavor is incredible. I now see what
else for me to do, someone else for me to do that. So what happened? Well, it's just about this shoes in time. Lots of
I've always wondered what their obsession with the trainer grill is,
they're having the melts, is motion from the spot.
that just isn't a whole different type of flavor when you cook it yourself. And, I smelled like the smoke, like I was like fucking, in the shower last night, and I could smell the smoke on me, and I fucking loved it. But I smelled it the night before too, and I'm like, ugh. Which reminds me, there's a brand new HBO streaming candles available at dangoodco.com. You get the official candle coating the liquidness Bob like clear nose. Ryan J. Eagle is back in studio, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time since I think the Ice House. Yeah, this is your first time drawing a Kiltony in a non-comedy or theater or arena football stadium. This is your first in studio. You got a camera on Ryan J by any chance? Okay, there he is. We're not doing Ryan J though. He's got his hair. Where's it? Did you get the new drawing? That is awesome. Yes, certainly during tonight's episode, we're going to check them out. Tonight's episode has Charlie next to him. Get Charlie and Gino. Get everybody in this motherfucker. We got Charlie from Gino's Pizza in studio. He's been in studio with us the whole quarantine, keeping us fed at the concert at the Ice House and at all the Better Box shows. And a better box isn't a better box without the great Gino. There's from Speedweed and some amazing products over at speedweed.com. A true top-notch comedy connoisseur Gino is, supports a lot of the best shows, a lot of the best podcasts, a lot of what we're doing here at Better Box. It's also sponsored by great pop shows out of the comedy circle. He's got his sticky fingers and everything that's hip in comedy. Yeah, because there's weed all over the place. Sweet, sticky icky. It's not like he's a thief or a wide receiver in the NFL. Shows coming up, supposedly. Pretty excited about this. People have started to dabble in the live comedy space over this weekend in places like Salt Lake City and Texas. Those places coming up. It starts off in Miami, July 31st, August 1st. I do stand-up in Miami, but there's a Kiltony supposedly on September 31st. Those are the rescheduled Miami shows. So those before those are rescheduled shows. Kiltony London Live stand-up shows on 14th and 15th. Also going back to the Secret Club on August 20th. Kiltony's August 20th and 21st, 2 nights. 2 Kiltonys each night. And the week after that, we go back to Texas. We go to beautiful Dallas, Texas. Kiltony or 2 there. And then stand-up shows in Fort Worth. I love that club. Why did I just move to Texas? I know. I've been saying that. I love Texas. I've always said that. It's one of the few states I live. I fucking shotgun, hillbilly shit, start chasing down fucking joggers in that neighborhood. Salt Lake City, September 11th, 9/11, SSA, Wise Guys. That's exciting. Moon Tower, September 7th, Toronto, just got it this week. Queen Elizabeth, JFL, Toronto. October 13th is temporarily the Bakersfield as we head north of Kiltony Mania. So that is officially a Kiltony Mania show. The 15th in Bakersfield, the 14th in Sacramento, the 15th in Sacramento, the 16th, 2 shows in San Francisco, the 17th, 2 in San Francisco, and the 18th, 1 show in San Francisco. Monday to Monday, that's 10 Kiltonys 1 week, and then October. And October 30th and 31st, it looks like we're going to be in Tacoma, Washington. And DC in November. Washington, DC, the capital of the greatest country on the planet, undisputed, undefeated, all-time in fourth election count Vietnam, the United States of America, the greatest country on the planet, months ago had its best economy of all time, and nobody wanted to talk about it, except for me, sometimes sporadically on the show. Now I've got a bunch of heads. You're welcome, Mr. President. And, you know, that reminds me, people are all losing their minds. They're all quarantined out. They're letting fumes get out of control. Right? Fumes are crazy right now. And nobody's talking about it. Fumes are out of control. Support for Company is brought to you by Manscaped, who is the best in men's development grooming. Manscaped offers precision engineering tools for your family jewels. They obsess over technology development to provide you the best grooming experience. Yeah, I tend to keep things trimmed up down there. I'm a scary boy.
Straight, or do you put it like a little mustache?
I treat it a lot like I treat my own facial hair. I trim the sides down and see how long I can get it in the middle. Heard of a happy trail? I have the Oregon Trail. You can get diphtheria. Manscaped. Advanced engineering teams spent 18 months perfecting the greatest of all trimmers ever created. Released the new Laundry 3.0.
I can't believe I'm gonna try this out. The third generation trimmer features a cut edge so it can reduce manscaping accidents. It's all about the thanks to Manscaped. Advanced skin safe technology. Manscaping accidents are finally a thing of the past. But this is a premium last up to 90 minutes. You can really spend some time down there. So you don't have to like worry about closing 90 resistant technology. Also, so it lets you do it in the shower, which is great. Way better. One of the coolest features is the LED light, which illuminates the periods where it's close to size trim. Then also upgraded to a 7-part. Oh my gosh, quiet stroke. Better technology.
That's right. No stroke is better than that quiet stroke. Because stroke people get away with grandma upstairs. And let's not forget about the charging off your mower loud and proud, because this is technology that is convenient charging dock powered by the USA. If you were listening to me speak right now, I was experiencing and for yourself, trim that junk of yours. Get 2% off and free shipping code. Clean at manscaped.com. Your balls will thank you. We've all had a nip on our balls. I've had a nip, a Jimmy, a Bobby. Whoa! Funny thing is, that's probably true. 20% off and free shipping with the code Tony at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Use the code Tony. And now that you have fresh shave, clean ball, clean shit, and your is trimmed. Why not take care of all that with sheath underwear? Sheath is the reason why today's episode is happening. It's brought to you by Sheath Underwear. They use Mr. Wicked technology to create underwear that keeps everything breathable and incredibly for you downstairs. Sheath's smart underwear come in a number of different styles, including a free the pouch to make your ball, including a pouch while you work out or just walking around somewhere hot. It's like a great kangaroo pouch for your Joey to keep your junk from sticking to your legs.
Yeah, she wears created by a soldier while serving in Iraq. Most to get very hot and develop the prototype in Iraq raised by Kickstarter to launch a machine. And now they're right here supporting our show. They support our sponsors because our sponsors keep this show going. Support Sheath and they'll support you. It's downstairs. Bottom line, Sheath creates amazing underwear. And if you don't love them, they have a 100% money back guarantee for your first pair. I think you're gonna love it. We got some, and I've been using them. I didn't understand.
Right now.
Don't address the stuff that is instead of this for hell. You know it is a
So run with it, right? That's good. Well, I don't break. I just can't break.
But honestly, I have to say, I didn't understand it. But once you put your babies in that little second pocket, oh my god, you don't understand how sweaty, those things get swampy. They get now they're dry as a whistle.
Absolutely. And I'll be honest with you, when I first got it, I didn't read the instructions because they come with a little instruction thing. And I'm like, who the fuck needs instructions for underwear? So I didn't even know that there was anything special about them. I wore them just normal for the first few days. And then someone told me, dude, those are sheath underwear, that they have a separator. And I'm like, alright, I thought they were just great underwear. So even if you don't like, for some reason, keeping your balls separated, you know, and then you can also have your shafts separated. It's a three-pronged adventure here. And it's what better time in the summertime, keep your balls unstuck from your legs. Sex because you don't know the information. When you have balls, then you should totally buy these underwear. Your balls can use underwear. If they have no use, they have underwear for women too. So get your new favorite pair of underwear by going to sheathunderwear.com. Use the code TONY for 20% off your order. They ship anywhere in the world. Once more at sheathunderwear.com, use the code TONY for 20% off.
We have an extended leg here every day.
I guess so. You can really stroke one dildo in all another area. Instead of not stuck to your leg. Lesbians.
I love this, by the way. Like, these are just products that, agree.
We love our sponsors. Absolutely. We're happy with our sponsors. Most shows, especially comedy shows, podcasts, they don't freaking pick their sponsors. They don't always love that stuff. But my man Steve, this is for the 3.0, the 2.0, it still looks great. And the sheath underwear was not changed for me. They're absolutely my favorites. And, compared to the fact that I'm saying this just because they're a sponsor, but, once these sheaths underwear in the rotation weeks ago, and they went through obviously one ring already, and then so like now sometimes be regular underwear there. Instead of saying, I don't want to know those are might be regular underwear, it might be backup underwear. I'm gonna keep them separated in case your balls have got for shape. Kiss your balls. Why is that so funny? So to band on the show, we all know them. You know them, you love them. They are two of my favorite heroes in all of comedy. They're absolutely great. We have so much fun every single week. The great Joel Jimenez is still out of service this week on commercial. He might be back next week. Tonight, two of the best in the world, band leader and the Queen Bee, the Hilton Band. They're going to be in character. We don't know what they're going to be. It took them about 8 minutes to get ready backstage tonight. So let's all find out what they are this week. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band, Jeremiah Watkins and Jesse Johnson. Yes, without a doubt. One of the great presidents of all time, the great Donald J. Trump, Mr. President, and I am so excited as a fellow Italian to be here with the great Dr. Anthony Fauci is joining us. How are you, Dr. Fauci? Hey. And this President of the United America, Donald Trump, how are you, my friend? I agree. This might be that's one that is definitely the most wild thing you're wondering, I thought myself today. Well, I mean, defend almost everything Donald Trump's ever said in a great way. Like, oh, they just took this out of context, they took that out of context. Everybody, they take this little slur. And to be honest with you, Mr. President, today was like, what the fuck are you thinking? is that like this? Even a week ago, they would absolutely berserk. We said that they should come up with something that cleans the inside. Everything you were saying. Yes, you were suggesting that maybe looking at rid of the cameras, you were making it look like you were helping with the idea. That I understood completely. But you're taking an anti-malaria people that are already been diagnosed with COVID.
It's not just about the
But it's only given to people that are seriously sick. Are there other ones growth that you're on? Dr. Fauci, you are an actual doctor. You have studied drugs for almost half a century. What do you think about the president taking hydroxychloroquine without being diagnosed?
Stop trying to tell them. I tell them all the time, I say, don't honestly, my job, is that I don't want to show you suffering sleep.
Let's just joining us right now, live via the feed. The wonderfully Joel Burchell's minutes. Joel, how are you? Yes, dude. You're drinking bleach again. Actually, sponsored this episode. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Fucker, I've never seen a virus as strong as what's in this.
Jesus Joel, have you trained your sheep already? Do this your goals goodbye?
How long that be going for?
Yeah, definitely.
Once again, Patagama says,
So what here this week, you were here last week. Explain yourself to the show. That's great. What ethnicity is your girlfriend again? She's Mexican too. I agree, President. You guys have protected sex or unprotected sex? That's good. Yes. It's also become a bringing everybody, bringing Gage, bringing Anthony. It's going to be great. By the way, Gage, Tiarina, and Anthony in that personal stream. Case underscore without the first underscore, only the last underscore. Strange case underscore. We were just getting started here. I was going to count those dog averages here. Side sheet bodysuit. Sheet bodysuit. We are your only fans. I love it. So, what are you gonna do if your girlfriend or roommate walks in right now? It looks like if Louis Gomez was paralyzed, he would have Joel, we need you back in the studio. Will you come back on Monday? There you go, Joel, with the news from the weird street, right?
Physics state that nothing really touches. And also, the use of computer is not there. Like you can maybe be intent, but the person may not use these things properly. So you don't know for certain that you're going to make the change.
What he did on tonight's show, it was great. We're just getting it through. Okay, it's gonna jump himself out to yeah. You guys don't know as well as we do, but that's what he thinks. It's quite the story, you know, all the great ones. Let's keep it moving. We have our first stranger of the night, submission, watch a minute of supposed comedy, as we present it. Hilarious, sometimes depressing. We sort of analyze what they wrote and find out more about their lives. Our first comedian tonight goes by the name of Josh. Here he is. There's Josh.
because of that, because of that, there is some that keeps everyone on your toes and ensures that ultimately, again, no games are missed. So again, let's get more about this.
Wait, before you do that, let's talk about this stuff now. Maybe you may think that the odds of this stuff failing is small, but in combination it is not. If you think about those packet locks, and you think on keys that like sometimes you have to re-click stuff, well, even just the movement of a mouse on a cursor is not exactly to move it back around sometimes. Everything is not perfect. Additionally, if you're just searching the net, but it's not like you are composed for work you know is completely done. Doing so a real intent.
Hi Josh, how are you? Great, dude. Where are you?
And I'll catch up with you later.
Oh shit, hell yeah.
She's on my email man, I was as soon as I can no longer see the records. Ultimately, my pirates are now because I have to assume that something happened. Soon as it's okay. My experience will not translate. I don't know. There's the two cases.
Anyway,
I'm not with my records. Get my pirates remain tall. Case number 2, I'm not with my records, and the palace has to become common. What's the distinction between the two? So if he's talking about the pirate come
I like deserts and warm weather.
ultimately the racial talking about visuals and relates to this. Before I guess honestly, I just think it's way too long.
Well, that's cool. So you just take the limp view. Out of nowhere. And it is this time of that's really weird stuff.
This dice might be out of position.
Uh-oh. You can join the president's cabinet. So, Josh, how long you been doing tattoos for?
6 years professional.
Well, this tattoo guy got on his balls.
But add some more of this more. There's an argument of Palace of Shabbat or Palace in Time.
Or something like that.
And make the argument that Shabbat is supposed to be a palace in time. And this could override the spirit of Shabbat. There's a direct conflict between the spirit of Shabbat and the palace in time. The palace in time. Might overtake everything. And you just say that you're still following the Malachi, at least borderline, and pushing the internet. And you don't have a direct end result, then there isn't really a full point. Like starting the fire on Shabbat, you get the wood, and you gotta light the match, and then you light the wood, and it's completely over when the fire is gone. That's functional. But with computer, there is it's almost limitless. There's no end result. Maybe you surf the internet but it's still incomplete. You didn't have every single conversation ever with that text message, or you play every single game in the world. There's still some incompleteness. Almost like an argument that you can't complete anything using the computer because there's so much to do. So every simple action on the computer is incomplete. I think this makes sense.
Anybody trying to get black market tattoos?
It takes a month. You don't have to pay for a lace tattoo up here. You do so. You don't have to pay for licensing like your first time ever.
Really busy without working.
I mean, they can ship those to us, but
Do you tattoo ever? Can I see some of your tattoos that you've done? Do you have any?
The black bars of the test.
I was reading all about tuning each.
Who is that?
It's James Franco.
that's
Yeah. Yeah, that does look like Chris Harvey. I see it. Absolutely.
somebody wants that. Like Obama's. It's easy to share for myself.
Absolutely. That's David Lucas's haircut.
That's not black market.
I love it. Josh, do you have any other hobbies or things that you like to do other than posting on Facebook and giving tattoos? Anything else interesting about you?
Just like weird shit.
Or whatever, they want to switch the internet, they should be able to do so. This isn't public. Even if they would live stream it, that's not public. That's different than going outside and live streaming. Even that, there's an argument for you to be able to do that. Because you're not working, you're not getting paid to do that.
That was great. There goes Josh Jones. I love it, Josh. There he goes. Josh Jones, everybody. He's a Josh Jones.
Much more fascinating. Again, I want to see what he's doing.
I love that he's talking about stuff that he can talk about. He's a tattoo artist. I was a tattoo artist. And like seeing about me doing that and stretching out all that material. So he tattoos it. Imagine a tattoo convention where you perform or something like that.
Change it. I think you can live stream in public. If you're not getting paid for it, and people know that you're not getting paid for it,
They've been thinking about getting a face
that should be
tattoo
it.
for underneath my eyebrow, something that just says faggot or something like that. It would be a real self-deprecation. No, not a tattoo. Not really.
If I can, if I even know that that's what
Keep going, you have tattoos, right?
Hey guys, so and I are kind of on the house during this self-quarantine business. I kept started when we went to the food bank, and I started all myself. He got really pissed off. He's like, it's not necessary. The food's free. But I think I was gonna have to do a little bit more to get this games with you. But kick us out. The other thing I'm doing to piss him off is using the show courses. Which, like, you know what, dude? Cut the fucking middleman by not having to use an air fryer. Fuck a motherfucker. I got 2 megabits, 2 I got full athletic scholarship at the University of Phoenix. Went Hollywood. He candy paints and stuff.
Everybody stop what you're doing. Zoot's here. Are you going to speak English?
Yeah, Rabbi.
What up, Pimp? So you don't even know what you're going to say. You're just talking and then trying to... Here, what do you want?
What's the best planet like that?
Does it have to be a planet, or can it be a planetoid? Planetoid, I believe, is a more all-encompassing argument for like a moon, an asteroid, or a planet. But let's look it up. That's a good.
Let's go with that.
Hold on, though. I want to make sure I've got that correct. Hold on. What is a planetoid?
Let's go planet. Let's just go to
An asteroid any size, an asteroid-like body of an orbit beyond asteroid belt, a larger planetary body in orbit around the sun, Vesta, dwarf planets. So it's like a minor planet. So, well, can you terraform it?
Yeah.
Okay. There's an argument to be made. Venus is the same size, almost exactly as Earth. And so yeah. You said you could. Dog, stop. I know all of it. You wouldn't burn. You would be destroyed by the atmosphere. The atmosphere of Venus, I believe, is the most dense of them. What's the thing about Venus? Is it hottest planet or something, or it's dense? Atmosphere something?
Where do you think
It's planet in the solar system. So you're correct. But it also has the most dense atmosphere, so I'm correct. Okay, so what did you say, Zoo?
What do you guys think?
Well, you said it could be a play toy. Perhaps Europa. It has perhaps it is a moon, Saturn, I believe, and it has liquid oceans beneath a frozen crust, apparently, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think any planets outside. Planets outside.
Okay.
And Mars would be a terrible planet.
Okay.
You would have to literally Mars and you would have to cause global warming. You would have to build no ice cap. Yeah. The planet outside the solar system. Look at planets outside the solar system.
I'm not really too familiar with any planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment on it. I'm not familiar with too many planets outside the solar system, so I can't really comment.
Will we ever live to see? Will we ever live to see black on our planets?
Yeah, I think so. All right, dude, let's just get down to brass tacks. You want to fucking play? I'll play. And I mean, like, I'm like a hooker you come to. I don't want to fucking make small talk. Let's just get down to brass tacks. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna beat you in one game of carom. I'm gonna beat you in 3 games of pool. I'm gonna beat you in dice party, and then you're gonna go about your day. Does that make sense? Okay. It's a good question. I mean, usually distance or inhospitable conditions.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's a shitty.
Okay. I don't know what you want me to do about it.
If you're talking about a weed that is made out of plastic,
What would make us a better company?
If you were happy on it. Raise their serotonin levels.
So just give everyone a
May not be a bad idea. What'd you say?
That's a good idea. Give everyone a little idea.
That's good, man. Dude, I see a really big one that you're missing.
I'll argue that.
Perhaps. Oh, I just got 2 in. Too.
You got a Batman cap.
Dog, look at that shot. That was sick as fuck. Dog, I've never played this well in my life. But if I miss, there's a very good chance you could win. Like, it's pretty easy for you to just sweep. Oh, Zoot. Oh, no way. Zoot, that was so big for you. You could make the easy comeback. You just, oh, you fucked up, though.
That is all. Yeah, right now this is the easiest run away. You good?
No.
This is it. Right now, right now.
Okay. You just put mine in. It's over, babe.
When did you get on the red list?
Oh, I got it really early. All right. So I beat you once in that. Now, no shots. What do you want to play for pool? Okay. Yes, sir.
I suck at this. This is going to be the first
If it was what? Went to the comedy club Wednesday night. Did was Chelsea there? What's she doing? She going on a world tour?
She'll be there in 2 weeks.
All right.
Chelsea will be there in 2 weeks.
Are you proud of that shot?
So, Bill Aiken was my day down. Got banged with his shot, but he's going to come. So, he had his face up to him every day. That's our head cover. Killed Bill. Bill spoke every listen to this set.
No, that was an amazing shot. Was it funny?
Yeah, he made him say that he doesn't like that. He's still included his own marks. He said the rest of the papers might be included like that.
Okay.
the focus comes in real is mentioned 70 case. But the opera knows that I'm not returning immediately. Knows that if I leave it alone for a significant time,
Oh, what a shot. Dude, did you see that shot? Zoo didn't even see my shot. No, you did. Where did my... No, because it's the fucking side of the world. They're like... No, they're all living in a really big Australian city, Jews. Melbourne, we're there. And you're in a big enough city that we're there too. You just may not know it. Oh, what a shot. So, did you see that shot?
I bet that synagogue goes around. They call this the city of churches.
Dude, are you seeing this?
I met a few Scientologists there.
Okay. But are you seeing this performance, dude? Do you think it's possible for you to win?
Church of Scientology across the world.
Tight. What's a lorry? A train? What's a lorry? Is that a train?
They said that.
Didn't you say the whatever Scientology is across the lorry?
It's across the road.
Oh. Isn't a lorry in British like a... it's an elevator, right?
I didn't say
Okay. I think in British English it is a elevator. So do you think you can win? Give me this, dude. No, the public holidays are because it's always on Sunday. So like people already have it off. In what year was Easter not on Sunday? I'll wait.
in Australia, we have a 4-day public holiday.
So
Easter, Good Friday, and Easter Monday. Good Friday day.
yeah, we don't, at least what you call public holidays generally in the United States is bank holidays, and those are New Year's Day, generally Martin Luther King Day, Memorial Day, President's Day, I should say, Memorial, 4th of July, Day, Giving, and then December 25th. Bank holidays. Yeah. If you're talking federal holidays, but I mean, what do you want me to do about it? People already have sun. People already have it off. It's already a holiday, or it's already a day off.
Is it Easter celebrated over there?
By Christians, yeah, it's like super big. It's like their biggest, their second biggest holiday. Hundreds of millions.
In cold beans, the cold like in cold split lentils, cold greasy, that was subsequently right because again,
Rabbi, do you want to, you know what I want?
You want to?
I want to make aliens to see if their religions make more sense than us.
Okay, dude, how did I miss that shot?
I'd be very shocked if I met a Christian aliens that have the same, they told me the exact same stories.
Okay.
That is has the same Jewish papers or Christians that's how went off the other
With the whole universe, like 99.9%. Does that count as a break, a legal break? Oh no, it didn't. I don't know why it didn't count as a legal break. You're up, Zoot, and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, go. That was amazing. Dude, that's a terrible shot. You have a really hard shot.
Did you get in a spaceship and they were gonna
Word, dog. Dude, you recognize that when we play Church Shot, it's just basically taking flying shots. Like, there's no real, maybe a little art to it. Like when I do that. Come on, baby. I just won. Dog. Best shot. Dog. I'm recording that. You know, sometimes I post these on YouTube. Thank you. I definitely post them on Rumble. So your name is all over Rumble. What up, pimp?
Who's the cutest ever?
I mean, I don't know any. Some of them are cute, though. From like, probably like from the species, the ones that I would like the most are called the Nordics. This is our last pool game, and then we play dice party, and then you do whatever you need to do. Zoot, are you gonna accept my seconds? 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. It's a ball, dog. Zoot, you gotta hit the ball, man. Nobody wants to play with anybody who takes forever. Oh, make that.
I didn't realize it was my show.
All right. Well, what do you want me to do about it? Make this. I'm ready for it, dog.
That was the worst show ever.
Are you ready for the best you've ever seen? Kiss shot. Now this would be the best shot of my life. Ugh. You're right. Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, you just won.
Alright, dice party. That was just luck.
I know. Alright, dude, you're up. 10, 9, 8, 7. Alright, dude.
That is not good.
It's fine. Beating you in so long.
So, that's not good.
It's a chance. Or do the two.
Just gonna try. Right, my game. Are you kidding me?
Give me this. Give me this. Dog, that's garbage.
Rabbi, if I get 3 6 6s, 5 6s, will you love me?
I love you anyways, dude. 2, 3, 4, 5.
1 or
6. Give me 6s. Give me 6s. That's really bad.
You're right. And you're going to, we're going to win. Rabbi,
What's up, baby?
is this the bad bro?
Got 3 of a kind.
Oh, it gets a free coin.
That's a mantra. Never feel about.
Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
that was a good play.
I don't think it was, but maybe.
Yeah.
F you, dog.
Probably the worst part of getting 5 6s, though. The 6 is the highest number, it just doesn't do anything. Now, when you get a 6 on the second one,
Dog, I don't have a good roll here.
If you're willing to put in the effort, you will see the results.
that's
Maybe
not.
not all of you desire.
Yes,
Better
sir.
already played the Giants.
Yes, sir.
Not 5 times. I have to shoot earlier, dude. This is
It's okay. You did what I would have done.
the left side of the field. I don't know why you left him at once.
I already played the 3. I didn't realize it.
Except here. 6 6 flip. No one cares. Rabbi, can I get
Give me a.
number 5?
Lesson 2, if you're willing to put in the effort, you will see results. But again, not fast. You have to be willing to move yourself. You have to be willing to put in effort and willing to move yourself.
What are you doing? Oh, you got so fortunate, too. You got so fortunate. I didn't want to hear this game was free.
I'm not really bad at this side. Got the game for us. Alright, we gotta get a free time for the next row. Free time for the next row. Rabbi, this is no good.
Okay, Pip.
Oh, yes.
No way.
I'm mad that
Give me a 2.
I just fucked up.
Don't forget what happens. And then what happens, that leveling agent is strong enough to go ahead and move.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
Much that I love when you keep telling me other people.
He keeps getting suggested to me.
You were Chelsea.
Yeah, I think I did. Some, no, not all of it. Maybe something. Oh, get another 5. What are you doing? Devastatingly bad play. You let me in the game, son. 6s. Give me 6s. Give me 6s. I got nothing.
By the head.
Why? Because by the time
You need a straight. No way you get this. You need a 2. Let's see it. Show me 2.
Do I play the 4?
You play whatever you want, big dog. Look at this move. No 6s, Zoot. 2 6s, Zoot. Give me a 6. devastating.
You're in the light.
No, I'm not.
What did you need to win?
Four. Four straight. Just four in a row.
I need 1, 5, or 5.
You need a five. If you get it, this is
I need a 5.
I need four of the same. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Oh, devastating. Dude. Great job.
Did you know that I'm like in the like various points?
It's like 50-50.
I've got more than 50%. I've won 35 games, played 69. I lose my about 51% of that.
Baller.
Pepe. You know, I'm technically better as a top person. I'm party, past party, because I got more past my ratio is better.
Okay.
Rabbi,
What's that?
what do you think the best investment is right now?
Crypto.
I heard Obama's on a 10 since $80 million market cap. Sorry, $16 million market cap.
Yeah, that's okay. Everything's down.
Dogecoin is the best investment.
You may be right.
Elon Musk is not liked by many people. Do you like Elon Musk?
Life is about finding maximum meaning in the circumstances you have in front of you. So it's not for God, it's no longer edible. But just because they're not edible doesn't mean not usable. Usability is always there. It's just a function of figuring out the best way to maximize the concept of opportunities. So remember, like, touch my social traumatic. Social traumatic. So you know what I say. So you're playing this again. So you have in this case, so in the previous case, the leavening agents, right, the leaven, we call yeast, right, the leaven fell in. But first you had Sarge Shafruin, making the bread edible, and then afterwards Sarge Shuma, bread inedible. This case is a little bit different. So Tashma, Sarge Shafruin, Shmuso Haisa. So I say in this case over here, they are falling in together, right? So you have again the leavening agent of Shuma and the fluid that both fall into the dough together. So what the first one I was saying about it, but second did a half minutes, because like the did a half minutes. Both of them are powerful enough to make the loaf hummus. So what's not the whole? So the first did a second half minutes, also to ultimately again by the camera who again from the engineer said that it is usher. Ultimately again it's going to be usher. So the Gemara says, we should not, but we should ultimately says that it is water. Where's there also we should watch it? We should also say this is also come with God. There's a come with God. Ultimately, obviously, whatever it is, clearly that when you put two leavening agents into a loaf, the loaf is no longer edible. Therefore, you also have
You make the argument that
a couple of more variations in this case.
this is in the spirit of Shabbat. That
If the true one falls in first,
nothing is being completed. So that's in the spirit of Shabbat. Shabbat is about enjoyment.
the true leavening agent that you're going to go ahead and make the loaf. The bread. Not on Shabbat, not on Shabbat. So this seems to go back to our previous case. What happens if the Tikkun one fell in first and the Truma one fell in second? Or Koyak, but by the way, it doesn't really matter what the second lip.
Put the phone note in parentheses next to the point, not at the bottom.
It's also two, it's also, and the second one open.
Not phone, footnote.
The again is having a negative impact on the loaf. So what's that loaf? Also, Rabbi Shimon Matter, and Rabbi Shimon says that it's mutter. So what's saying now, especially in this last case, but the Pagam name, that it wasn't in this. This is also down with God. Right? The first level agent falls in, which was good to go. But it's
Anything about the phone. I never meant to say phone, I meant to say foot. You don't have to remove it, but just make it logically coherent.
bread is over-leavened, no longer edible. And yet, the Shimon says that it's mutter. The most of this is a no sin of God. And yet, the Shimon says that it's mutter. Right? Let's look. You know, the Shimon is just and obviously again, every man is also. So again, not just say soup and have on the hip, you know? This is a proof of the law. that there really isn't much about no sync. And it's done. Whether or not to get it is mutter or also. I think maybe you'll say half an hour, so I would base half an hour. You can WC. But one second, maybe you are, this is not a typical. What did I say? They said that these cases, even though the law is medical, it's still usable. It's still usable. What is it usable for? As a startup, so maybe this is not a typical case. So most of the time, which we must be safer. We could give so there you go. Halayim should not follow some Hadashim. The Chomet should not follow so listen also. So look at the end of this. Always have you guys up. One Hadashim enforce. All comments, really good. Falls into listen, you can get. Getting from this case. And Chomet falls into the listen also. Ultimately, again, it is also. But Shimon says that it's more. Again, once again, on the other side, if you want to assume that what's the status of the grease in this case, not making an assumption. And therefore, again, it's no saying how so we'll say once again, this was really the case of those in one time. Because everyone knows you're going to get the hat to be serious where it feels like it's done. And yet, you're still having enough. This one raises us up. Shimon says, well, no. If he came up and I think he was showing me the Michal, the Kishish Miracle, that's our problem. But maybe let's go back before. Let's easier. Maybe we're saying no. This was a case of where what? The vinegar actually fell into cold greasing and then it was subsequently heated up. So this was no same time with shvach that then it can be done. That's what it's Kishish Miracle is a problem. We can Kishish Miracle is a problem. But also there's anybody really arguing that. Somebody arguing a case of the would be again. First, the mixture was beneficial, became detrimental. But ultimately, again, it's going to be a source. Now, on that time, nothing should Shiva Tio, Divya Kawase. Wasn't. We have this case. Let's get back with the true loving nature started. And then the cooling one fell in. Everyone agrees that the lens is awesome. What do you see from that? And then let's go back to yesterday's episode. Again, what's that about? So what's today's thought? What do you establish? I'm not thinking I guess it straight. Remember the Chazal, when you establish it, at the moment. So therefore, again, if you have a mixture and it's beneficial, even subsequently it becomes detrimental, the mixture is still good. Right? So when we see this case over and over and over, so therefore, again, A is the starter. So starter is the base of the falls in. And then afterwards, the item food falls in. What it means that mixture is also, even though again it is pure, because it started the shot. And that's what we look at the moment the mixture was made. So therefore, everyone will agree that if you have vinegar like a cold greasing and then the mixture is going to be awesome. Because it started out ultimately again awesome. I would like Ashman Murad Yudal, the Pagam Kordishman, we must call ourselves. There's a new if we get conclusively looking out that this is really enough focus. This kind of about nursing what are we talking about? Where the mixture is detrimental from the detrimental is probably the wrong word. You understand what I mean? Exactly. Or the better opposite of beneficial is the mixture. But ultimately, again,
A distinct change in society from analog to digital. And this happened in like 2003 and Cite the paper that it happened where there was more digital data in the world than analog, and see if this strengthens the argument at all. Strengthens.
What does everyone agree on? What agree on? Let's go right now. Noticing how the Shabbat is going to be us. Everyone certainly agrees that when it is a mixture and the prohibited item provides a beneficial taste conclusion, then of course that is going to be us. What else does everybody agree on? That there is no sin of the Shabbat. And then afterwards became withdrawn. When it began as a positive taste confusion, like beneficial, and it becomes detrimental, everyone also agrees that that is also. So good news is, out of 2 of the 3 cases, everyone agreed. So, right, noising calm, mishpat, beneficial taste confusion, awesome. Noising calm, mishpat, and afterwards became withdrawn, everyone agrees is awesome. But for this case, noising calm, withdrawn. When the initial taste confusion was awesome, that the mayor was detrimental, that the mayor says awesome, that the shouldn't says mutter. Good. That's it. Exactly right. Now, how did I see Bobby, you kind of on the so let's say that you just wonders why you right. So, right? The guy said, had a whole bunch of cases that seem to be saying the same thing. Why do I need all of these cases? How many parts of Bobby you kind of know? So the guy just said, look for something else. Actually, Rash says, plus of Bobby, 2 on the top. Ratio, paper enough with the apples, as we know, as we know, ratio, was going to be the revenue just going at the same time. That was case 1, right? So the Gemara says, I'm going to go through all of them. Actually, just look at the action. It's not actual truth, So, yeah, what's the first case is where both revenue agents fall at the same time. The other case is where the true revenue agent falls in first, and then through the second. Save up, the last case in the Raisa was ultimately again the wine falling into the lentils or to the grease. Or it's going to go into the grease. Like wine into lentils, it's going to go into grease. Too much time. But when they're going to save onto the grease, that's what's right after that. The program and made part of the progress. Old program. Project that was in power of progress. Let's see outside. One more case. Now you can spiel out the so Adam direct. Oh, awesome. You have to teach us get one side, but it was nothing called the Shibah. And then ultimately again it becomes the Yama, just mentioned before, and it agrees awesome. Adoration level. Why don't we do the first case? Now, in the first case, we're both converting at the same time. Hashta, Oma Sefer, Kilo Kamash Bach. Still saying it's also Asia Kamash Bach. Is an objective benefit is only and Rabbi is the first case that so it's needed a benefit. Why? Not to come in, so you are coming up on a shooting. children and food all at the same time. So this is beautifully enough, and I'm going to find over shit. Since you is done, you're gonna have to use the straight shots. You will normally be taking 2 hours to become hummus. Got shit, you have to show apples. Your cost actually 7 classes is introduced to you to a level to date. It doesn't come down immediately. What's happening is it comes about the time when somebody doesn't have these features. So it's obviously accelerated learning process. So what caused this going to run 11 to 12 to 11 to 1 hour? It's ultimately again is the publishing. It's the publishing. And therefore again, remember this is our balance is not real. Once it's a suggest, but therefore there is a benefit. There is a benefit involved with the video. And because video is a benefit, therefore I want to should be awesome. It shouldn't be easily shitty.
So now I feel like I remember you've been on the show before, correct?
But it should be said something.
Okay. Where do you live?
But at the end of the day, there was so much mixture of natural and just a
Yeah, something like that. How did that happen? How did
Put
you
a footnote in parentheses next to the point, not below.
You're talking about on stage? Right. What were the tattoos? If you now it's coming back to me. Yeah. I never forget a good joke. So now you live in Cleveland. You're originally from Akron. Have you done stand-up anywhere other than on Kill Tony before? What did you win semi-finals? I have no idea. That didn't happen because of Corona. Is that a basement that you're in right now?
What up, Chase? Yo, what's up with you changing your name again? What's up with you changing your name? Okay, well, I don't know if it's Trey or Trey's Way. Did you realize that Trey's Way sucks because it only results in losing the pool? Okay, you let me know. You let me know when you're ready, okay? Are you? What did you say? Oh, you got a cold. Okay, so I'll let your. Oh, sounds good. It's just living it, baby. So definitely.
This is great. I've got 61 pieces of meat. Let me throw a piece of flesh right here to go to the sheep. I swear to the system. Right? 2,000 years, you're working with us. We're figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. Right? Okay. I would say it doesn't work. Right? Why doesn't it work? Because there's entry of your hair. Pizza, now, cook the country work, right? If you lose track of a piece of time, well, then you potentially put it in there, it doesn't work. Now, listen, but in general, nickel doesn't work if the issue itself is actually it's sitting there. So therefore, again, we're worried about the kids. In this case, the assumption is the mouse falls in, and then what do I do? What do I do? Take it out, listen, but I bet you need to give me that, right? That's what it's here, we'll take it out. We're shining at it. This confusion, and if there was a confusion, to establish trust, and it's done. So you're just being enough in this case, a real it's really down, but we ship up. Live sex
How long have you two been together?
5 years this year.
Live sex is
What do you do for Alexis changes? Drink Vega.
I'll just shake it.
Tell us more about what you do for fun.
You know what?
Who did you dress up as? Wow. Yeah. You just dress up like them and walk around the house like Dog Antle. Yeah, absolutely.
Exciting to see.
Have you ever played Animal Crossing Dr. Couch?
You know, I'm so busy. Yeah, I play all the time. I bought the Switch myself. Simply a throw. I made it really easy.
Also, fascinating.
I love it, Alexis. Have you ever been arrested before? You have arrested energies. It seems like you've had some wild nights in your life. Started a cat fight with a little girl locked right in your weight class. Maybe you accidentally cracked your head open. Like what? Give us a good example. Tell us about one of your misadventures.
Out of all the things that I've heard tonight, I'm surprised almost two things.
That's what I've been picking up on. It's fair and energy. I see the fair. Can you jump on your fair? Still you fair. Yeah, what else is going on over there? What else is so chaotic about your house? So you have two ferrets. What else? How do the pit bulls not attack the ferrets? You have to keep them safe, like sheep underground. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Kiss your bull. I know you picture your shoulder, David Lucas in his mouth. I know what's going on. Alright, well, Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, it was fun to have you on the show again. Fun stuff. You know, it's hard to judge or talk about anybody's jokes at this time. But, you know, I would just say, always try to be as original as you possibly can be. You know, there's something about just, there's almost no University of Phoenix online joke that I would almost impossible. Right? The University of Phoenix online joke that I would like just because it's so sort of like this punchline that's sort of and like almost anything, you know, it's better to fail something that's never been talked about than it is to succeed with something that, you know, we have a couple old school comedians in the comedy store, for example, like really old school, that have been doing it for 50 years, and they each have the University of Phoenix jokes. Maybe I guess people like me that are stand up a lot are sort of like ruined by that, sort of jaded by that. So, you know, I guess people that don't know a lot about stand up wouldn't mind it, but you know, you can get these weird habits out of the way now and keep writing and, you know, always, like I said, just fail original rather than try to get a little taste in. For sure. Awesome. Alexis Chainsaw Massacre, everyone. She's
So where
real comedy vlog of fun. Thank you, Alexis. Beautiful news. Great runners. Most residents in the history of the United States of America. Fun fact, Ohio has decided every president in the history of presidential elections. Saying so goes Ohio, so goes president and states. So, that's oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. Here he is, the king of eyebrows, William Montgomery is joining us. Brand new eyebrows. We're going to talk about that. William, go ahead. Tell us what your thoughts have been this week.
Interesting.
Definitely got that moment of anything else? Let's start. All right, where'd you get the new eyebrows? Are those Amazon Prime? You didn't have eyebrows the last year. Can you zoom in a little bit? Can you hold the phone closer to those eyebrows? Closer.
These are real. Fixing your face.
Seriously, William, how'd you grow those this week?
It's oh my god, it's such a lot of aloe vera. Am I covering up verses?
But then on
and they're really coming in well. Do you like them?
Yeah. No, it's great. I like your bandana too. What's going on up there? That's new.
I can't figure out how to do this.
You're doing a good job. Move the bandana back a little bit. Perfect. Now I can see you. This is great. Yeah. You look good. You're doing great.
Seems like if you look at it right now, you can imagine you have no hair, like hair, arm, face, and you can see what you look like.
It's stuck to a loop of fantastic stuff.
Because in the end of this Man on the Moon movie.
Looks like Joe. I see a chaff.
I don't really see the joke anymore than JFK, so wow, definitely doesn't look like either of those guys. Interesting. Real eyebrows. Cereal. Can you run one? See, Australia. You're rubbing it side to side. Rub it up and down. Show us your super entertaining skits inside what your actual looks like. Come on, take us on a little fucking adventure while you do something outside of the box. Come on. Don't overthink it. Come on, Williams. Be fun. Why? Can't go in your own room. Yeah, you are. We can tell this is where you've been full on. Take us inside. Just do it. You're overthinking it. I've never scared of you anything. No, he is. Don't make excuses for him. Good. Why is it a bad idea? I think it's a good. Come on. I never asked you for anything. I want to see dirty. Oh, it's like those even real live girls. You said you had a dirty citrus. And it's not dirty. I do have one video in place right now. Find out his mistake. The president is hydroxychloroquine for a week and a half. He's also chloroform for a week. Seems like you've been getting a lot bigger. Yeah, it's been better. Anymore, you just stay with your girlfriend.
So recently, let's go back to the for example.
Computer and everyone jokes. So the time it's really
Montgomery. For those of you interested in breaking in on Syracuse, New York. How did you end up there?
then hold like this, and then you shoot up the next one. Let's just put it at space. What's the status? What's the status? Oscar,
So
right?
much cocaine have you done in your life, Gabriel? Living in Colombia.
Interesting thing about Hebrew and Ashkenazi and Sephardic English translations and transliterations and stuff in parentheses.
So let's say it falls into the left as well. Solve it again. So now, what I have done is
No, you have to put in that Hebrew and English and transliterations or whatever it's called. Any word that is not English, parentheses, put the Hebrew, comma, Ashkenazi, Sephardic transliteration, semicolon, the Yiddish text, the Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, and English translation. You want to do this thing that is not in each word. Don't do it for anything that is an English word that a regular English speaker would understand. If you don't do this for people's names. Yeah, that's fine. You can put Ashkenazi colon and you don't have to shorten it.
I'm surprised they were rock climbers there. Because like I said, in Syracuse, everywhere is rock
So you don't have to shorten Ashkenazi. You can put the whole word. For paper here. And you can put English and you can put English. It's fine.
Upstate New York jokes, people. I don't even know anything Syracuse.
Parentheses. Hebrew, comma, Ashkenazi transliteration, Sephardic translation, semicolon, Yiddish, comma, Yiddish transliteration, semicolon, English definition, semicolon, and within you can write out the whole word Nazi colon. It shouldn't be assumed.
Yeah, because you're a doctor.
Pretend that someone who reads this has never had languages other than English. You have to Hebrew colon and then the Hebrew. Or else they won't know what that means. Put the sources next to the point in the body of the paragraph, not at the bottom, please. Remove the slurs and everything from with Hebrew. For any person, the rabbi took the years approximately what they lived.
This is
You're also in upstate.
beneficial. This is beneficial.
Awesome. I love that. And is the 9-month-old baby his?
Right, so I know he was good. So the answer to that, that's
Okay, that's good. That'd be crazy if you move forward that fast into a serious relationship. That's a huge baby. That's cool. Did you guys obviously each of you submitted tonight? I love that. And either you done actual stand-up comedy
was not fascinating. So
Mountain Dew Baja Blast.
as it is right now. This is not
Oh yeah, do you Jesse? Yeah, the color's that. Oh, you have a bow and arrow for hunts and anything with your bow and arrow? You have an otter right next to you. You can hunt if, just kidding. I'm sorry, Mindy. I hate me people over the internet. And this stinks so much. It's only fun for me in real life. I feel bad over the internet. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. It's totally backwards. I know. I'm sorry, you're beautiful. You're beautiful. Yeah, how'd you guys
What
see?
would you do with essay
What trap house would you
to
guys
make
do?
it 10 out of 10, but still offer the use of electronics on show? I understand that that's not mainstream, but how would you make this essay logically sound? Or is it already a 10 out of 10 under those terms?
How soon after you guys met did you guys get knocked out? You guys definitely have those fucking right energies over there. I bet 1, 2, 3 times. Wow. 7 years. It's very impressive. Goodness. Only one baby, 1 9-month-old. Yeah.
It's electric.
Did you know you could hear the baby on the recording?
Itself is extinct. Like the prohibited item is still in existence. So, designers get that less fast.
Sounds too bad. We just gotta keep moving on. I'm sorry, guys. But I love that you submitted your first humble submission in the history of the quarantine episodes of Guilty. Adorable stuff. Hopefully we'll see you at Comedy Works in Denver real soon. There they go. Elaine and Jesse Hendrick. Here he is. Another round. Wait on that. We're looking at this young lady. This fine bicycle. Well, David Lucas, honey, it is a life about yourself freaking bills. Oh my goodness. David Lucas taking a look up. As if to Mary Lipsky, I've seen her before. Here she is.
Design services. Let's say, give an example. Let's say, for example, you have 50 years of this. You have, I don't know. So let's say you have a shoot you are that gets mixed in with college. So what happens? So you have the prohibited item, the finger, that gets mixed in college. So now, the field itself, the fat itself, is actually in existence. And it's mixed in with the college. Then over the course of eating the volume of the alcohol of the college, So that is how emotions are. Then if you get very you get more focus for that. You get more focus for that. That is a broken enough shame, desire, choice, you know how to process. So what's the definition here? That's how it is. In general, we assume that in order to be
One of our least favorite places we would upstate New York and Milwaukee.
you have to be desires of certain life.
That's where you live, right?
If you get desires, even if the desires spans over a long
Is that where you were born and raised?
as long as it is not longer than what we call
Do you know the
the
hotel that
very
have you ever been there?
so if the desires of the living item over a span have to block you the time that it takes to focus on the Lord. Ultimately, that act of living chain condenses, consolidates, forms a chain episode,
That means there was something else going on in that city where there's like, if it was Milwaukee, then it was
what's the
some
person
trash
has
or
the desires of cosmic? Right? So normally you get
East
into
Party or something like that. Okay. Yes, that's right. The new kids on the corner across the street from us, and everybody's like, "It's the biggest thing that's happened to our city in a long time." Yeah, so now your kids on the block still fucking unbelievably famous in Milwaukee. And speaking on the novels, really, the new kids on the block are still the new kids on the block. Like nothing just kind of stopped there. So you're in
each other and it will shoot some sense of it. So by the way, what if you voted this year for the passport this year? It's anywhere essentially from 3 minutes
what do you do exactly at the
so
night show?
again, within so for example, with the designs of founder, let's say again, within 6 minutes, again, we're taking that design cycle. For myself, that is considered to be one act of hero, and there's liability. For example,
For yourself,
design concept over 20 minutes, I don't really think it's possible. When I do it, but you will not get see that. Because why? Let's go out and find out. Because since you're spending over such a long amount of time, just not go ahead and essentially count as one cohesive act of consumption. Okay, so those are the one shots. So if you got that, you got that. So anyways, hold on, Russia. So you can look at that. Interesting enough, what happens if you have a mixture? You have a mixture of all you have is flavor, but you have no actual substance of this. And what's that basically? You're actually come up with an emotion. You don't feel it, you're not from the flavor. Feel it, you're not from the new shit in the emotion. So that's it, for example.
Actually, I went there with Rogan and Nick Swartzen a long time ago. And there's a video that made of Joe and Nick on stage from it's a pretty cool place.
The culture changes, so what's going to happen? It dissolves. So now to be able to exact comment to that flavor, there's actual substance. What's that? Acid, that's acid. Very local, not from the AA local sweet. In Reba comes down. But ultimately also is interesting. In Reba comes down. Like if I look at the nice again, the initial infusion, for example, for the thing that there's something else, provide it is a negative taste infusion. Ultimately, again, it is
Aaron, do you get hit up by a lot of black guys there in Milwaukee?
was very interesting. But that said, yeah, the
Hey, yo, what up, man? Get over here.
I don't know. But ultimately, the resulting
Maybe you
mix
signed
is
with like whether it's
what's
or
happening.
nothing.
Well, yeah, somehow. Why do you say you?
What did that sign say that they are?
Why don't you just say, if it provides negative diffusion, then the resulting mixture is working.
What did the sign say? The five guys have known that. My goodness. And the smell was proper on all those birds. Can I GIT that? Have you been with a black man before, Eric? Would be prefer white or black?
Still called Nelson Gum. So, the issue of bus regulation. This is ridiculous. That's what you say on Netflix. What is that show?
What is it about the white guys you prefer over the black man? Oh, no, that's the Aaron misrepresentation.
What is that based on? That is based on the totality of the resulting mixture. So, but
How about you, Aaron? What do you prefer about white men? Black men?
If the answer is bad, even if the reason it's bad is wrong. Why? No one put in the seasoning. No one put in the seasoning. So the mindset again, what does it say? Is it?
That is such a correct answer. I expect that from the president himself.
Based on what it is right in front of us now. At the end of the day, the resulting mixture is not objectively good.
Just kidding. We'll do another episode on Hawaii. Also, and their confidence isn't there behind me. And
The second version of the
hundreds of people that go insane when I make jokes like that. And when there is
which also makes a lot of sense.
yeah, that's
But now what is essentially saying is, when you look at the mixture, how do you judge it? How do you judge it? What's in front of you? You can't start with fresh bones. You know, if you have enough salt, it would be good. A little less pepper, it would be good. Right now, here's the mixture. It's right in front of us. Look at what it is and open it. And if you again, you're going to judge it based on the other side. There's a tremendous consequence in life. Has to operate with the circumstances you have in front of you. I was going to say, how often do we go through life with the judges? If only my life was like this, but if only I had more money, less money, but you know, some more stuff, less stuff. I had a better health, I had a better showing by his side.
I love that. Keep writing and keep going to those open mics when everything opens back up again. And thanks for your submission, Aaron. Let's see everybody. She's with this 0HNO. Aaron. Thanks, Aaron. Just keep rolling right along, ladies and gentlemen. Matt Scott is your next comedian.
In life, take the mixture you got, take the life you got, take the circumstances you have, don't spend wondering what if or what could have or should have. Take the mixture you have, and ultimately, that's it. Take the life mixture you have, and use it to accomplish great things. Incredible. That's what I think. Something that, we're doing pretty good. From all over the world, most of them are coming. I don't say that. I always have It's bottom line, but it seems to be everyone agrees with the principle that nobody becomes Muslim. But there never you have a political against next thing because the idea is going to, and again, we face confusion, the detrimental is confusion, and who is the resulting mixture is what else. However,
Let's just keep moving because Shabbat and Yom Tov. It doesn't sort of those days. We need I'm going to have a title of somehow. I want it to be Shabbat and Yom Tov, but that's a lot. So, what is a word that's both?
How's it going?
Where are you?
I've been kind of in and out.
Oh my goodness, how'd you end up in Vietnam? What do you do there? Originally from London, England. How long have you been in Vietnam? It really was. I thought about that when I watched that last night. I was definitely looking Yeah, we were really close to Jim. It was pretty exciting. Fun. What do you do for fun there in Vietnam? How are they doing under this quarantine? So people there just really don't have it at all. So there's no spread at all. Everything's 100% normal. The Vietnamese lady that you have I do spend a lot of my spare time in the closet. It's very exciting. So what is your love life like there in Vietnam? Have you been experimenting with any lady boys perhaps? Boy boys or lady ladies? What type of sheath underwear is your partner wearing?
Every time I just like fast swipe right, I just like to see what comes down against my face. And at least twice a day you get I lady. They just kind of lock me in. I'm going to lay out and just like let's do this.
So what's the wildest thing that you ended up with out there? Anyone that looks like you?
I did things up.
So are you super consistent? Or are you dating? Yeah, that is weird. That's weird.
People are raised in a competition. If they're in the front row, when you
Just to find somebody.
Are you feeling the dog? Are you any advice? Professional comedian, like,
like this is something I've been thinking about for a while. The Chinese virus, right? I would call it definitely not made in a lab virus.
Fauci jokes. You have a Spurs jersey behind you. Are you a fan of American basketball?
I was instantly
I didn't get 6 foot 13. That's crazy. Yeah, I put on so much muscle when I was 14 that I weighed down my spinal cord. Shot down 5 pounds.
Already got another one.
Yeah.
You grow the coronavirus. The big farm. Subject line, love that funny joke.
Gypsy looks like a bunch of business.
Thank you. I mean,
American Dr. Fauci. That's Dr. Fauci who looks like that. Alright, man. Fun times. Thanks for chatting with us all the way from Vietnam, which I
Consider
visit
some
here as the only country to
times meaning like Shabbat and Yom Tov.
Thank you so much, man. There he is, Matt Scotting, everyone. He's on Instagram. The GOAT, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair is here. Here he is. Hello, Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Word White. I'm Chris Condren. Give it up for your host, Michael Blair. Fuck with Securities, nation's #1 provider. Wear t-shirts that say security. Our employees are the industry's best at one thing and one thing only. Staying in place for long periods of time. We provide people and t-shirts. Just tell us where to stay. Security.
I don't mean it metaphorically for times of our time. I mean it for electrical current. Can it mean electrical current?
ocean. They have been mortified to me, Alpha, but his dishes are all, words. Monster assassin. Oh, guys, we may never know.
Define the mind and humanity at the beginning.
Never have been garlic mashed potato. Daggett says, the actually sounds like a stage name, and these dishes are really staged. These things that gun down Lee Harvey Oswald. All known, something about cat recipes just offended us. We'll never know. Just for yourself. Monsters just like me and you. Violent foodies. So you know it's just us. Great job. Now you know we ever been on this show. And we've been finding you.
And if you see the total still that he shouldn't, he was concerned about the pocket used in the last 24 hours. I have shit. So shouldn't watch, but what's that like that? So shouldn't hope. There was an album for this was the winter. What's it? Just like I was saying, it's so cool. Consumption by the Gentile is called of sacrifice 68 shade.
Hey, are you on our live right now? We're just going show to show. I love this. I love it. I love it. I like your version a lot more. I like your tablecloth more. The reverse shotgun to the sword. I like these tiny buckets. Yeah, way better. Yeah, the quality comedian you have on the show better. Sometimes give people advice. Rudy, you should hold the microphone down to your forehead. You should hold it lower, like, and turn to the closer to the open part where the sound comes out.
that is already discussed at the very beginning. For example, as you said earlier, let's say you have an animal that is really a shit. That's why she says earlier, like animal is sick.
No, it's gonna be great. Corona has a tough sense of thick skin. This will wash right over.
Yeah, it won't really hot for about 14 days.
So covered with usually that's covered more than you wouldn't touch it. So I don't know what the says.
You're strong here with the President of the United States, Donald Trump, and Dr. Anthony Fauci, government's health program.
But the source is in the body of the paragraph, and at the bottom.
They, we're gonna open up, Mr. President.
So again, we'll have to see how much more sound has, but now we have statute trains not every so ultimately, I don't know what saying, but even no sin kindness is going to be awesome.
The president is currently on more medications than you, Michael Laird. He might be taking some of them. Have you taken any medicines?
Don't put the actual website in there at the beginning of the website. That's, you could maybe put.
So let's talk about this witch of the West Coast.
Chabad references if you wanted. But like exploring Judaism.org, no one knows what that website is.
What's a server? Oh, yeah, well, I guess I do know what a server is.
You don't have to say Chabad.org, you can say Chabad website.
And tell us, where'd you get this incredible podcast producer here there?
Dedicating all the Joshua's this year as a school.
So what else is shaking, Mike? One last question. What your band in their refrigerator?
So with that, let us do a really incredible dinner ahead of us today. We are up to today's guest. Today's guest is Sunny Faye, 65. And we are picking up a new session right at the bottom of Sunny Faye is 64B. Literally last
one more question for your witch. Is she interested in, does she ever ride a
top of Santa Fe, la interna
The rabbi's years of life next to their name needs to be there next to their name before the transliterations and stuff. Please.
sent to the gift on the day of the idolatrous Yom
Boy, George. How long is this lady gonna live? Watch, she's like 19 years old.
But you're not really supposed to do anything, not to give, not transact business, not really do anything with the young people. Fear that this will cause them to learn new things to their identity.
Yeah, Gary, right?
Sending this guy out the phone on his
How about your producer?
he said it's not a problem. He's not a big
Check
deal.
the Yiddish
I know
for
that he's
the
not
unintended or whatever outcome. Its transliteration doesn't seem like it's long enough.
a gift on his on this psychologist. I know. He's so loud on this. What's that?
Winning you on America's Got Talent.
So again, what the real estate is lazy is stay out of town. It's the real thing. So how can you show that? Since the United States, I get my team last year. That's it. So what is the need to do? So when is someone considered to be categorically their person?
I tell you this every week, and I'll say it again. I love you so much. We love you. We miss you. We can't wait to have you in the studio.
That's
Wish you were here with us. And on this big field, wish we were actually there with you. Here we go. Step back a little bit lower. Talk loud. Thank you very much. Coronavirus on an episode of Murder Mike, everybody. With Larry, Brian, Tricky, great for Chicago. Found them. Your final comedian of the night goes by the Kyle. I'm straight into that right now. Here, Kyle.
So really, first of all, if you commit to do something and you don't do it, this happens. That's the problem. Right? Say I'm going to do something, I don't do it. Right? You come up with all the excuses of the world as to what part of the money doesn't get something that chances on. Sometimes the hardest thing is
Fuck yeah. How are you, dude? Wow, what kind of Middle Eastern are you? So that's what your Facebook like the desk routine. Can you guys picture that? We go side by side. Yeah, very rarely do months like that. On here, Facebook actually releasing 25 one and two Never really got Has now gone up on the screen next to you, and it is pretty mind-boggling. There was that piece of keyboard before the backwards Dom. I heard like you right now. It was incredible. Yeah, for the people at home, see. Lean back, no, lean back. It's all good. Just like that. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Oh, that's impressive. The guys here at Powerbox are unbelievable. So where are you in Iowa?
I live in the Poconos of Pennsylvania. Still on lockdown in Montana, so all the first things. I know the like streets areas where like New Jersey and PA right so
Oh, okay. How far of a drive is that to New York City?
an hour and a half or so. It's an easier ride to take over to bus or train in Jersey.
You have a lot of shit behind you. Tell us how this works.
Trivia night. This whole thing is going on. I used to do trivia night before I worked at and I run a podcast, maybe YouTube channel. Instead of just being bored, I decided I would do trivia. And this is the background for my trivia set of friends, but all the cool shit I had. Like Charlie Chaplin, we have Oregon Trail of Fire, Scully, Chiefs File, just a bunch of random people sharing their awesome
Yeah, how many parents do you own?
Myself to get that. It's got a cat. I used to have a blue channel, so I'd be bags and I was shooting something just 10 of a dozen. That team on Facebook. And now I just have to my cat just way fucking better. Just way better.
Absolutely. And how long did you break up?
It might be like weekly anniversary today. If we were to look at it on Saturday or something.
Are you happy now that you guys are separated?
Oh, my dad, well, she is currently about to have a baby with the next guy. So,
Yeah,
Dodge right there for sure.
absolutely. You don't have to worry about any babies breaking into your Terminator goals or anything like that.
That's a hustle and a boss.
President Trump was very close to Jeremiah Watkins, who has full name also, we've been dating. It's been a year since the big breakup. What are you doing for dating?
There's been a lot of ready to do so I figured out with family Irish guy, I just put myself in virtually
Wow. Just standing all the women up in Ireland. Very interesting. What kind of trivia do you do? Is there any specific brand of trivia?
Really, I started just to kind of entertain my. I got 17 nieces that I do, so they're all stuck with their trip. And the trip that I do, I got 4 brothers, I also have 5 sisters. And all of them are named babies, and I put everything on cover from Jesus for their things.
References as a footnote in line in the body of the textbook.
Yeah, it's always the cool uncle until always the cool uncle until you touch them inappropriately. Remember that last one? Yeah.
And you're still cool until they Yeah, go ahead, that's the trivia question. Warming up of the hands thing over there. Okay, so
this is the final question of that round. We've all been there. You're trying to decide to count on that, and you have to prove the website that you're actually a human being. Sometimes it's certain letters and numbers you pretend, and other times it's just certain pictures to prove you're not a lion. But then again, you're in a stand for has a lot more letters involved in the actual acronym, but captain is the short version.
did you just give us a question and the answer? I'm confused.
So I have 2 multiple choice if you want them, if you need them. Computers assist in the possible framework for confirmation of human activity. Completely automated Turing test to tell us what I am and because I'm perfect.
That's immersive.
The rabbis about
Maybe some money on bombs and airport waiting for Mars to reach to his fifth land.
Yeah. It's like Ninja's anime voice. Should be a dreaming damn good that moved on. Yeah, guys, thank you so much. This was fun talking.
we're messing up the dates. The primary date should be the Gregorian date. Hebrew dates are secondary. We evaluate all the dates because one
The show's called Available Show. And we're at TV There's a bunch of other podcast shows. Yes, sir.
There he is, Kyle. Look, thank you, Kyle. Everybody. Yeah, almost there. Before we hit art, look how sick got that art sent to us this week. Again, Batman season.
I think you guys are missing the point. It's Photoshop, though.
Is that Photoshop?
Photoshop with the filters. This they're saying they were drawing out. It's a filter. I think it's a great idea for a segment of this drawings. Like this is it's not typical.
Keep doing it. Send in bad art of any bad art. Bad art. And then put up with good art. Ryan G about the house artist. It's unbelievable what he does. Oh my goodness. Can you zoom even closer and sort of scan it? Is that a big more? Oh, this is great. You can actually sort of explain to us what you did. You have a microphone there. Tell us what this special. Michael Lair on the airplane. Cat ears up top. In the middle there. All drawn during this episode of Killtone. You all sat there doing less than RyanGBuilt.com for all the posters and prints of every episode of Killtone. And the show goes on. Things slowly opening up. Dates are clear. They're still on Miami, Boston, Houston, Dallas, Fort Salt Lake City, Austin, Toronto, Bakersfield, Sacramento, San Francisco, Tacoma, and Washington, D.C. Supposedly all in 2020. Thank you to Gage and Anthony for taking your submissions this week at Killtone14 at so send those in. And thought I'd make a leader of the band. Everybody check my out.
Thank you so much. It's so great to be here.
He's asking to move some because she's fucking deal why because I burned my rage anguish. But question is from the top of the she didn't listen to this but I should do that. Unless it's that true. I still think it's why we do use it as a lot of our process. I guess not in the model, starting with the also the space. I introduced this one. And after working on this, it was towards the incredible work. So this is to go ahead and some young and the wage is
We love you, Mr. President. Perhaps one of the greatest presidents of all time. James Nelson, and one of my favorite doctors ever, fellow Dr. Anthony Fauci was here on my hand. Dr. Fauci is actually Jesse Johnson. He's on social media at
on the river, and then at the end of the day, you have these love America says no, low class love. How's the only having you there for years and years? The only having you
next week. Everybody's here. Everything is moving along. Shout out to the great people represented who made the crew a bunch of content emails just for us, not for sale.
in that case, I cannot keep the way.
Gina, thank you so much for emailing Charlie Bruce Pizza. If you're ordering pizza in LA, try Albedo's. We're going to try it in the already, but I don't have to tell you again. If you haven't tried it yet, try it. It'll fall in love. White pizza's incredible. Everything's good there, though. Try it out. Albedo's Pizza, they have locations all across Angeles. And yes, don't forget, Trigger fucking Cheers 70 above them. Get 20% off of free shipping to the Kids on Manscaped.com. And try out our sheet underwear. Again, we believe in these products. Sheetunderwear.com. Use the code Tony for 20% off your order. I guarantee you fall in love. If you don't, you don't have to. You don't have to.
Hey guys, check out my virtual reality show, Virtual Redhead, on YouTube. And this person in here was still recording those.
This is obviously a message.
See you next week.
So again, keep it healthy. Each power for a person. Also myself. Nessa fera, vai ser difícil, como eu lembro disso, era a não posso quando eu lembro os cabelos do curtidos. Eu falo do avião de tudo, não ia esse says
Everybody, we are back. Rock Studios for another episode of Phil Tony, my great friend Dan. I'm good. Yeah. Next for the week after that is our 7-year anniversary of the show. Pizza Party Craft. Our good friends over at Dino's Pizza, the great Charlie, is here in studio. We had pizza today available everywhere in Southern California. I'll look at the other place. No, I'm salty. It's supposed to be pizza place.
again, if you guys need to listen, you don't have to
Fried rice.
this. And then it says publish on the next and it turns out that one of the barrels is not acceptable.
No, Mike, I'm just gonna have pizza over here. Gina's also here.
The rest of the
More in the better studios, which has been gracious enough and amazing. Great of you stepping by. I've been here every Monday. Roast battle. Great. Josh has been on the show. Chaos. Jake White. That was great. And they also have Damn Good Candle Company here, which we've been getting tagged for. So much fun stuff happening. We're getting back on the road. Headlining shows along with some of the facilities in Miami. July 31st in August, Boston, August 13th.
so that's like
Stand up. Houston, Texas, August 20th. Works back in Houston, big record, big city. August 29th, right?
still the wage
September, Salt Lake City is a great place. Now we're not. Toronto is because we are just at 29. Very popular. It's been the place.
Make the videos fun to have streets.
I told you, I want the reference to God. Please remember this.
He was great actually. My dad owned this because he's an older guy. He was here. He didn't on his cell phone. He did on his iPhone. And I had to take a couple questions. Should one kind of bug bonus do I have? Like, do you have like my kind of bonus or something like that? And he works and you just answer a couple questions and you talk to a real doctor online and get prescribed real medicine and to help prepare them for getting the screen package, so no one knows what you're getting. It's great. It's really fast. It's like that, maybe 3-5 minutes. And it was prescribed for the next day.
If you're ready to take action and prevent your hair loss, go to keeps.com/kill to receive your first month treatment for free. That's keeps.com/kill. One more time, that's keeps.com/kill. And another one of our favorite sponsors of all time, one that I use all the time, Great Express VPN. They are great to protect your privacy and security, but I've been using ExpressVPN. I blasted through Netflix's The Last Dance deal where it's international, so you can't watch it on Netflix in America. You can watch it other places. It takes 3 seconds to reset the location, and you can watch amazing things. Netflix, a lot of people know this, but Netflix is different in every country and different areas. ExpressVPN, it's right in the movies, amazing things. It's so simple to do. You just fire it up, change your location, and it finds your IP address and the site.
It's not just Netflix, like any streaming service like YouTube, name it. If you like anime,
You're all confused. Go to the football website. Find the exact link and put it in the body.
They're not as fast. They're probably going. using that super snoop lag, extreme HD, no problem. It's also got phones, media consoles, smart TVs, and more.
Right now at expressvpn.com/KillTony. Use an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN. Free. Support the show, watch what you want, and protect yourself with ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN.com/KillTony. There's a toilet that deserves the gift of your phone. Dry toilet does not remove all the shit. If you got poop on any other part of your body, wipe it off with paper, help them. Water is better than dry paper, my friend. Thankfully, there's now a sickness that slips onto your existing toilet and my existing toilet. And scratch your butt. Completely clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you can do for your butt.
Tushy sprays directly to your ass. Complaints you are sick of bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids or yeast infections. Trust me, I have all those things. UTIs, itchy assholes, or skin marks. The days are common in the rest of the world, but the day saves you money on toilet paper. You still use it like a little toilet paper until it becomes so dry, you know, clear the long teardrop. But it won't clog your toilets. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water. It's not toilet water. A lot of people think it's like gross water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts out with clean, fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. But wet wipes are worse than toilet paper. A lot of people think wet wipes are okay to flush. They're actually horrible for the environment. They cause anal fissures. You don't want your anus fissuring.
And the most amazing part is this life of luxury is only $79. Go to hellotushy.com/killtony, all one word, to get 10% off your order. That's hellotushy.com/killtony.
It really takes like 6 minutes to hook up. Like, I mean, how easy was it? It's like, no brainer.
It's a no-brainer. We have the best sponsors in the world. We get to pick them. We get a list that they send to us. Hey, I like this. They want this. They want this. They want this. We believe in ourselves. Love it. And speak of the devil, speak of the fun of this show, the great Ryan J. Emo is here, ladies and gentlemen, sitting at his desk. Hard at work. He's got his own microphone. This is the life we're living here at Better Box Studios. We have clean asses pizza for days. Privacy. Got it all.
Speaking of hair, look at that.
Yeah. Ryan's been on Keeps for a while. He's actually the founder.
Or by getting them like that.
Yeah, you look like a 70s Kenny Rogers.
Yeah. You look like the dad from T-Mobile.
That's
Oh, we did that last week. I guess you can tell I watched T-Mobile a week and a half ago. And along with Ryan J, we're going to check in with later. He's drawing tonight's episode, of course. And all of his prints, all of the t-shirts, all of the posters, RyanJable.com.